Good morning. Good morning. I know I just put this link up, so I'm going to wait for some of you guys to come in. But I'd like for the time to be noted 8:28 when I started this live. It's 8:29 right now. I like you guys to note that. Note that it is 8:30. 8:30. Good morning, Lee. How are you? It is 2.0 starting day. I am so happy. Good morning, Summer. Hey, Kia. Hey, Princess. Good morning, Sleepy. There y'all go. Good morning, Uniqua. Hey, Nikki. How are you? Good morning, Brianna. Erica said, ignore my. Erica, I got to get my phone. I got to get my phone. Good morning, Bia. Hey, Sugar. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Terica. Hey, Miss Dress. Hey, Gina. Good morning, Red. Y'all, it's 2.0 day. Hey, Emily. Good morning, Ash. Good morning, Cheryl. Hey, Tasha with the pink flower. Good morning. Good morning, Siobhan. I'll make sure I didn't miss anybody up here at the top. Good morning, Nikki. Y'all, it's 2.0 day. It's 2.0 day. I hate saying excited because it's this woman's life, but I am ready. Good morning, Chatty. Hey, Tiffany. Good morning. Listen, I'm excited. Good morning, Monet. How are you? Good morning, Landis. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Natasha. Good morning, Alicia. Good morning, Avid. Hey, Claudia. Good morning, Annette. Good morning. Good morning, people that are on Twitch, because I do see Nicole, you over there on Twitch. Good morning. Now, Nicole, if you're over there by yourself, come over to YouTube. It's going to be more people on YouTube. That way you can interact with the chat more. You can see what's being said. Only if you want to. Come on over to YouTube. Good morning, Kiara. Good morning, Kayla. She said it's Christmas morning. It feels like it. Forrest, good morning. Good morning. Oh, the gang is here. Good morning. Hey, Tasha. Good morning. Hey, Claudia. Let's see. Jasmine, she said, like the live on your way in. I know that's right. I've never been more excited and anxious about a season 2. Shocker, I'm going to have to agree with that one. Good morning, India. Hey, Gigi. Hey, Kenzie. How are you? Missy. Good morning, friend. We're going to prepare for today, okay? Hopefully it's not crazy today. They did, Ash. They did me real bad about this roll call. But baby, I'm going to do it every morning. That's why they told me to start 30 minutes earlier so I can get the roll call in. So that y'all are like my coworkers. I don't know how many times I have to say that. Yes, good morning. Good morning, Sassy. How are you? My weekend was good. It was good. Good morning, Destin. Good morning, Jabria. Hey, Sharita. How are you? Good morning, Destiny. Hey, Chelsea. Good morning. Good morning, Amisha. I don't know. I need to see where Key at. I need to see. There go my girl. Good morning, pretty. How are you this morning? Good morning, Tara. Hello. Hi, Kevin from Ireland. Hello. Look, he said LFG. I know that's right. It's time. Hey, Rita. Y'all, let me tell y'all. I got up on time. I've taken the dogs out, baby. I got my smoothie right here. I got tea right here, and I got water. Like, and was up here and ready before 8:30. Yes, okay. Ready for the day. Ready for the day. Good. Look, make some breakfast. I think I'm going to be doing smoothies throughout this whole trial. That's so much easier for me. So, got my smoothie ready. Ready to go. Hey, Whitney, how are you? Good morning, Stephanie and Shonda. Good morning. Hey, Rory. Good morning. Oh, wow. Y'all, let's play a game before we start. Who do you think is going to be the state's first witness? Who's coming up first? I'm ready, Jasmine. Do you hear me? I am ready. Look, hair waved up. I am ready for the day. I am ready. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning. Good morning, Ronnie. I don't know if I told you good morning. Good morning. It's 5:30. You set the alarm. I was ready. When I tell you, I think I'm just more. I want to see what's going to be different this go around. We had a really great impromptu panel yesterday with Stara. Yates was on. Doug jumped on for a little bit. Taylor was on, and it was very impromptu, but I thought it was so great. And I think it really got me more excited. Made me way more excited. The first witness POK. Oh, okay. The first, okay, it'll be him again. Okay. Hey, Megan. Good morning. Good morning, T.L. Goldie. Good morning, Miss Sheila. It's 2.0 day. Is Brennan going to object during Allen's opening? Oh, I hope. Oh, my God. Ashley, I really hope he doesn't come objecting to the opening statement. Don't come in here doing that. Just let him get it out. It's the opening. Oh. So yesterday, guys, the lawyers, good morning, Mute. The lawyers were saying that they hope the defense stops doing the burden shifting and basically, trying to shift the burden on them onto themselves as far as what happened. I'm wondering if they think that they need to do that too. So I wonder what their strategy is going to be. Are they going to stick with someone in the house did it? Which I agree with the attorneys. You don't have to do that. They don't have any evidence, so you don't have to do that. So I don't know. Who's going to change the story first? Good morning, Key girl. You missed the attendance, girl. You still, hey Tati, you are still in the midst of the attendance, okay? Hey Emmy, good morning. Good morning, Lexi. What time were you on yesterday? We were on TikTok. Yesterday. Yeah, I went on TikTok to talk about the foolishness of dating. Well, not dating, meeting people in Atlanta. But we ended up going from that, and then we started talking about Karen Reed. It was really great conversation. It was really great. Good morning, Shay. It was a really, really great conversation. But I do agree with the attorneys. I really do hope. I'm really wanting to see what both sides are going to change. I've never seen this Hank guy before. I know people have talked about him, but I haven't seen him before, so I'm like anxious to see what's he going to be like during trial. Is he going to be whiny like he was during the hearing I saw? Is he going to object to everything? Is everything going to be a problem for him? What is it going to be like? I don't know. Hey, Renee, I don't know what it's going to be like. Key, we have to speak every morning. Did you see Karen on YouTube last night? No, I was on TikTok live. So Mr. Mom, Mr. Mama, God, don't remind me, Ash. Mr. Mama. Good morning come on over to YouTube. If you're on Twitch, there are more people in the chat. I think you'll probably get a better experience because I can see the comments on both, but I think there are more people over here on YouTube. Everything, he's a complete farce. That's what I was worried about. That's what I was worried about. Key, he was very sassy. Very sassy. Very sassy. Very much didn't act like a man at all. Too sassy. No, I didn't think he was the one. Miss Sheila, I am a firm believer. The Lord knows my heart. He knows my heart. So y'all, it's 8:37. Good morning, Kaylin. Good morning, Bridget. Oh, okay, y'all. Lauren Crime Stream. Oh, okay. So it looks like, I guess, Lauren Crime Stream is going to catch her coming into court. Just a second. I'm going to go ahead and put it up because I guess we had inmates. She actually walks into court. Hey, Melissa. Miss Hands. No, we probably need to make one. Miss Sheila was talking about that. First weasel of the day. Please call him. Good morning. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Miss Hands, all the way from Australia. Thank you. It's very nice. Thank you for being here. Let me see. I wish Karen would have waited on the documentary after this trial. Me too, Shay. I don't understand why she did that. Especially because the case is so big. They're watching everything that you say. I wish you would have just laid low. Don't say anything. Good morning, Melissa. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. We did India. I had a great time on TikTok last night. It felt so good. It felt like lunchtime lives again, and after YSL will end because we actually had the other attorneys on. It was a good time. I enjoyed it. Good morning, Niara. Are you going to go over the response to Duke's last motion during lunch? I have it, and that is exactly what we could do. Erin is not on here yet, but Erin sent it to me last night. I was probably asleep when she sent it, but she did send it to me. Good morning, Jazz. Hey, cutie pie. Hey, Tracy. So y'all, I hope y'all have y'all breakfast. Y'all know we are, so the schedule for the week, we are back to court schedule. So we'll be on from 30 minutes prior to court and maybe about 30 minutes after court. And then we do have WTF Wednesdays every Wednesday. I don't know if we're doing 7 or 8. I'll confirm the time. But Miss J and I every Friday at 7:30. We're doing Wind Down Fridays where we are going to recap Karen Reed. Don't know if this will carry on into something else, but right now we just want to do it for Karen Reed. It's a time for she and I to sit down, talk, because she's watching the trial as well. So we'll be able to do the Wind Down Fridays, bring your wine, and we just going to talk about, look at some clips and talk about what has happened the whole week. Y'all know WTF is like midweek. So yeah, I just dropped my 6th grader off. Good morning, Nikki. I just dropped my 6th grader off. She couldn't wait to get out after hearing it. Oh, Gina, tell your 6th grader don't do us like that. Oh, this is great. Thank you, mods. I don't know how long the openings are going to be. So Missy Pretty said, Mel, lay the house rules down because they're already breaking the number 1 rule, like the live. Okay. So if you are new here, this is your first time watching trial with this group. With us, I do want to make sure you're aware that we do start, stop, and talk. Sometimes the chat may say go back or something like that. If you don't like the start, stopping, and talking over here, please feel free to go to Law and Crime. You won't have to worry about anyone talking, anyone stopping. You can keep up with the live. I do understand you. Oh, damn, I was listening to that. I do try to let the person get through their sentence or whatever, and then we might stop. But if I hear something, I'm gonna stop the live. Good morning. Good morning, Didi. We also make sure, hey, Factual Live. We also try to make sure we understand what's being said. And y'all know this is 2.0, so maybe something is drastically different from what we heard in the first trial. So I just want to make sure people are aware of that when you come over here, because I don't want to see in my comment section, can you stop talking and let it play? Because no, I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't, but you can. You can. You cannot even worry about me and go right on over there to Law and Crime or Court TV. Bev would try to drag this trial out, half days, tons of breaks. You think so? Her courtroom etiquette is super stupid. You can make a 5-course meal during her breaks. So smoothies are good. Oh God. Listen, go be with Vera. Keegan, do y'all think Vera is on this one too? And if you don't like it, bye. I'm sorry. We have, as you can tell, we are very like tight knit over here. We like how we like it, and we're fine with it. So I don't want you to be uncomfortable or anything. If you got a problem, Law and Crime chat. That's it. They don't stop. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you. Ronnie said, thank you for the super chat. Ronnie said, come in here and like the live. Sit down and act like you got some goddamn sense. I added that. Or you will get 86K. 88. Y'all, you know what? I'm not dealing with y'all this morning. We stop and we talk. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But I'm not going to try to prolong it. But this is how we do things over here. We've been doing it like that for almost a year now. This is just how we get down over here. This is how we get down. Good morning, Gwen. How are you? Thank you. Y'all mods on point. Good morning, Paris. Hey, Monique. Okay, they just cut the sound off. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same courtroom. Probably so. Probably it might be. Didi, I think we just finished 1.0. I'm just excited to see what the hell is about to happen this go around. I can't wait. While it works, so I missed some things and you keep me straight. Thank you. This chat keeps me straight because if I'm looking at the comments, I'm doing my best to look at the comments. And if I see like questions in the comments, then let's stop and talk about it. Kaylin, Kaylin said, please be uncomfortable so you will come. Y'all know what? Y'all not about to wear me this go around. This chat is much more friendlier than others. I think so. I don't think it's a crazy chat. I ain't gonna say it now. I will say we're not gonna have any mess in here. We do like to be comfortable. We having a good time watching trial and we laugh, we tell jokes over here. So if that's not your type of chat, then this may not be the chat for you. And I understand that. I'm not bothered by it at all. Good morning, Shani. Not bothered by that at all. This is exactly messy. We tell a little jokey joke over here. Here and there, you go, We say haha messy, but please don't be disrespectful. Be respectful to the mods. I'm not tripping about any type of jokes as long as they are not offensive. I guess that's very subjective. But anyway, y'all get what I'm saying. That gives us time to fast forward through the boring stuff. She brought cookies for the state. Hey, good morning, Kay. What? Is that what was in her hand? Hey, kids. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, God. Caitlin, tell them. Don't be too serious over here. Key, you can't be annoyed already. Baby, they are outside. Yeah, this is my first time watching something on law and crime. I guess maybe because the defendants are in jail. Well, I don't remember them doing this for Rocky. We would catch it after court, but the stream out there catching them. Okay, Karen. Good morning, Karen. Who's live with you, okay? Y'all? Karen got to stay offline there. Good. No, you did, Alice. Good morning, Alice. You didn't miss the roll call. Good morning. Court just ain't started. I would have typed it in the chat. Are any of them but why are we looking at flat booty wedges? You know what, Mika, I'm not doing. Oh my. We are not law and crime chat. Good morning, Tam. Good morning. Good morning, Bree. We not attack each other messy. Definitely don't attack each other. That's definitely not what we're doing over here. Oh, there's her parents. Oh, wow. Good morning, crime trial addict. They have never done this before, so this is a first day of trial type deal. Niara, the cookie cakes that made it to Canton. Ain't that crazy? Hey, T1. Hey, Taylor. Taylor, yes, you made it on time. Nothing. Right now, I guess they're waiting for Karen's arrival, which she should be here soon. She was just thanking her supporters, nothing else. Oh, okay. Hey, Brianna, good morning. Well, they are waiting her arrival. This is crazy. Did he just push somebody over? Did y'all see that? Oh, there they go. I know that's right, Karen. Okay, the sound's not on. Ooh, look at AJ. Well, Karen looked like she in good spirits. I'm not mad at it. Karen. I said, what the hell she got in that bag? Baby, Karen must have got all the case notes. But y'all know she part of the team. Karen is part of the team. Karen is part of the team, so she must have all the case notes in that bag. Okay, who else they waiting on? Key, if Bam get up there with that stiff hair, I'm gonna be pissed. Hold up. Hey Theo, how are you? Karen looks great. She does. Listen. She looks ready for me. You late, Jaleesa, but you here, friend. Good morning. Good morning. Bev, I just can't wait. Y'all, let's see. Let's see. I can't wait to see the comments in the chat as soon as court starts. I just can't wait. Good morning, Isis. Good morning. Ashley, what is Hank? This for me is really, I want to know, are they going to stick with the same strategy? Are they coming in? Are they coming in here today saying that John O'Keefe was hit by a car at 24 miles an hour? She hit him at 24 miles an hour in reverse. Is that what we're about to see? Is that what we're about to see? I pray nobody drunk. Oh God, somebody might be drunk. He's pissed about ARCA. Yes, he is. Good morning, Good Glow. Good morning. I have to stop myself from throwing my phone during Hank's opening. I want to know. I don't really like Hank's voice, but I do want to know, what is his angle? What is Hank's angle this go around? Is it the same? Is coming in hot with her comments on I can agree. I think that's something that he's going to quote her a lot. He might even play it in court. Okay, yes, I can. Hold on, y'all. Okay, let's go. Let's see. They say at Court TV. Well, Court TV hasn't started yet. Let's see. I guess yeah, the Court TV live stream hasn't started. Karen Reed, we're already on that one. They're still outside. Hold on. Emily, I don't think you have to be worried about Brian Steele's reputation for the Diddy case. He's an amazing attorney, and I'm gonna keep bringing up one of my TikTok comments that really put into perspective, everyone has a right to great counsel. You know, it may not, he's just doing his job. And as Doug said, he is in love with Lady Liberty. What did he say, Liberty or Lady Justice? And this is what he's paid to do. This is what he went to school for. So look, go ahead, Brian Steele. Now I told you I'm not praying for your client. I can tell you that one. I'm not. Yes, Alice. That's what I saw. I'm not praying for his client. His client can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. But hey, if that's what you're gonna do, Brian, you do it. You do it. Let's see who's gonna be the first witness. They're saying they think it's gonna be Paul again. Good morning. I'm just getting here. Okay, good morning, Vitra. Come in like the live. Do they have to do openings? Yes, it's just like a normal case. Just their second go around. Good morning, Mama Jenkins. How are you? Yep, I saw Westmoreland out there with him too, which makes sense. Brian would need some help on the case. I don't think it's about money. I do not think it's about money with Brian Steele, honestly. I'm sorry, it's an honorable man. I do think it's I don't know. Ashley and I were talking about this. Maybe it's something wrong with that indictment. Maybe he's coming because of the RICO aspect. Something they need his expertise for something. I don't know if he's first chair. OJ had all of those damn lawyers who were helping with certain things. So maybe it's something similar with him. Yeah. He's not getting 15 years probation, Key. Right. Think about the people Johnny Cochran represented. You think about that too. Great lawyers, like this is what a great lawyer is supposed to do. They're supposed to be hired. No, we don't love it. We may not love the choices, but for them, and I really do believe this with Brian Steele, it's about the law. I really do think he just loves the law. And he's looking at it from that standpoint. Is this something that I am capable of doing? And if so, then he's going to take the case. But I don't hate him. But again, I'm not going to the Lord in prayer about your client. I'm not doing it. Oh, Kevin, I think so too. Hey, Val, good morning. Free the diddler. Bye, Ash. Goodbye. Hank having a sissy fit tantrum before he heads to court. Yeah, I'm checking again. Yeah, the Associated Press is still outside. Lauren Crime is still outside. I don't see anyone inside the courtroom yet, so I'll just leave it out here. It's fine. They'll switch it. Hey, Amir, how are you? Good morning. Sugar said free Dirk. I saw Dirk's I saw them put something in to dismiss his case. I don't know if it'll be dismissed though. The attorneys yesterday said they didn't think so. Hey, Sharonda girl. Semi-tailor drip. Well, at least we're not looking at Lally's K&G suits. Ugh. At least we're not looking at that. Not y'all talking about free smirk. You know what? Key, my niece, some song came on in the car and it was a little dark, and I was like, man, why can't I get into him? I haven't listened to his music. She told me, I think I saw you say on X that his latest album was really good. So she was telling me, you need to go listen to it. It's good. So I'm gonna try it out next time I'm in the car. I've been listening to like a lot of Duke music when I'm in the car, but I'm gonna go ahead and swap it out and listen to some Dirt. Free now, Ash Wendy might be getting free for real. She might mail you in your running era a little bit. She said Dirk has a Jewish lawyer. He's okay. Free Mr. Chocolate Fact. Ash, you know what? Ash cutting up. How can you not? Alice, I really think I've never sat down and listened to one of his projects before. Oh, Shay, I believe that. Ashley was talking about that. Ashley said, Mel, I wonder if it's because of the RICO aspect, and I can see that with Brian Steele. So I can see them hiring him for the RICO aspect. Key, Key, are you talking about her saying Mr. Chocolate Factory? Don't tell me you don't know who that is, because now it's finally something said in the live that I get and Key doesn't get right off. What? I can't believe it. Lord, this is going to be a great day. It's finally something said in the chat that I picked up on. And Key did not. Wow. Baby, what? I can't believe it. For Big Daddy Duke music. Emily, she said Big Daddy Duke. It's just look up his name on Apple Music, Spotify, whatever. Today is going to be a great day. I just can't believe that. Normally, when I tell y'all Key even though she is younger, she knows everything. Especially she done seen shows, music. Baby, not is something that Mel knew and Key didn't. Oh, okay. It's gonna be a great day today. Yes, y'all. I don't know how to hog tie nobody. That's exactly what he said. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. There is nothing Hank can do to make me feel any kind of way. Okay? Yes, good morning, Lauren. How are you? I am feeling great, baby. Hank is not going to mess me up today. He's not going to do it. Oh, God. Y'all remember we used to be able to skip the damn fan? How many times would Bev threaten to turn off the air? Kevin, Kevin, I've heard about this air. Bev, it's really not, it's not hot up there like it was last time they were in court. So it might not be too many more times today. Good morning, Brianna. I haven't seen it, Brianna. Don't tell me about it, but I'm going to go see it. I'm going to go see it. I wanted to go yesterday. I was going to take myself to see it yesterday, but it just ended up getting too late. Big Daddy Duke is crazy, Key. Big Daddy Duke. Text mail. Don't put it in the chat. Key, please stop. Good morning, Lanique. How are you? Ronnie. Not yet. The last trial started in April. I don't know why that trial. I thought it started in like May, June. I didn't know it started in April. I'm going to go see Sinners at some point maybe this weekend. If I don't go, I've heard how great it is. Oh, I can't wait. I'm sick of seeing people talk about it. It's going to be a day. And TikTok got one more time to have me pass your live, and it's already ended. We had a good time on live yesterday, Brianna. It was a really great like Karen Reed convo for about 45 minutes to an hour. It was really good. So Taylor, that's what I keep hearing. Somebody said Brian Coogler. They said, what kind of freaky shit you be on? Because that movie was too freaked out. That's what they said. I can't wait, y'all. Y'all really have me excited. I wonder, depending on what time I get off here today, I could go today. If I'm not, we'll see what my time looking like. She said a little messy, but it ended good. Mariah texted me and said, Mom, I sure hope you don't get beat up. I said, why you say that? She said, because not you on TikTok telling them. I said, I didn't say the man's name. Didn't even show his picture. I just said Mr. Sassy Pants really bothered me. Ashley, so Doug, Starry, Hallie, and Yates, they all wish the defense would stop with the alternate theory. They all think that there's no need for it. There's no evidence, and they said they should just poke holes in the state's case. They don't need to try to, oh no, this is really what happened, because now you're shifting the burden to where you have to prove your theory. They don't think that's needed. Good morning, Ebony. Good morning. Yes, Destin, please. Alice. Oh my, y'all, Alice was not on the live yesterday. Hey, Aqua E. Alice, you went on the live yesterday. I was talking about this guy that I met on Saturday. I thought he was cool little vibe, a little more flamboyant than I like, but I could tell he was probably raised by, I say a lot of women. Turns out his grandparents, I could tell. And girl, he had told me to shut up on the phone. He said shut up on the phone. And then so when I was just like, hey, this not gonna work for me, because now I don't feel safe. Like, you just met me. I said that, girl. He texted, said, oh yeah, definitely, this not gonna work. I just want to apologize for I deleted your number with 2 deuces, girl. Just sassy. Key, listen, my twin said, that's what you get. He said, that's what you get for giving your number out. I said, you're right. I play too much. Let me stop. No, Brianna, he said, are you gonna shut up and let me finish? I said, sir, I'm really dumbfounded. You just met me. What are you doing? It was, ugh. Yes, Jasmine, that's what it was giving. it was interesting considering like I have not given my number to a man in like 2 years. Like we was vibing at the park. So it just threw me way off, y'all. But somebody told me that most light-skinned men with colored eyes, they act like that. And I'm gonna say, okay, I believe y'all now. I believe y'all. It was rude, Monique. Like, I mean, and then after that, like, you can't argue with me about YSL. Like, don't argue with me about the case. He's trying to argue with me about YSL. Like, sir, why are we going back and forth? I just met you. No, it was a no for me, baby. I kindly blocked that number. Key, I should have. I'm too nice. Key, yes, girl. I was telling him about how I stream in my community. Girl, he was like, I just don't get it. I mean, because I'm listening, I feel what you're saying, but I mean, them people don't have no lives or something. I said, they're listening to me while they're at work. People are on streams. They are listening to me. They going to soccer practice. They in the mall. They are living their lives. It's just like they putting the AirPod in. What are you? I wasn't feeling it, baby, because I'm going to always go back to when we right, Jazz. I'm gonna always go back when I told y'all to put y'all jobs in the chat one day, baby. Listen. Y'all work some great jobs, okay? Stop it. We're not going to do that. Just because it's something you don't understand doesn't mean that you could do stuff like that. I wasn't feeling that. Hold up, Brianna. What'd you say, Brianna? I bet he gets them podcasts. I bet so. See, men like him make me feel like they were listening to Kevin Samuel. Like he also made a comment about Black Americans. He's of Caribbean descent. I don't like that. I think it's divisive. What's your point? At the end of the day, y'all still came from Africa too. You just ended up on the island. Like let's call a spade a spade. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. You don't do that. You don't get to do that. Right, Jaleesa? Disrespectfully. He was So yeah. He want a podcast, Mike. Now he want a podcast, Mike. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to stop being nice because after I was trying to find a nice way to say, hey, this is not gonna work for me because I was like, no, I'm not used to dating like sassy men, like no. And I was just too nice about it. Him talking about, oh yeah, this not gonna work. Baby, you just apologize. Hard no. It's a hard no for me. Miss Mama Jackie, he might be in the bushes. Who cares? Who cares, baby? Who cares? I don't. No, I don't care anymore because those little two deuces, baby, bye. I can see you out, won't speak. Glad he doesn't live here though. Hey, Kayleen, Brianna, like this is all I'm saying. I think that when you don't understand something, then you shouldn't speak on it. If you don't understand streaming, because I didn't really get it prior to last year. I didn't know it was a thing. Let me say that. Not that I didn't get it. Through YSL, I found the lead attorney. I would watch court with the lead attorney sometimes, and it would be fun. The comments, listening to him, it would be fun. So when you don't know something, just don't speak on it. Just like if you didn't watch the YSL trial, why do you feel like you're qualified to make all of these assumptions about pleas and all of this type of like, sir, like you can't argue with me. I read the pleas. Like, how you gonna argue with me about it? He's like, yeah, because I know them boys that pled to the RICO got life. No, they didn't. I said, he's like, that's mandatory. No, it's not. Some of them got 10 years for the RICO. Like, come on. Okay, y'all, I think we started. Can't keep. We're gonna have to see this fan a lot. Is she talking to the jury right now? Aaron, Aaron, this is what I imagine it be. Oh God. Oh. Because Wildstyle family, we know, like, you just can't do that. You can't argue with me about the Wildstyle case. I'm sorry. I'm listening to him like, sir, what? Like, no, that's not true. And at the point where you're arguing with me about something you don't know anything about, now you're just arguing to be right. And I can't be with somebody like that, baby. Barchi, you better stop. We don't want to do that. Like you work to watching you. Aqua, that's what I said. I said, listen, just think about your favorite show. Y'all know sometimes Court of Opinion come out. I'm moving all throughout the house, but I'm listening. Like, think about your favorite show as a kid. If you could, like, even still, when I would be at work at the IRS, I have my earbuds in, I have a show on, but my phone was hidden. If I know the voices, I don't need to look. What's the difference? What's the difference? Right, Valerie. There is no difference in it. Before opening starts. Oh, Lauren, forever. An hour. It'll be an hour. Barchi probably, listen, India, Barchi wouldn't have been happy. Random thought, the courtroom looks like my grandma's living room with just the trim and the fan. It's a very old courtroom. Hey, Jenny. It's a very old courtroom. Oh, suddenly they know the whole trial key. Like, this is the same person, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna stop. But some of y'all didn't hear this. This is the same man who was on the phone at 36 years old telling me that his body is perfectly proportioned. His doctor is doing some type of case study on him. He's probably lying. My ears measure the same. My hands, like, I'm sitting here. This might be light-skinned man activity, because whose doctor is measuring their body at our big age? No. No. Key, he said, I mean, my doctor says my body is perfect. He said all of that just for him to come back and tell me he had diabetes. Baby, something wrong. Your doctor worried about the wrong shit, if you ask me. He is worried about the wrong shit. Do you hear me? It's no way you want to tell me that your hands measure. Baby, but you have diabetes. And Lord, thank you. I said thank you for all the tens of thousands I've spent on OCD therapy, because I didn't blurt it out, but I promise I thought it 20 times. He would say, in my ears, and I would say, but you have diabetes, in my head. Baby, you got the sugar. You got the sugar. You got the sugar, baby. And you out here worried about your hands your body being perfectly proportioned. Sir, please stop. Key, he was in the live yesterday. Key. We were telling him, you know what he told me? He said that it's good because I may have just, what did he say, escaped an abusive relationship. Thank you. You're right. That's what I felt. I thought I was going too far thinking it. But the fact that he said it, I thought that too. Because if you get aggravated and yell about something like that, I can imagine. I can imagine what it'd be. You must have been real drunk. I wasn't. You didn't see him in the live yesterday? He did. I told you, Jaleesa. He told me, he said, that's what you get for giving your number out. I said, you're right. That's what you get. When the man acted like that, I thought the same thing. That's why I said, oh, I don't feel safe with you anymore. I can't talk to you. And when Duke said that, I said, okay, so I was because that's what I feel. Okay, it's done. I don't know. We would have been beating on each other then. Yeah, see, I'm not. Yeah, I just think relationships shouldn't be that hard. And if we just met and it's already combative, like, Mr. Sassy Pants, I do a whole lot of talking for a living. No. Yeah, I don't know how long, because are they late? They are late. Is this Glenville courtroom? What's going on? In my brother's defense, all light-skinned men aren't like that. Listen, I'm sure. I'm sure this is Well, I would hope not. Okay. Bev and these mics showing out this morning. They always late in the hour. Oh, okay. They said baby Bev is always late. So Bev is Judge Glanville. Because we watched Friday night. We went back and watched when Brian Steele was held in contempt. He asked for a 5-minute comfort break. Baby, he came back in an hour and 10 minutes. An hour and 10 minutes. India said 90% are. I had never experienced that before, like dating someone whose personality was them being light skinned or presumed pretty. Like no. You have to have more to offer. Baby, Glanville ran out, Jaleesa, because leaving for an hour and 10 minutes is crazy. That's crazy. They said Belle won't be late for the breaks. Well, we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. He came back like, Miss Merchant, I'm sorry. Glanville, please stop. Please stop. Jasmine, his one earring just always bothered me. Judge Glanville was just, I'm happy we don't have to go back to him. You have India. I just think men can, I don't know. I didn't know it was like that. It's been a while since I dated, but I said it's fine. I guess it's me and Barchi for a while, child. I can't do all of that. T-Lynn, someone said that to me on Instagram. Morgan, I'm going to assume maybe an hour. I'm going to assume maybe an hour. Key, you don't have to worry about a sassy radar girl because I'm not doing it. I'm okay. I'm going to be chilling for a while. That's what I get because I'm not even ready to be talking to a person. I shouldn't have done it in the first place. Dudes like that, Lauren, like I purposely don't date because I don't feel like I'm really ready. So I don't even know. Just outside doing shit. That's the best way I can explain it to you. Just outside. I don't go out and have a good time. I was having a good time. I was vibing. I'm like, okay. And then it was like, like, no. Just out. Good morning, day. By the time they come on, Princess, you probably will. I didn't know that they were going to be, this is our first time actually sitting here, so I didn't know they were going to be late. Oh, I missed my niece call. She called me back. I must have been outside. What Key, I don't go outside often, but I would just be more particular. I'm not, I told y'all my thing, tall, dark skin, pretty teeth, So if I don't see that, I'm just gonna pass. Goodbye. Multiple YSL attorneys have said the public attention changed the trajectory of the trial too, since he wants to talk about. Well, okay, they're gonna
The 2282 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
So, good morning. I see all counsel are present. I see all counsel. Nobody say anything to Mr. Clark about needing to see me, but I received 4 motions present this weekend that I assume we need to at least talk about.
Sorry, y'all. I had
some. Nobody said anything to Mr. Clark about needing to see me, but I received 4 motions over this weekend that I assume we need to at least talk about briefly. Commonwealth's motion regarding defense opening statement. I think the first two motions we can do quickly. I'm not issuing an order. Mr. Brennan, the defense knows third-party culprit will not be in the opening. If you think that their opening goes beyond it, you can object. Defendant's opposition to the Commonwealth's request for use of independent readers, because there's an objection, the defendant's motion's allowed. So you will not have an independent reader. Is it fair to say that the third and fourth motions, Commonwealth motion to enforce compliance with court's April 16th ACCA discovery order and the Commonwealth's motion to preclude new expert testimony or alternatively to continue the trial date, that those motions will take a little bit of time, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be long in my argument.
I think that I need more information on one of them. And I think we'll do that at the end of the trial. I mean, at the end of today, we'll hear both these motions. Mr. Jackson, I did see that a list of text messages, 100 or so, is in your response to my order on Friday. Did you provide the text messages themselves?
No, Your Honor.
All right. In light of that and the fact that we don't have time, this juror's been waiting for some as many as 3 weeks now, I'm going to prohibit you from mentioning ACCA in your opening statement. And then we'll deal with this later today. I ordered those text messages and they weren't delivered. So we're going to be bringing the jury in. I'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Heard on that, I think the court respectfully may be factually incorrect on a key assumption of what Your Honor is ruling.
5 minutes, Mr. Alessi.
Mr. Jackson couldn't give you the facts. I would like to hear the law back.
That's more than 5 minutes. I'll see you at sidebar. Come up here.
Bev on it. Bev on it already. And listen, yes. Alessi said, I hope I'm saying that right. Alessi. I think that's what I said. He said respectfully, I think you wrong. I think you are wrong. ARCA is the case, Emily. Exactly. ARCA is the case. Like ARCA, to me, we need ARCA. And he should be able to mention it. He should be, I wonder if, they probably still can't say feds, but he can say an independent agency not hired by either of us. Just can't say it in opening. Yeah, I get that, but I still want to hear it. Mayor, you got that notebook, Sharonda? You know I do. It's right here, baby. Right here. Ready. I got my notebook. And I'm ready. But look how she said that. Please, I hope they get her straight because I can't see them messing up on something like this. So Key, is Aaron in here? I've noticed that Karen has been up there for the sidebars too. Is that normal? I know every courtroom is different, but I noticed that maybe the hearing that she was able to go because it wasn't during trial. She would sit at the desk, but during the hearing, she was able to go up there. Yeah, let it begin. Who in the chat can draw the people? I can't believe that lady's still with Paul. Just started. Oh, she denied her earphones. Okay, thank you, Kay. She's at the sidebar because she don't want her to have headphones. Yeah, they had headphones. Yeah. I see now. I didn't remember. I didn't even know they had them in YSL. No, she's able to go, guys. They said Bev didn't want her to have headphones, so she's able to go up there. It's the judge's discretion. Thank you, Aaron. Sometimes they allow it, sometimes they don't. Got it. She probably could. Y'all, this is just crazy. Just started, and here go Bev with these damn sidebars. Remember we used to be able to skip that type of stuff? Yes, ARCA is so big for them, and I get them trying to keep ARCA out, but I really do. I just can't see this team messing up on something like that. So I can't wait. Excuse me. Everybody dressed for Sunday Mass. That's what it looked like. Dressed and ready. Dressed and ready. Is Turtle Boy there? I thought Bev ruled that he just couldn't be in there when there were the witnesses that the charges are with. I thought she said he couldn't come for those. 9, Brianna. Oh, right there. Yep. I think right here. I think that's him right. Yep. I think that's him right there. Yeah, that's him. She said the defense can't talk. Yeah, just in opening statements. But I want them there. I want them to talk about it during opening statements. Yep, that's him back there. But he's a member of the press. He should be able to be there. So I hate all the charges and everything that's going on. But yeah. Samantha, apparently they were supposed to submit something that they didn't submit. So now it looks like they're going to correct her. Hopefully she sees the error of her ways, and they can. Handicap their opening statements right before they go. Emily, right before they, and y'all see Jackson's mouth, he was like, no. AJ's like, no, like, how are you going to do that? She probably up there arguing with them people because she probably was wrong. Look at Paul, y'all. Look at Paul and Aaron. They not froze, child. Everybody just looking over there at that sidebar. Everybody is looking at.
Guys, please.
Paul might be drunk today. I think they say he's going to be the first witness. She messing up my day. I have a call at 11. Well, you're going to miss this because Bev might not start until 11. Bev might not start till 11. That's the funny part. Pretty said they need a seal because the fan is making me dizzy. Well, Paul, I mean, do you guys think and some of you guys may know this already, are the Sullivan sisters coming back? Okay, I wonder what happened too. I wonder what happened, but I think Ben was probably wrong. The fan was death stolen from a CME church. Brianna, goodbye. They were pointless. Hey, just saying, but I wonder, they're no sisters good. Because honestly, their theory that Karen was upset and mad at John O'Keefe and she was jealous, it didn't land for me. It did not land for me. The only text messages that made me look at Karen any type of way were the messages with Brian Higgins, because she knew she was out of order. He was too close to home. She knew she was out of order for those. Kissing him with it, like she was out of order. So the Sullivan sisters, I'm happy they're not coming on. They were pointless. Paul O'Keefe smiled and mouthed something to Karen Reed after that sidebar was finished. This is apparently funny to him. I wonder if this is as funny as that dad bod pic he had in that phone. Turtle Boy tweeted that Paul O'Keefe mouthed to Karen Reed and laughed. Karen Reed, wine down Fridays. I'll be there with my wine. Me too. I gotta go get some, Miss Sheila. My niece, she said she's been seeing a lot of people try wines from Aldi. So she went and got some. It was pretty good. We tried it for the first time last night. So that's kind of something we're doing now, trying to try their different wines. He was wrong. That dad bod pick was funny. Brianna, I really just don't understand still how the family thinks she did it. I don't understand that. It was kind of sweet. I'll send it to you, Jaleesa. The one, no, never trying a White Claw again. His dad bar, yes. Trader Joe. Oh, Trader Joe's has good wine. I don't know if I have a Trader Joe's like near me. There's one in Duluth where I used to live, but yeah. Oh, that's interesting, Bridget. Bridget said on X, she saw an expert is going to testify that Karen's Lexus reverse has a restriction and doesn't reverse over 7 miles per hour. I mean, I don't know if we need all of this, but it all helps, in my opinion. It all helps. They are Ashley. They don't want Arca up there. If Paul keep it up, put him out the courtroom. Put him out the courtroom. He shouldn't be talking to her. No, Duluth, Georgia. Not his wife. Wow. Exactly, Ash. Because I mean, again, though, I'm with the other attorneys. The strategy is the strategy. We'll see. Is the strategy going to be the same this time? You know, coming up with an alternative theory, or are they just poking holes in what the state's theory is? Well, hell, is the state going to have the same theory this go around? You didn't miss it, Heather. Good morning. Good morning, Heather. Paul must have asked where. I got to start reading these before I say them out loud. We need everything we can get because we are here for a second damn time. We are. Maybe you might be right, Ebony. You might be right about that. He probably drunk because why is that even allowed? I don't know what he's doing. But I will say this, if he continues to do it, I hope they put him out the courtroom. Baby, you're going to have to come sit in here and watch this case with us, I guess, Paul. He might be in here with us, pissed. But I still don't understand why they're so, like, are you guys paying attention? Why are you angry with Karen? So, yeah. Here for half of this. I'm only here for half of this. Can witnesses be charged with perjury? Yeah. Mia, did you decide what you're doing for Thursday? Yeah, I'm going on Friday instead of Thursday. Emily, I saved it to watch. I hadn't watched it yet, baby, but maybe I'll get to see it today. But I did see that. She said, put a big black baby in me. And see, that's my problem right there. Cause what? I saw one, she said something about choke her. I said, baby, I'll be getting down in these text messages. Cause what? Emily, I've got to read it all. I saved it to read. I just hadn't read it yet, but I did save it to read it. But put a big black baby in me is insane. Shannon should have blocked her right after that. He's going to have to, Key, because at this point, like, I'm sorry. Nothing about that. I just... Put a big black baby in me is wild. It's wild. Shannon needs to leave it alone. Y'all, they say what Shannon reply after she said that. She said 25K for each cheek. What? What? Y'all, wait a minute. He posted them on his. That might be where I saved it from. Okay, y'all. Well, we got something to do on break. Hold up. Hold on, let me find it, y'all. They want to put this fan up. Oh, we know how to keep busy over here, okay? We know how to keep busy over here. So let's find it. Y'all said it's on Shannon Sharp page. Shannon posted them, y'all. It's Mr. Nasty Time. Y'all, I hate. It's called the OnlyFans. Okay. Girl, Shannon really, that's where I saved it from, Emily. Gabrielle said on October 7th, I know you miss this big, juicy ass. $25K for each cheek. Is he, hey T, is he dating an escort? Is she an escort, y'all? Okay. She said, that was at, I don't see the time. This one at 9:50. Okay. In the lawsuit she filed, I don't know how Tony Busby's still practicing for real, because he seems to be a sleazy attorney, in my opinion. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Only if you put that baby gravy in me, then I can do whatever I want to me. Baby gravy. This Gemma Jones. This is Gemma Jones. She said, I want to put my tongue in your a-hole, then marry you. What the hell? This probably why I haven't texted a man in 2 years. This is what I'm supposed to be saying? That's my daddy. Fuck, I want you to put that big black baby in me. Okay. She said, oh, it's not anymore. You better crave it, because you're going to be stuck with it for life after you put a big black baby in me. Black men got to do better. Y'all got to do better. Y'all have to do better. I'm sorry. Somebody talking to me like that, it definitely makes me feel like you have a fetish, a black man fetish. It's not genuine. It's a fetish. What? What the hell, Leontay? It's a fetish. Why the baby got to be big and black? And if you're white, I'm sorry, you're probably not getting a big black baby. When I hear black, I'm thinking she means chocolate. Maybe she just mean, I don't know. I just think it's a fetish. It's not real attraction. Like it's not real attraction. And I think for Shannon, and this is why I can't mess around with Shannon, because he does ignorant stuff like this. You sitting here now, you want to expose the text messages, but you were entertaining it. You're entertaining it. She not the problem. He is. Facts. You were entertaining it. Yeah, she is, Kiss. She is. And then now he want to expose these. That girl said, I know you missed this big juicy ass. 25 each cheek. Babe, I'm going to start using that line. That is hilarious. The whole time I thought, I don't think he is. I just can't. Like, there's never a time where your partner's race needs to come up when you are sexting. You know, he's way too old for this. Because there's so much I want to say, but I'm on this YouTube channel. I just don't want to say it, child, because just think if the roles were reversed. Can you imagine women, and for lack of a better word, I'm going to say something else. Can you imagine a African-American woman and she's dating a Caucasian man, a white man, and she says, I'm going to put this big black on you? What is attractive about that? I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see why your race has to play a part when you're sexting. I don't understand that one. I don't understand it. That's why I don't date. I wish I would say. Key. Did I tell y'all about LJ playing the game and he said something foolish like that? Oh, God said, LJ, you don't say that word, okay? Shannon has a red room. Not Uncle Netta twin. Miss Dreads, get off the live. Get off the live. Get off the live. Hold on, Emily. I missed your first message, I think. Oh my God. He's gonna have Shannon has to figure out what he's going through. He's almost 60. He's got to figure out what it is he's going through where he will allow someone to talk to him that way. He's got to figure it out. He's got to figure it out. Hey, Junior, trial has not started, Junior. We that's why we talking about everything but court right now. Shannon's got to figure it out. He's got to figure out what he's going through. I'm curious to see if he will be on First Take this morning. I'm sure he will. Men who grew up in the country, like white women, don't miss this fit what we think about Shannon. Shannon, yeah. I remember his little Instagram live fiasco. Shannon, he's got to figure out. I don't know. Does he not love himself? I just don't know. It's nothing wrong with dating outside your race, but damn, Shannon. Damn, the woman said a big black baby. Shannon, come on. Let's land this. It's not sexy, and it's like, Shannon, like that didn't like make a light turn off that you should probably just block the lady and move on. I don't know. Hey, Jen, good morning. I think Shannon's got some insecurities. I agree with that too. I think he asks questions for himself. He probably does. I hate for someone at work to ask me what I'm laughing at right now. Please tell them. Tell them you laughing at Shannon Sharp being asked to give somebody a big black baby. Please tell them that. Yes, very block worthy. But again, I don't know what's going on with Shannon Sharp, child. Some be like, give me the N-word. What? Again, I don't get it, but maybe again, this is why I be in the house. Girl,
You are muted. You are unmuted.
Okay, y'all. We got some action now. That's pretty good. Samantha, I can't wait to see him in action because you guys keep telling me that. I can't wait. You guys love him. I hope I love him too.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham, within and Florida County and Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated. 2282 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Leslie on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Lessie.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have 3 questions I have to ask you because I haven't seen many of you for a long time, and we do appreciate that you are all here, ready, willing, and able to get started early. We sometimes have to deal with a few things before bringing you in, but we do appreciate your patience. So those questions are, were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we last saw you? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we last met? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much.
Jurors, can I have each of you stand and raise your right hands, please? Do each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence and according to the law, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Jurors, hearken to these indictments. Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree in violation of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in their blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicle so that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described to cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13 and a half. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, to go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24, Subsection 2, Subsection A and a half, Subsection 2. To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty, and for trial has put herself upon the country which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you say so and no more. Jurors, hearken to the evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you may inquire during the course of this trial. These comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law that I'll give you at the conclusion of the case. So you'll remember that this is a trial of a criminal case. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death, the indictments that Mr. McDermott just read to you. I'll describe the law in detail at the end of the case and the elements of these charges, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove Ms. Reed guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. And leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death requires the Commonwealth to prove that Ms. Reed knowingly collided with John O'Keefe, that she caused him injury or death, and then she fled the scene. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, please remember that Ms. Reed starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. It is merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime and bringing that person to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law never requires a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I am sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to stop making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, please consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. And finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law, without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish these initial instructions, the Commonwealth, Mr. Brennan, will make his opening statement, then Ms. Reed's lawyer, Mr. Jackson, can choose to make an opening statement or not, because again, remember, the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer does not need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended simply to introduce the main issues in this case to you. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but she is not obliged to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. Let me speak briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see that this case is tried orderly, fairly, and efficiently. It's also my instruction to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. Your function, you folks are the most important people in the courtroom. Your function is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences out of your hearing. These sidebar conferences are not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I may rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question, the term I will use is sustained. You are to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you're to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I'll permit the witness to answer. This happens a lot. You'll find this during the course of the trial. If I let the witness answer the question, but you're not allowed to give the answer any more weight than you would have no objection had been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's the important part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there is a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence under our law. You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. This will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include any exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts that I tell you have been agreed to by both sides, and any facts that I indicate to you may be taken as a matter of common knowledge. Questions to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers which you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. So, if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness's answer is no. Based solely on that question and answer, there is no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I may make, the lawyer's openings and closing arguments, and any comments they may make are not evidence. I will emphasize this point because it's crucial to your understanding of your role. If the lawyers or I make any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence, and your verdict must be based only on the evidence. In Massachusetts, lawyers are not allowed to make comments other than during opening statements and closing arguments. They are permitted only to ask questions, but they cannot comment on the witness's answer. If a lawyer comments, you are to disregard it. In this way, communication in the courtroom is not like everyday conversation. If a lawyer seems to agree or disagree with an answer, or if a lawyer expresses confusion or any other reaction or emotion, you are to give no weight to what that lawyer does. In the interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. In a similar way, any comment I make is not evidence. But of course, you can't disregard what I say when I provide you with instruction or direction. Remember, however, I'm the only one who can instruct you or direct you in any way. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. Now, in this case, I anticipate that we will go by bus to an area that you'll hear about during the trial. You may consider as evidence anything that you observe about the layout of the area, including the scene of the alleged crime when we do go there. I will give you further instructions prior to our leaving for the view. Now, in this case, I'm going to allow you to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because remember, those aren't evidence. If you wish to take notes, you may do so once the evidence begins. Notebooks and pencils will be provided to you. The notebooks will be collected each day, and they'll be locked up, and they will remain confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. Nobody sees them. You're not required to take notes. The choice is entirely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things like that. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion of the trial. So you'll have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, please remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. Do not let note-taking distract from an appreciation of all the evidence. If you have any trouble hearing or seeing during the trial, please raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we'll make any necessary adjustments. We generally take a morning recess at around 11 o'clock or so, but if you need a break at any other time, please raise your hand and let a court officer know. We'll take a break. If you need to communicate with me during the trial, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that you need to, but if you do, please speak with the court officer or give the court officer a note to bring to me. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law, because it is so very important. John Adams famously said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf as an adder to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with great intensity, but unbound by any oath or even any inclination to follow the actual evidence. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury, selected for this trial, will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are. Where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that the rule of law will be upheld. Which leads me to the fact that it is very important that during this trial, until you deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes your family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any specific aspect or any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, and the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet or do anything else to try and find out information from any source outside the confines in this courtroom. Please be very careful with your social media use. Please do not use X or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or Reddit. Though you may never have seen anything about this case before on your social media feed, you cannot control what may pop up. You should also remember that use of these platforms can be public and traceable, and any searches undertaken or information received by you can and likely will be discovered. So please be extremely cautious. If you inadvertently see something about this case, please disregard it and let us know. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We'll go on a view, as I told you, and I'll discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media, social media, or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction. Finally, please continue to keep an open mind. I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you've just taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict, and that's all we ask of you. So it's now time for the opening statements. Mr. Brennan.
Finally, go. Here we go. Hey, push on. Okay, y'all, here we go.
At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter paramedic Timothy Nuttall knew what that meant. His heart skipped a beat, he raced to his equipment, and he picked up his bag, which was meticulous. There was a sign and a signal, and then there was a voice commanding that there was...
I just got to stop to say, what the hell is Frank? What the hell is Hanky doing? His opening is. Did he just say that man heart skipped a beat? Okay. Okay. All right.
It was cardiac arrest. The most serious of calls for a firefighter paramedic, that means that a person's heart has stopped. He didn't know who it was. He didn't know where it was. He took his bag, he had just gotten to the station, and he rushed to the ambulance. He was one of the most senior paramedics that morning. Another paramedic, Anthony Flamati, would be running this mission. He jumped in the back of the ambulance, the door shut, and they headed off to 34th Fairview Road. As they drove, firefighter Nuttall could not see anything. He couldn't hear anything. other than the engine of the ambulance. He could feel it sliding across the road. It was near blizzard conditions. He calmed himself, he steadied himself. This is what the firefighters and paramedics are trained to do, to focus.
Yes.
And he focused on his task. He looked around the back of the ambulance to make sure all the tools were in place. The ambulance was meticulous as well. This was Anthony Flamatti's ambulance, and it was well stocked. He calmed himself, and he thought about what was going to happen. What should he be looking for? What is his next steps? He played the scenarios through his mind, and Harry Calm was above him. As the car pulled up the 34 Fairview, the ambulance, he stood at the back door, the doors open, and he stepped out into Bedlam. He could hear a woman screaming and shrieking, the cold, hard air slapping on his face, and the wind, blizzard conditions swirling around him. You will hear him tell you how he trudged towards those screams in the darkness to snow. And when he got there, he saw 3 women surrounding a man lying, not moving on the ground. He walked up to the man and he reached down and he tried to find any signs of life, pulse, anything. And he found nothing. And he got up and he walked over to the woman and he walked over to that defendant, Karen Lee. And he told her that he thinks that man was gone.
He did.
And then he heard the yell from Anthony Flamatti, the chief. And he said, come back, let's go. Because you'll learn that in the cold, even if somebody's heart stops, even if they're presumed to have passed, sometimes you can still save a life. So you'll see on a dash cam video, you'll hear from testimony, he went back to that man who's John O'Keefe.
No, he didn't do that.
Back to him, and that crew coordinated effort. They did everything they could to save his life. They got on their knees, they began CPR, and firefighter Nuttall will explain as he kneeled over John O'Keefe. He looked up, and the defendant approached him, and you'll see it on the video. Now, he wanted any information, because when you're trying to save someone, you want to know, are they on drugs, medication, do they have a heart condition? And he looked up at Miss Reed, and he said, what happened? And you'll hear her words to firefighter Nuttall. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And it was at that time, through the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. Now, those words didn't mean anything to firefighter Nuttall. They weren't in context, they didn't reconcile with the injuries, they didn't help him in his treatment, so he ignored it. Now, firefighter Nuttall is not a police officer. He is not an investigator, he is not a detective. He's a first responder. And so he takes that information that was useless to him. He continues to work on John O'Keefe, trying to save his life. You'll see the team put him on a stretcher. And when they lift him from the ground, even though there is snow accumulating, underneath John O'Keefe is simply grass, hard ground.
Hard
frozen.
ground.
And beneath his body lays his cell phone. They bring him to the ambulance, and while they bring him to the ambulance, you'll see on the videos that other first responders speak to the defendant. One first responder, Mr. Flamatti, she will say, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. And then she was interviewed or asked questions for background information, not a criminal investigation, just background to try to help John. And she was asked questions about his background, and during that conversation, you won't hear her see the defendant was a person by the name of Jen McCabe and a firefighter McLaughlin. And she tells Fire McLaughlin, the third first responder, I hit him.
Oh, okay. Okay, you gotta be
They bring Mr. O'Keefe to Good Samaritan Hospital, and his body is cold. The doctors work feverishly. They treat him, trying to save him. They try to warm his core. And unfortunately, firefighter Nuttall's first instinct was accurate. John O'Keefe passed. So why are we here today? We are here today because John O'Keefe was killed by the actions and conduct of that defendant, Karen Lee. You will learn through this case, through facts, science, and data, you will learn that on January 29th, 2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were in front of 34 Fairview Road, all the way to the left side in a dark corner near a flagpole, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car. He got out and he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant. That argument, that anger fueled by heavy intoxication, you will learn from the science and data as he stood by the side of the road, the defendant in her SUV drove away. She drove at least 35 feet away. The argument was over. It had ended. But then she stopped. She stopped. She put the Lexus into neutral, and she waited 2 seconds. And the facts and the science and data will tell you that despite the fact the argument was over, she then put the Lexus into reverse, put her foot on the gas pedal, and began to press, not 25%, not 50%, up to 75% acceleration. There was a light dusting of snow. The Lexus tire spun backwards. She went backwards at least 70 feet. She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards, hit his head, broke his skull, and there he lay at the corner of Fairview Road, on the ground, lying on top of his cell phone, alone. And then the defendant will later tell that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded, yet he was. And she simply drove away. Now, before I tell you about the data and the facts and the science, and I walk you through that, I'd like to tell you a little bit about John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was a young man, a local kid, very well liked, loved. John O'Keefe is the son of Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe Sr., and the brother of Paul O'Keefe. Grew up in Canton, worked hard, he became a police officer. But what you're going to learn, the fact that he worked for the Boston police officer, as a Boston police officer, was just a fraction of his life. It was a small, really unimportant part, because the biggest part of John O'Keefe is he was a family man. Not in the traditional sense. You see, John O'Keefe never had biological children. John O'Keefe was never married. But John O'Keefe had a sister, and she had 2 children. And when the children were 6 and 3 years old, his sister unfortunately died. And shortly after, his sister's husband died. John O'Keefe was a help. He didn't sit by. He saw these 2 recently orphaned children, and he stepped in and he said he was going to raise them. So he put aside his career, he put aside his job, and he moved in with the children and raised them like they were his home. They were his passions, his love. He was a new parent, successes, failures, like all parents. And he raised the children with the help of people in the community, with the help of his brother, with the help of his family. And they led a good life. Enter Karen Reed. Around COVID, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe reacquainted, and they started a relationship. And you'll hear that even though the defendant had her own home, she was staying with Mr. O'Keefe a lot, 4, 5, 6 times a week. And to most of the world, it was a pretty good relationship. They spent time together, they did activities with the children together. She helped with driving the children, feeding the children. It was a steady relationship until about the beginning of 2022. And then things began to unravel. There was tension, there was arguments. In fact, just a few days before this incident, you'll hear that Mr. O'Keefe asked her to leave. But she wouldn't. You're going to be able to read text messages of their conversations on January 28, 2022, and you will see the tension and the unraveling of the relationship. You will read about the discord between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. You will see that when he would ignore her calls, they would become incessant. When he would try to push away, she would come closer. You will read those text messages and you will realize that this was the beginning of the end of this relationship. that night, they decided they would go out together. I want to tell you something about data and science before we get to that night. I mentioned that underneath John's body was a cell phone. A cell phone is an amazing piece of technology. It is like a computer. It carries extraordinary data. And when they found the cell phone, the only companion John O'Keefe that night, they studied the cell phone, and there'll be some remarkable data that you will use in this case to find the truth. I want to mention 3 different things you will find in a cell phone that are critical to this case. The first is called location data. Waze we've all heard of, Google Maps. Well, at some point that night, John put his Waze on, and Waze is like a breadcrumb that will show exactly where the phone goes second by second. It is the strongest, most accurate location data that you can have. And that night, John was using Waze. It also will have healthcare data. Healthcare data will show when somebody is moving. Sometimes it's qualified as steps, but it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's stepping. Moving their arms, walking, turning. It doesn't show what direction or how far, but it shows movement of a person. Healthcare. And the third thing, remarkably, it will be an expert in this case, who found the data file on the phone, and it tracks the temperature of the cell phone battery. That will be critical to your analysis in this case, the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so with that, I want to take you back to this timeline of that night. After the discord, both the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe decided they would meet at a bar called McCarthy's. Now, McCarthy's is a local bar of visitors pending, and people are getting together in a celebratory mood. They go to McCarthy's, and you'll see a video of McCarthy's, and you will watch both Mr. O'Keefe, friends, and the defendant drinking alcohol. And you will count 8 vodka drinks that the defendant drank. They arrived at 8:50, they stayed till 9:45. She consumed at least 7 of those drinks in less than 2 hours. The last drink, you'll see when they leave the bar, she puts it under her jacket, and they walk out and they go to another bar to meet other friends called the Waterfall. They reach the Waterfall sometime around 10 p.m. And when they go into the Waterfall, you'll see a video. And when I said celebratory mood, you will see a group of friends of John O'Keefe, many who are friends with Karen through John, and you'll see them clapping and happy and joyous that they're there. You'll see many hugs between John O'Keefe and his friends and the defendant and many of the people there. And they spend some time together, they're drinking, and they all do a shot. So that will be at least the 8th drink within 3 hours that you consume. You will see from the data, not just the cell phone data, but there's some other very important data. And the other piece of data that goes hand in glove with the cell phone is information on the defendant's Lexus vehicle chips. You might have heard of black box in an airplane, or there's some type of event that captures a small amount of time. Well, that was captured in the defendant's Lexus. That black box information with the cell phone data will tell you everything you need to know in this case. That will bring us step by step through the entire night to the death of John O'Keefe. And so they leave the Waterfall bar at 12:12, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant's Lexus. And both John O'Keefe and the defendant in the car, and they decide that they're going to go back to 34 Fairview Road, that we talked about earlier. They're going to go there for a get-together for one of the homeowner's sons who's having a birthday party. And so as they drive back, you will be able to follow them with this location data. When they go back to Fairview, they don't know exactly where it is, and they get lost. And so John O'Keefe makes a phone call, has a phone call with one of his friends, Jen McCabe. And during that phone call, which the defendant listens to because she recounts it, and trying to get directions, Jen McCabe tells John O'Keefe it's near Bella's mom's house. You'll learn that Bella, or her mom, was somebody that John had dated before. And so as they make their way to Fairview, you will see there's a road that comes down like a loop and that leads to Fairview. You take a wrong turn on the loop, and then they do a 3-point turn in the driveway. You'll see the exact precise driveway they turn into because some type of acceleration movement triggered that black box in the Lexus. And that's important. Keep that 7 minutes before the collision. And you'll see from the waves exactly where the car was. You'll see from the black box the event of the 3-point turn in the driveway, and then a return down the Fairview. But before they get there, at 12:23, a truck is coming the other way. And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights. One of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, will appear because of the waves and be counted second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard in the corner where there's a tree line and a flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car and they stay there. The truck waits, they speak to somebody in the house and come out.
Now, y'all know I try not to stop, but did y'all hear what time he just said? He said 12:34:33. How could she be at that house at 12:34:33? So y'all, they have changed the timeline. If she connects to Wi-Fi at 12:36, now it's 12:30. Now she's still in front of the house at 12:34. Y'all got to make it so it only takes 2 minutes in a blizzard to get to John's house from the Albert's home.
The person goes back in the house and they're for about 5 minutes.
Let's switch the time.
We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck leaves, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside, 12:27, John gets a text from Kevin Cave. Park behind us in the driveway. 12:29, she texts again. Are you coming in? You'll hear that Kevin Cave and others look out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It's snowy, it's dark, it's windy, they're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. He will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message he generated. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall bar, you see that he's in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds he will move before he lies dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently. There's a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see through the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse with the tires spinning right towards him. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells the firefighter, I'm sad because our last moments were fighting. She drives away. They said she's made later statements that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone, light dusting of snow, the snow now picking up. And he's just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes, drops.
Yeah, that's not me. That's the let me see.
She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message. You'll hear it.
Yes.
And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. Joanna, fucking.
Now let me see by Court TV. Because that's not me, that's the stream. I'll come back to law and crime after we get on break, because let me go back.
9, the defendant leaves another message.
Y'all, this is kind of low.
Now, she hasn't spoken to anybody. Nobody has spoken to her. But her message, you'll learn the message says, John, nobody knows where you are. And this is where the plot in the cover-up begins.
Hold on, y'all. That one, y'all, hold on. Let me go. I'm pulling Court TV up because the law and crime chat keeps freezing and the other one is too low. So just a second.
She left. The night wears on. It's now 1:07. Battery temperature. That John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus.
I went back, y'all.
Because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56.
I went to Court TV, y'all.
12:31:56, he begins to move. He will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus. And in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone.
I went back to
text message to Jennifer Page. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall.
I feel like this kind of low too.
And at that time, 12:32:09 last year, he has 7 more seconds to move before he lies dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently. There's a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. We'll see the data at that time when he makes his last movements with the phone is when her car leaves 34 feet at least. Stops.
Yeah, this is super low.
And then shoots into reverse with the tire spinning right towards him. Right where he went out. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells a firefighter, I'm sad because our last moments were fighting.
Hold on, y'all. I'm so sorry, but that is. I think it's the courtroom because the Associated Press is low too.
She drives away. They said she's made later statements that when she left, he did.
Oh, let me say this. Hey, Hope. Y'all think it's the feed because everyone that I've gone to, they're all low right now. I don't know what's going on, but they all low. Court TV, Associated Press, and the other news channel, they're all low right now for some reason.
He looked mortally wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone. Light dusting of snow, the snow now picking up. And he's just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes, it drops to 70 degrees. She drives to his house. She makes a phone call at 12:33 after she's left there. She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message. You'll hear it. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. John, I fucking hate you.
Why?
You will hear the simmering. And she leaves that message. He lies on the side of the road. He gets another text message that's unanswered. 12:45. Battery temperature.
Megan, this is terrible.
He gets almost 40 calls from the defendant that night. His phone rings, but he never answers. You'll hear from an expert that the light never initiates, the healthcare data never moves. Gone alone with his only again in his phone. At 12:53, cell phone drops to almost 60 degrees. 12:59, the defendant leaves another message on John's phone. Now,
Thank you,
hasn't spoken to
Kat.
anybody. Nobody has spoken to her, but her message. Now, you'll learn the message says, John, nobody knows where you are. And this is where the plot in the cover-up begins. The evidence will make clear that she knew he was there. But she did not call 911. She did not go back to him. She did not leave an anonymous tip. She left. The night wears on. It's now 1:07. Battery temperature 55 degrees. 1:14, she calls her mother. No answer. 1:14:53. Battery temperature 50 degrees. The defendant had communicated on her phone as well, but you'll hear that it stops around that time. And you later learn that she admits to a fall asleep passing out. But then she wakes. It's 5 o'clock. She is frantic. She wakes up John's niece, and she is unintelligible. She is yelling, she's screaming, she asks for the niece to call Jen McCabe. She calls Jen McCabe, and you'll hear Jen McCabe recount out of a deep sleep. She wakes up and she hears, Jen, Jen, Jen.
Oh, hell. Now Hank is doing the Jen.
Screaming Jen's name. John's dead. Hank up the phone. Jen McCabe. Called down.
This is
And
too
then she,
much.
what's going on? And she said, well, I left him at the waterfall.
Yeah.
Oh, Jen McCabe, I left him at the waterfall.
Then why would Jen agree?
Jen called back and says, you saw you up front. You didn't leave me at the waterfall. She hangs up. She then minutes later calls another person, Terry Roberts, a friend of John O'Keefe. Someone who's not friends with the defendant, but they know because they helped raise the kids when they interacted. She had nothing to do with the night before, wasn't at the bars, was home with her family. She calls her and says, I think John got hit by a fly. I think he's dead. Now, Terry, with that information, calls 911.
Why would she say a clown?
You can hear her voice. She's concerned. Not him. And then she gets another call from the defendant. And she tells the defendant, come to my house.
Kira, I'm
I
lost.
will help you look for him. And the defendant says, I was so drunk last night, I don't remember anything.
She probably did.
Waiting for her to arrive, she learns she doesn't arrive. Instead, the defendant goes to Jen McCabe's house. Terry Roberts, the other friend, then goes to Jen McCabe's house, pulled behind the car. And when she does, she's on Bluetooth, and she can hear the defendant saying, my taillight's broken, my taillight's broken. And she looks, and the snow pack in the right taillight, taillight missing. The defendant desperately wants to go to 34th Fairview Road, but Terry Roberts takes over and says, we're going to go back to John's house. Maybe he's in the house and we didn't see him. So both cars, driven by Terry Roberts and then Jen McCabe, with the defendant, go back to John O'Keefe's house. You'll see a ring video where you see them go into the house and they look around, and you'll hear about the woman, Jen and Terry, enlisted into this task. Look for John O'Keefe. They cannot find
everything.
him. And then when Terry Roberts comes into a room, she sees, rather than looking, the defendant simply standing there, staring at the wall. At that point, the defendant insists they got to go back to Fairview Road. They decide to take one car. Terry Roberts is taking charge. She's going to drive. They leave Mr. Lexus and John O'Keefe's driveway, and they drive back towards 34th Fairview Road. You'll hear it is blizzard-like conditions. It is dark. They can barely see a thing.
No, it's
And when
Julie.
they get close to the edge of 34th Fairview, you hear the defendant start to scream, there he is. Both women look and they can't see anything. She starts kicking the door. The defendant's kicking the door, let me out. Terry Roberts stops the car and lets her out, and she sees the defendant run. Exactly.
It was their idea, Keith.
In the darkness.
Jen's probably.
Terry gets out of the car, starts to walk
His
towards
times are off.
where the defendant is, and she sees the defendant lying on a body. She can't tell who it is because the face is still covered with snow. And she comes over and looks, and she wipes off the snow from John O'Keefe's face. She realizes it's one of her best friends in the world, is John O'Keefe. And she starts to try to do first aid. They start to move him, and coincidentally at 6:06, when they start to move him, The cold air hits that cell phone battery, it drops from 50 to 43 degrees. And they try, Jim McCabe calls 911. And that's when a police officer arrives, firefighter Nuttall and his crew. And when they lift him, that cell phone battery that's shut down to 37 degrees, Kerry Roberts picks it up, puts it in her pocket, and it immediately starts to warm as she moves to help get data, showing movement starts again.
Kaylane, he's pushing it this
At
whole
that point, nobody knows what happened. The Canton Police Department come, you can see the police cars and cruisers. They're not sure, so they look in the area where John's body is and find a glass from the bar near his body. They find blood spots, they try to put the blood spots in plastic containers. They don't know what they're looking for at this point. There's no information. They don't believe or know that there's a crime. They just know that John O'Keefe somehow ended up here with the broken glass and the blood.
She ain't gonna be up there.
And so that morning,
again.
you can see the work of the Canton Police Department try to uncover a little bit around his body to see what they could find, which was very little. And then Terry Roberts goes and picks up Peggy O'Keefe, tells her the news, and they go to the hospital. They go to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and Terry Roberts is walking. Peggy O'Keefe is going to go see her son with her husband. And as she walks down the hall, Karen Reed is also in the hospital. See, there was some reports of maybe she was upset or suicidal, so they sectioned her, put her in for evaluation to make sure she was safe. You'll hear Peggy O'Keefe tell her she walked down the hall, was her son. The defendant screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" As she walked by Karen Reed, she stopped and she said, "Karen, what happened?" You'll hear that Karen was excited and yelling, "Is he dead?" She stops her excitement. What's going? Doesn't say a word. Peggy pays respects to her son, and then she has to go back home because she has to tell the children. Now, while she's out, the Canton Police Department sent an officer to the house to make sure the children are safe because they're alone at their home. And when the officer pulls in, he doesn't notice anything. You see on the dash cam, his dash cam video notices something. That tail light has a big missing piece to it. They can't find the children. Ultimately, Peggy comes home, a friend can take it down, and they bring the nephew home, and he is distraught. And then Peggy hears a knock on the door. It is the defendant and her father. They want to come in.
Duh.
They come in, no condolences to Peggy. And they ask, "Can we go upstairs to John's room?" And she's busy consoling her.
I think it's worse than Lally too.
They go upstairs, they're upstairs for about 15 minutes. They come down, quickly they leave. Now they got there from the defendant's father, drove his wife and the father to that house. But when they leave, they take two cars. They take the Lexus with the broken tail light with them back to the defendant's father's house. And you learn that when police start getting some of the information, they learn about the broken tail light, they learn information that she had told people that she had hit him. They went down to see her. And on their way down, they decided they would get a warrant to take the Lexus. When they get down to Dighton, where the car is, you'll hear from Trooper Lieutenant, who took a look and see the missing tail light. They went in and spoke briefly to the defendant. They took the car, they brought it back to Canton. And so, what to learn from the forensic evidence that will help with the science data is that not only was the cell phone left behind, but also around that area, broken tail light was littered around John O'Keefe's body.
Oh.
Littered around that area. When they got to the hospital, they noticed there was a shoe missing. As time went by, snow melted, they dug the excavations, they found the shoe
Very hard to follow in.
on a little berm on the border between the street and the grass. You'll learn days later when they did a plant excavation, they found his hat frozen into the ground. ultimately, they would find over the course of 10 days that the snow melted almost all every piece of that broken tail light in that area. Hat, the sneaker, the glass. When the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe behind, he took with her something of Mr. O'Keefe called trace evidence. You'll learn on the back of her Lexus, around the taillight area, is John's DNA.
Oh God!
Side,
Oh.
grasping one last piece of John O'Keefe's hair. Now, John O'Keefe fell backwards and hit his head after he was hit by a car. And you're going to hear from a very renowned doctor and neurosurgeon who's treated thousands and thousands.
Balance.
And the wound on the back of the head.
Hey guys, I don't know if you noticed how loud it got when he stood by the mic. It's low everywhere because he's not using a microphone. For whatever reason, he's not staying at that podium. So that's why it's low. That's why I think he got loud just a second, but it's him, not the stream.
And when he fell backwards, on the cracked skull, it's called a basal fracture. It created an injury called countercoup.
No problem, Val.
By a car and fell backwards and hit his head on that hard rock ground. Remember, there's no snow, it's just a dusting at this point. The back of his brain hits the back of his skull and bounces up.
And what happened with the stretch thing?
These marks showing that impact. And this neurosurgeon will tell you, treated thousands of patients, that this injury, with reasonable degree of medical certainty, is countercoup caused by falling backwards in your head. When the medical examiner for the state looked at it, they generally said blunt force trauma. They had it undetermined. So we brought it to the renowned neurosurgeon who does exactly this. You're also going to hear from an accident reconstruction named Doug Welch. He does not work for the state police or local police. He was hired to take a look at this case and the data. He will come in and explain to you exactly what I talked about, how the data from that black box coincides with the cell phone and the movements of the car.
He said you were calling out.
During and after the defendant struck O'Keefe with her car.
He said
Now,
you were calling out.
just a few more things I want to share with you. There are 3 charges against the defendant in this case. The first one, second-degree murder. When most people hear murder, they instantly think shooting somebody, stabbing somebody, bringing with a bit of premeditation. Or I will instruct you on the law. I'm not going to trample in that area, but I can tell you clearly, we are not going to try to prove that Karen Reed tried to kill John O'Keefe. We're not going to try to prove that she intended or wanted him dead. That's not second-degree murder. What we'll prove to you is she engaged in an intentional act, driving back at him at that speed, in the storm, in the darkness, knowing that he had just gotten out of her Lexus. She intended that act would cause a plain, strong likelihood of death. That's what we'll prove to you, second-degree murder. Also, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter will prove to you that she drove her Lexus recklessly. She hit John O'Keefe, and because she hit him and he fell back, she caused his death. The third charge is the scene act knowingly causing death. Again, she hit Mr. O'Keefe with a car. She knew he was injured. She left him behind. He died.
Your cake is a
This
bit.
case will come down to the science and the data. The science and the data that cell phone is the best of historians. It doesn't suffer from intoxication. It doesn't suffer from memory loss. It doesn't suffer from emotion, pride, or prejudice. It is facts. It is data. And that facts and data will lead you to the truth in this case. But after Ms. Reed was charged, she began what you'll learn as a campaign.
Oh,
Campaign
what?
to make public statements. 2020, Nightline, Fox 25,
See, she should have shut her ass up.
documentary. And we've had an opportunity to get many of the statements in the footage, and we're going to show much of it. And her statements
She
to you
should have done
will
that shit.
confirm what you already know from the science and the data, what you will already conclude from the facts independent about what she did that night. Her word is confirmed. That your judgment is sound. And you're going to hear from her own lips and many of her statements. her admissions to
She shouldn't
extraordinary
have done them.
intoxication,
She
her
shouldn't have done
admissions
it.
to driving the arrest, her admissions to being angry at dawn that night. And I dare say her admissions that she told. Like a slate you clip one, you're going to hear the first of the statements that she made after she was charged.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in his drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this would have been the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
She's saying, could that have happened? That's what she was thinking, Hanky. Karen should have just. She did say, could I, Kay?
I simply ask you to follow the evidence, follow the science, follow the data. Ignore speculation, surmise, conjecture. Stay true to the evidence. It will lead you to the truth. That on January 29th, 2022, a very intoxicated defendant was angry and arguing about the relationship with John O'Keefe. And after the fight was over, she left, but she brought the fight back to him in the form of her SUV. She clipped him, he fell backwards, he broke his head, and then this man who helped a lifetime of help was left at the corner of that yard, left to die with no help. If that's the data and the evidence.
Yep.
Will bring you to
Mia
the truth.
speculating.
In the defendant's own words, from everything you learned.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Come on, AJ.
Could I have just a moment to readjust?
Sure, the court officers will be kind enough to help.
Ooh, AJ, look at that tie. Come on, friend. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready now. She said, praise the Lord. Okay, y'all, it's time.
May I, Your Honor?
If
The
you're
evidence in this case will establish above everything else 3 points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision.
Ooh, I hear you. I see what you did there too.
John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle, period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, folks, there was no collision with John O'Keefe. So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts state police officer named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case. And he was talking about a fellow officer, a fellow cop who owned the property where John O'Keefe's body was found.
Case closed.
Text message with a buddy. Question, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer,
Nope.
nope. He's a Boston cop too. That quote defines the lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution.
Yeah, come on.
During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic and tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation that was riddled with errors from the beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start, corrupted by bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it. And they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances, emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window. Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder himself, never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about, never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need, never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses. He never properly collected evidence. He never secured the evidence. He never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home. He never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of Michael Proctor's actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight. You'll have questions about that conduct. During the course of this trial, you'll find that the Commonwealth will not have answers. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, one that is spread through the investigation. It's spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor. Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement.
They don't want to talk about him.
Not once. And I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it. The evidence will show in this case that Michael Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case.
Because why didn't you talk about him? Come on.
And he's also their Achilles heel.
Mm-hmm.
He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. Investigated, suspended, and fired. The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found him guilty, found Michael Proctor guilty of bringing dishonor to the department for his conduct, not in some other case, not in some tangential case, in this case. The investigation of Karen Reed. Conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it, every bit of it. You'll hear that within hours of a Boston police officer being found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, who had investigated exactly nothing up to this point, right at the beginning, made an early pronouncement that Brian Albert himself was not going to, quote, catch any shit, end quote. And that was for one reason and one reason only. He's a Boston cop. The evidence will show that Michael Proctor made this statement in a text conversation with his high school buddies. A text he never thought would see the light of day, certainly never thought we would get a hold of. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud. He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, rank has its privileges. And the evidence will show that's privileges that you don't get and I don't get. But apparently a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, and his friends, they do get. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, he didn't care about finding the truth. In his world, his priority was to protect the brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Albert's house that night. I want to take a step back, if I could, and spend the next few minutes talking a little bit more detail about what the actual facts in this case will show, not based on speculation, not based on surmise, not based on guesswork or conjecture, but the actual true facts that you will learn through the course of this trial. On January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John and Karen had made plans to meet up with friends for drinks. It was a happy and normal night for them. They were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits, nothing out of the ordinary. They started at a local watering hole called C.F. McCarthy's. You've heard that name before and you'll hear it again. And eventually they made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, another bar where they ended up. When they got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the Albert family was already there, already heavily drinking. You'll learn that this was no ordinary family, the Alberts. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Brian Albert was there at the waterfall. You'll hear that he's a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there with him. His brother, Chris Albert, a powerful Canton politician. He sits on the select board. The select board actually governs the police department, the Canton PD. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, was there. Their daughter, Caitlin Albert, was there. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, was also there. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. You'll learn that a man by the name of Brian Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and longtime friend, longtime pal of Brian Albert, he was also there. And the two of them, the two Brians, had been drinking most of the night together. You'll see video footage from the waterfall, which will show you that Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Just business as usual, out on a date on a Friday night. But that exact same video footage which lead investigator Michael Proctor plainly chose to ignore that video footage. It paints a very different picture of Brian Higgins. You'll learn that Higgins had romantic designs for Karen. That becomes important. Brian Higgins had engaged Karen in flirtatious texts, but days earlier, she had put a stop to it. She had ghosted him, in common parlance. In other words, just ignored him. The evidence will show that the first time he saw her and was in her presence after being rejected by her was when she walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill along with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At 11:58 p.m., just minutes before John ultimately arrived at the Albert residence, you'll see a video at the Waterfall of an unsettling interaction, troubling interaction between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. And unlike the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, in this case, you won't ignore that evidence. As the bar was closing around 12 midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house for a get-together to just keep the night going. And you'll learn that Karen and John ultimately pulled up to the house. They got out of the SUV to make sure they had the right address. You see, neither John nor Karen had ever been to 34 Fairview. They weren't even sure they were at the right address. And the evidence will establish that John got out of the SUV and went into the house. Let me say that again. The facts unequivocally, the data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night. Eyewitnesses and forensic data will establish that fact. When he didn't come back out, you'll learn that Karen grew increasingly frustrated. She got upset. She was left alone in a car in the cold, in the middle of the night, with the car idling. John had gone into the house. She expected him to come right back out. And when he didn't, seconds turned into minutes, and minutes started to clock away. She left John a voicemail, then another voicemail, voicemail after voicemail after voicemail, text messages. But he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. The Commonwealth will intimate, as they already have in their opening statement, that these voicemails are evidence that the two were fighting. The actual evidence in this case, however, will show the exact opposite. You'll hear that Karen was very agitated. You'll hear some voicemails where she's swearing. You'll hear voicemails where she calls him names. There's name calling. But you'll also hear the context of those voicemails. And every single one of them, every single one of those voicemails was left for John after he failed to come back out of the house, after he failed to respond to her voicemails and to her texts. Karen believed John had just left her sitting there, grabbed a beer, was partying with his friends. The evidence will actually show that John and Karen never had a crossword, not a single crossword that entire evening before he left that SUV and went inside the house. And you will learn what Karen had absolutely no way of knowing at the time. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond to her. It's that he couldn't respond to her. And the evidence will show you why. Let's talk about that. We'll introduce you to a doctor named Elizabeth Lopesada, a renowned forensic pathologist, a medical examiner, and a professor at Brown University. She will tell you that the injury to the back of John's head, first of all, was immediately incapacitating. And that has meaning. At the moment he suffered that fatal head injury, he couldn't walk, talk, grab his phone, cry for help, nothing. He was completely incapacitated, completely unconscious from the moment he suffered that injury. He was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything. But the doctor will tell you something more, and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not suffer from hypothermia, as the Commonwealth will undoubtedly allege. His body showed no signs of it. No frostbite, no cold-induced injuries to his organs.
Somebody said this.
No damage.
Liv, it might be you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence and the medical evidence will establish that John O'Keefe had to be injured somewhere else, somewhere warmer, and his body had to have been moved out into the cold.
What the hell finna pop off?
And that's where, ultimately at 6 a.m., Karen found him the next morning. You will learn that John did not have a single injury consistent with being hit by a car. Let me say that again. The evidence will establish that John did not suffer a single injury on his body consistent with having been hit by a car. Not one. You'll learn that John's torso, his ribs, his chest, his arms, his hips, his legs, his knees, his ankles, his feet, all of them, no broken bones, no fractures, no contusions, no torn ligaments, no internal injuries, not even a bruise. Nothing consistent with a car accident, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was slammed into by a 6,000-pound SUV. Not a bruise. Dr. LaPosada will tell you with medical certainty that, in fact, John was not struck by a vehicle. Medically and scientifically, he could not have been struck by a vehicle. Therefore, as I said, there was no collision. She will tell you that the patterned abrasions on John's right arm, the patterned abrasions you see over my left shoulder, they're not the result of being struck by a car or a taillight. You'll take one look at these injuries and you'll agree with Dr. LaPosada. The evidence will show that these injuries are from an animal, like a large dog, like the large dog that was inside the Albert house that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert has actually admitted that his large dog, the family dog, is, quote, not good with strangers. And of course, John, never having been to the house before, was a stranger that night.
Right there, Hope.
You'll also learn that oddly, very oddly, after having their family pet for 7 years,
I could never.
a short time after this incident, the Alberts got rid of that dog.
Sure did.
They called it rehoming her. But she was gone.
We ain't never seen her again.
Dr. LaPosada will also tell you that the injury to John's head was not the result of falling backward onto a flat lawn, cold or otherwise. Rather, Dr. LaPosada will tell you with medical certainty that the injury pattern to his scalp was produced by an impact from a raised or ledged surface, a surface that does not exist on Brian Albert's front lawn where John was found. The medical evidence will establish no hypothermia, no injuries from a car strike, no collision with a motor vehicle.
Hypothermia is crazy.
And forensic analysis of John's cell phone, Mr. Brennan mentioned that in his opening statement. The Commonwealth's own expert will ultimately support the exact facts that I just told you, including the temperature data. John O'Keefe was injured someplace warmer, and he was moved. That alone is reasonable doubt.
How they know he was
There's much more. You'll also learn that there were many people at that after-hours gathering at Brian Albert's house who would have left by the front door just feet from where John O'Keefe's body would have ultimately been had he actually been there right after 12:30 a.m., which is what the Commonwealth's claim is. There were nearly a dozen people who walked out that front door directly adjacent to the precise spot where John O'Keefe would have been lying. Not a single person, not one, not a single person saw a 6'2", 216-pound man laying sprawled in the front lawn in dark clothing on a light white dusting of snow. Not one. Then the evidence will also show that every one of those same people drove by that same spot, not walked by it, drove by it to leave the house, and still not one of them saw John laying in the yard when they left between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning.
I think so.
But you know who else you'll find never saw a body on that lawn? The snowplow driver, a completely independent witness charged with plowing the streets in Canton that night. You'll hear that Michael Proctor, he's not done yet, Mr. Proctor. You'll hear that Michael Proctor wrote a report where he claimed that Fairview had not been plowed that night. You'll learn that that was completely false. That was a lie. Michael Proctor did not want any more witnesses. He didn't want the truth. And he falsely claimed that the road was never plowed. You'll learn that he wouldn't look for the plow driver, but we did. And we found, and we'll introduce you to, Brian Loughran. He plowed Fairview that night, and what he's going to tell you is that there was no body on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin passed by 34 Fairview, traveling right next to Brian Albert's front yard, and at 2:30 a.m., John O'Keefe was not there. But you'll see that the plow driver also provides some other troubling information, troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 a.m., he showed up with his plow an hour later.
Mm-hmm.
He stopped at the entrance of Fairview. He was looking up Fairview to decide whether or not to plow it, but he saw an obstruction. At 3:30 a.m., he looked down the street, and in the very spot precisely where Karen would later find John's body laying at 6 a.m., there was a car parked in front of it, a Ford Edge.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to ask yourself, who's moving a car at 3:30 in the morning
Doing
into a blizzard on the side of the road? You'll learn that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, intentionally ignored this fact as well. He did no investigation to find out who owned a Ford Edge, but again, we did. And the evidence will establish that Ford Edge happens to be a favorite model of the Albert family. More than one Albert owned a Ford Edge at the time. You'll learn that those facts will add to the mounting and the overwhelming evidence that there was no collision and John O'Keefe's body was moved onto that lawn.
Problem.
You'll find that this is yet additional reasonable doubt in the case. You'll be introduced to science and physics, even from the Commonwealth's own experts. That science will establish that Karen Reed's SUV was not damaged by hitting a pedestrian, and conversely, John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from being struck by a vehicle.
My bad, y'all.
The Commonwealth mentioned triggering events, but what you'll actually learn from the experts, some of them the Commonwealth's own experts, is that a triggering event is not evidence of an accident. It does not evidence a collision. That's why we're here. A collision. And there's no evidence of one. Zero. You'll also find that those exact sort of triggering events that the Commonwealth will rely on
I just put
relatively commonplace on Karen's SUV, and none of them are associated with a claim of a collision. Folks, the science will not lie, and the physics cannot lie. And that science will tell you with certainty there was no collision with John O'Keefe. You'll add that to that rising mountain of reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take you back to the night in question, January 29th, for just a few minutes. Remember, Karen had gone home after dropping off John and John walking to the house. While Karen was asleep at home with John's 13-year-old niece, what were the people who had been at Brian Albert's house that night? What were they doing?
Let's talk about it.
While she slept, what you'll find and what the evidence will show is that they were extremely busy. You'll learn that after a long night of heavy drinking, Brian Higgins left the Albert residence, but he didn't drive home. Rather, he drove over to the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office at about 1:25 a.m. Not a Canton police officer, but he kept an office there. Why go back to his office at 1:25 a.m.? Why go back to the Canton Police Department at 1:25 in the morning on the night of a blizzard? You'll learn that while there, Higgins made a call at 1:30 a.m. Higgins will later deny that he made that call. You'll find that curious. And his explanation for that late night visit to Canton PD, you'll find that it changes nearly every time he's asked about it.
Mm-hmm.
You'll learn that after everyone left Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert actually claimed he had no contact with anybody else except his wife. No contact. Until he woke up the next morning. So he says. Then you'll learn that that too is a complete lie. His phone records establish that he placed a call to none other than Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. shortly after Higgins completed that late night visit over to Canton PD.
Look at AJ eyes, yeah.
You'll wonder, what did they possibly need to talk about at 2:22 a.m. that night? The evidence will establish that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins first.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Albert then disconnected that call when Higgins didn't answer it. Seconds later, Brian Higgins returned the call. Brian Albert then did answer that call. They spoke for 22 full seconds, had a conversation, then they both hung up their respective phones. You'll learn that when they were asked about these calls and conversations, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins lied about it. Both of them. They said they never had a call with each other.
Right,
But then ultimately, when they were confronted with their own cell phone records and they could no longer deny the calls, they were asked independently, explain yourself. And they both came up with the exact same explanation. A butt dial.
Here we go.
The evidence will make you question, why did Albert and Higgins speak at 2:22 a.m.? And why did they both try to cover up that phone call?
Hey.
You'll also learn after this incident and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones.
Sure did.
Both of them. And what else you'll learn, Brian Albert got rid of? Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house, the whole thing.
The whole thing.
His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert family for generations. He literally sold it mere months after this incident. Dog rehomed, phones destroyed, house sold. You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. And you'll also learn that Michael Proctor looked the other way. He did not investigate any of what I'm telling you. He pre-selected Karen Reed from the start. And he ignored everything and everyone else. Let's get back to what was happening with
the dog,
the others while Karen slept. What you'll learn during this trial is that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, you've heard her name before, Jennifer McCabe. She was at the waterfall that night, and she was over at the Alberts' house that evening as well. She left the after-hours gathering about 2 a.m., a little before 2 a.m., got home around 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
And you'll learn that according to the Commonwealth's own evidence from a forensic software program called Physical Analyzer made by Celebrite, it's considered the gold standard for forensic tools. You'll learn that a Google search was discovered on Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And what is that?
A Google search that Michael Proctor and his investigators never revealed to us, but we found anyway. A Google search that was time-stamped, according to their own data, at 2:27 a.m. 5 minutes after that 2:22 a.m. call that Higgins and Albert denied having. And that Google search on Jennifer McCabe's phone read, Hoslong to die in cold. Hoslong to die in cold. Now, she misspelled the first word. Hoss is supposed to be how, but the meaning's the same. How long does it take to die in the cold? Time-stamped 2:27.
Why would she search that, y'all?
And then that search was also noted by the same Celebrite program as having been deleted.
Hey, Campbell.
The evidence will force you to ask, why is there a search on her phone? Why is it logged at 2:27 a.m.?
Thanks.
When the Commonwealth claims that she first learned of John's death and where his body was hours later.
Come on.
6 a.m. So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees. 1:25 a.m., Brian Higgins makes an unexpected visit to Canton PD. 1:30 a.m., he makes a phone call that he later denies ever making. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk. They both deny and lie about having made that phone call. 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes later, a Google search appears on Jennifer McCabe's phone, Hoslong to die in cold, hours before John's body was ever discovered. A Google search she denies making, and that she later, or at least it was later logged as deleted. Meanwhile, at 2:30 a.m., the plow driver confirms that O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn of Brian Albert's house, not at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:30 in the morning, that area was obstructed by a Ford Edge like the one the Albert family liked to own. The evidence will show in the meantime, Karen dozed in and out of a fitful sleep for the rest of the night, only to awaken just before 5 a.m. And that's when she realized, in a panic, John had never come home. And you'll see, it wasn't like John to not come home. That morning, you'll see and hear evidence that Karen's emotions had morphed. It'd gone from frustration and anger, which you'll hear in the voicemails, to abject fear. Fear that something bad had happened. The evidence will establish by this time Karen was panic-stricken. She had a feeling something was very, very wrong.
Mm-hmm.
She was unable to get a hold of John. Karen went to go look for him. She got in a Lexus and she backed up to leave her garage at One Meadows. You'll hear a lot about that address, One Meadows. That was John's house where Karen was staying. She backed out of the garage, and during the course of the trial, you'll hear that she actually struck another car with that right rear taillight. During the course of this trial, the Commonwealth is going to desperately claim that Karen Reed's taillight was actually damaged by hitting John O'Keefe. They'll have no evidence of it, mind you, none. But they'll make the claim. We'll show you a video of exactly how that taillight was originally damaged, or exactly what happened at 5:07 in the morning. The facts will show that it was damaged in John's own driveway at 5:07 when Karen backed up and made contact with another car in the driveway. This is 5 hours after she dropped John off and he went into the Albert residence. As a result, the taillight was minimally cracked, but it wasn't completely shattered or damaged or broken. And that's the condition of the SUV when Michael Proctor got a hold of it. That becomes important. You'll hear from an independent police officer, an eyewitness to the damage on that SUV, someone not connected to Michael Proctor or under his control. And he'll tell you that he saw the taillight damaged before it was in Michael Proctor's possession, but it was not completely shattered.
No, it's not, Lally.
And you won't have to speculate how that taillight got cracked originally. You'll see it for yourself. It's on video. You'll learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit that car at One Meadows is because she backed out looking for him at a time when she was absolutely panic-stricken and grief-stricken. Where was John? Why hadn't he come home? What had happened to him? Is he hurt? Is he passed out somewhere? Her mind was reeling. The evidence will establish she wasn't giving anything away. Everything was on the table. What could have happened to John? You'll learn that when she woke up and he still wasn't home, she was just racking her brain for what could have happened to him. And she was worried about possibly the worst. He had gotten out of the car. He'd walked to the house. She was confused. And later, when she found him at 6 a.m. on the lawn, where she last saw him going toward the house, her mind started reeling, oh my God, did a plow hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What could have happened to him? And that video clip that you saw, out of context, when she said the words, he did not look like he was mortally wounded, she's not talking about at midnight. She's talking about at 6 a.m. when she found him.
Let them know.
That's what she was talking about.
Let them know.
Your job will be to make sure that the evidence isn't presented to you too cute by half.
Ooh.
She was saying all those things. Did a plow hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was saying that to herself and to other people. And the Commonwealth, very obviously, will try to seize on that panic and twist this into some admission. But here's the actual truth. That's not a confession. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could a plow have hit him? That's a person trying to make sense of an unexplainable circumstance, a natural concern of a bereaved significant other, a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night. John didn't come home. And the evidence will show that Karen Reed never said, I hit him. Never.
She did.
Not in the background of the 911 recording, not on any dash cam video, not on any audio, not on any police body cam, not to a first responder. It's never mentioned in a single report. It's never reported in a single report from January 29th, not by one person, because it never happened.
Facts.
The evidence will show that the evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Sarath, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Reed say the words, "I hit him." Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him."
So how are we supposed to believe
The
it?
facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
In an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert.
Ooh, dramatics. Drop it. Ooh.
Brian Albert's brother. And remember, Chris Albert, the other brother, is a board selectman to whom the Canton Police Department reports. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years long, close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert.
Girl, the dramatics is
You
here.
heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter.
Baby, this
During the course of this trial, you'll become familiar with and you'll realize that the Alberts are indeed a powerful and indeed an influential family. And that will mean something.
Baby, that Caitlin
You'll learn that there are other major problems with the prosecution's case. The evidence will establish that Michael Proctor himself, the lead investigator and architect of this entire case, has a long-standing and personal relationship with the Albert family. Yes, that same Albert family. His sister was close friends with Julie Albert. He personally sat at head tables at weddings, or at a head table at weddings with the Albert family. He entrusted the Alberts with babysitting his own children.
Come on now.
You heard that correctly. And yet he was the lead detective assigned to investigate the circumstances of a Boston police officer laying dead on the Alberts' front lawn. That's not just bias, you'll learn. That's not just coincidence. That, folks, is corruption.
Oh.
And you'll see how far it went. Michael Proctor was alone with all the critical evidence in this case, alone with Karen Reed's phone, alone with John's phone, alone with video footage, alone with the taillight material, alone when he claimed to recover evidence from 34 Fairview. He wrote the search warrants. He transported the evidence. He secured it. He submitted it. He did it all. That's Michael Proctor. And he did it without any reasonable oversight. You'll see during the trial that he intentionally lied and fabricated evidence during the course of this investigation. He lied in reports, warrants. He lied under oath. He lied about the time that he actually secured Karen Reed's vehicle. Why? Why would he lie about that? The evidence will give you the answer. He lied because he did not want it revealed that he had access to that vehicle and he had access to that taillight before any taillight fragments were found at 34 Fairview. Appreciate that. He had access to the vehicle before a single piece of taillight material was ever found at the scene. You'll find that there were two searches. The first and second search found zero, nothing. Nothing around John's body.
AJ eating this up.
Nothing in the street. Not one piece of taillight fragment. But once Michael Proctor had that SUV and had the taillight in his custody and control, suddenly items started magically showing up. And not just a few items, 46 pieces of bright red taillight laying in the snow, supposedly found in the exact same spot that was searched not once, but twice by independent officers. It came up with zero. To be clear, you'll learn that before Michael Proctor had access to that taillight, not a single piece was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That will become vitally important. And what about those shards of plastic, by the way? What about this DNA that the Commonwealth mentioned?
Let's talk about it.
They're going to try to dazzle you with talk of DNA because it sounds so scientific. DNA was on the taillight, but you'll learn that there was no DNA on the actual shards that they claim came in contact with John's arm.
Let's talk about it.
None. There was no blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead. The DNA that was actually found, the actual science will show, was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found. What? John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their theory that SUV hit 3 men that night, their entire theory falls apart.
Y'all remember that.
And speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5, count them, 5
people on his
unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured someplace warmer and had to be moved onto that lawn.
I'm fucking done. I got to get out.
5 unidentified males touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first person, not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial. Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden, because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the House and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all 3 of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Oh, baby.
Mr. Jackson, folks, why don't we take our morning recess? About 15 minutes. You are muted.
Okay, first, hey, BG, have a great day with your internship. Shalon, I saw you say you're at work and you started school. Congratulations, friend. I hope all of that goes well for you this semester. Y'all, I am... What happened just now? Let's talk about it. We're an interactive chat. We're gonna be on breaks, y'all. We gotta find out topics to talk about. So I need everybody put something in the chat from that damn cross y'all want to talk about. I'm gonna go back and read the comments. I'm going to go first. 3 male DNA samples on that truck, and we already know they've already excluded Proctor and Buchanan. Okay. That's that. 5 unidentified males on the shoe. Maybe some of it could be touch DNA from them going back to get the shoe from the scene. I don't know, but yes, Ash. My flabbers are gasted. Hypothermia. Oh, God. Hypothermia. I'm trying to write them down. Y'all, hypothermia. Oh, God. Okay. Y'all, let's start with the DNA. Who do y'all think? The 3 male DNA. I'm not really concerned about the truck as much as I am about the shoe. The shoe is really, that damn shoe. Oh, no frostbite. That damn shoe is really, it's really, that is something that's really going on. Like, what do you mean no shoe? What do you mean 5 people on his shoe? 5 unidentified males. Why would there be male DNA on his shoe, guys? On his shoe, Brian. Y'all, why would there be 5? Why would there be male DNA on his shoe? What is going on there? Okay, we got the unidentified male DNA. The hyperthermia? I think it was Lizzie. I think it was Lizzie. Hold up. She said touch DNA could explain it, but 5 men and no female DNA is something. It is, Kat. It is. That is some. But Kat, here's my thing. Why would 5 men be touching his shoe? Why would 5 men be touching this shoe? Why? Like, why? The no hyperthermia. Again, someone in the chat said if they said that something about his body temperature, and I must have missed this during trial, but they said, well, there's no way his body temperature should have been there at, I think, whatever it was when they found him, if he'd been out there for 6 hours. So what they were saying was it is likely that his body was moved there because of, like they said, no frostbite on him. Like, none of this stuff was on him. So it looked like his body had been moved. And I said, well, I must have missed that during the trial. Must have missed that. But now that they have a pathologist that is going to testify that he did not have hypothermia, okay, so who do you believe, guys? Would you believe their pathologist, or would you believe the state's ME? Because she was pretty certain, that's something she was certain about, both of them, that he suffered from hypothermia. The phone wasn't even locked up from being cold. Oh, Ash, that's a good point. That's a good point. They probably couldn't talk about it before, but they could have in the last trial. But they didn't. Which one, Morgan? The state or because the state has one too. The phone kept him warm. Kat, something had to happen. Something had to happen. They lifted him out the house, is what Just Saying is saying. I'm confused about the phone temperature. Hopefully they'll explain it. I get that confusion. Candy, I wrote down some of the DNA evidence. That's not it. I didn't have anything about the shoe. I got like the stains on his pants because y'all factor this in. If we factor in that shoe having 5 unidentified males on it, And then we also think about the fact that his pants, his shirt, there was blood on him, DNA from other unidentified males. I just don't get why that's not enough to get a DNA sample from these people. I just don't understand it. I just don't get it, guys. Why is that not enough to say, well, at least let's rule him out? He was with them at the bar. Why? Oh my God. Because remember, guys, on his pants, and if we're thinking about five, who are the five men? We got Higgins. If y'all want to bring Colin in it, you want to bring Brian Albert. I just don't think they would have included Brian Albert Jr. But if we include him forward, there's still five men. Who is the other person? Could it be Kevin Albert? Because I think some people say that Fort Edge could have been his. He could have been coming over. Could it have been Chris? Like, what is... I am just really... I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Now would be a good time to pause until we get at least 300 likes. Okay. Where are we at right now? Please, if you are watching live, thank you, mods. If you are watching the live, could you do me a favor? You're going to click the X in the chat and you're just going to hit the like button. Thank you. It does help me to stay into TikTok. I'm not TikTok, Lord. YouTube's algorithm, especially for this trial that we're watching. Please like the live. Oh, we're almost at 300. So we only need 6 people to go ahead and like the live for us. That would be great. We're only short 6 likes. So thank you guys so much for coming in and liking the live. Thank you so much for the super chats. Kate, yeah, I'm trying not to stop the lives as we're doing them. When we get super chats and stickers, I'm trying to wait till we get a break because I know this is the current trial. So thank you so much, Kate Schmidt, for coming in and gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. If you have received a membership, please be sure to say thank you. Also, Karen, I know we told you in the chat, but welcome to the family. Thank you for being a member. We appreciate you and thank you for being here. Okay, we at 308 likes. Yeah, I'm going to see because I know we were a little behind. So there we go. So we're back up to date on here. We're back up to date on here. How long have you been in recess? Kia, hey girl, I'm not sure. But I know we were behind, so I think we probably missed a little bit. Yes, Key. I see you guys, so I'm not going to be stopping the lives. Like that, I'll wait till the breaks because I do see, and I appreciate all of the mods, all of the chat, the community for making sure we are welcoming new members, anyone in the chat, people just stopping by, making sure we are welcoming them in here. For those of you that are new and may have joined, because I think we're at over 300. Listen, we do tend to start the live and talk and discuss. If there's something serious that I feel like, hey, y'all, did y'all hear that? Like, I really want to stop that live when he talked about the DNA, but I'm trying to do better. The DNA really, really sent me. I'm still stuck on it. I don't remember that being in the last trial, and I see some people in the chat, they don't remember that either. I do believe we are definitely going to see some new evidence, and I'm excited for that. We are going to get some new evidence. Somebody else said, who the hell is the eyewitness? Who is the eyewitness? Is the eyewitness someone who, could it be one of the cell phone data experts, people who are going to be tracking, oh, he had to have gone in the house? Is that it? Or do we have an actual person? Do we have an actual person? Did someone flip the script? Like the DNA, BG, he's talking about is that one piece of hair, child. Y'all think it's the neighbor. Oh my. Y'all think it's the neighbor. Y'all think it's, okay, Jasmine says she thinks it's a person. When he said that, I said, wait a minute, eyewitness. The neighbor is on the list. Oh my. Oh, I did, Key. I pulled it. I moved it up. We're up to date with it. Yeah, we're up to date on the stream. Thank you guys. I hope it's a person. You might your wish might come true. Maybe it's the Ring camera. You know what? OMG, it's me, said Chloe. Mia, if there is anyone Asian that takes this stand, baby, you know what that's coming from. Mick Albert, he did that. Mr. McCabe, he did that. He did that. He did that. If that's it, oh, he did that. He did say the plow driver, but Miss Sheila, the plow driver has been here before. And the plow driver didn't see him go in the house. He said this person saw him go in the house. Mel will stop and talk about, oh, there you go. There, listen, go to Law and Crime. We tell you, we watch it a little differently over here. We watch it. Hey, it's in my bio. The link to become a member, if people are asking, is also in my bio on YouTube. So you should be able to sit there too. Hold on, y'all. Okay, my bad, guys. My bad. Y'all, Barchie's clowning because we got maintenance in here right now. You can hear Brianna. You know Barchie loves to cut up, and she is cutting up in her crate right now because I had to put her down. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Y'all know how this dog is. You might hear I had to put in the bag. I had to put in the bag because she just will not stop. But like she just, oh. Thank you. Yes, and if you are, the memberships are not mandatory. As long as you come in and like the live, subscribe to the channel. We are quite you okay with me? Oh Lord, the dog got me working. Hey Haley, thank you. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. What are Corona? Hey friend. Hey, thank you, Haley. Thank you. Welcome. You know what, Kate? Thank you so much for everybody that's here streaming with us today. Y'all, I promise my dog is not going to be barking like this every live. I promise. She's stressing me out right now. She doesn't know how to be quiet, child. And this is why I hate to rehome her like Chloe, but at the rate she's going, she may be rehomed soon. She is, Stephanie. She's only like that because maintenance is here working on something. So she's just so bothered that somebody else is in here. Haley, I can't see your picture. Haley said I've been in here, but I just figured out how to do a membership. I fought hard not to say bike. Huh? Mia, I fought hard not to say bike. Java, what you talking about? Y'all, I'm so sorry that y'all, she's normally pretty quiet on the stream unless somebody comes in or comes to the door. And right now she is upset. I had to take her to the back because it's too loud right here by me. It's too loud. So y'all, people who asked if we were going to get witnesses today, I think we are, because why wouldn't she in court after that? She's still going. Yeah, she's not going to stop. I have to go back there again and say, Barchi, quiet. When you said you had to put her in the back. Oh, okay, I got you. Now, I don't say bike. I'm from Memphis, but I may say Maine. I said bike. Hey, Shanny, thank you, Shanny. Y'all, she's stressed. She got me stressed out right now. Hold on just a second. She might be quiet for a minute now. I went back there and told her, look, don't get, well, there she go. Told her, don't get rehomed. Don't get rehomed. You can get $50 shipping. Y'all, and for people that are on here, we'll be doing a recap. It's myself and Miss J on TikTok. So if court ends about 5, let's say about like right after court ends, I'll say goodbyes and then we'll go on TikTok live and we'll do a discussion about everything that happened in court today. So yeah, we'll have that going on today. I think I told you guys Fridays at 7:30. We'll have wind down Fridays. Get your wine and come on, we'll talk about trial for the whole week. Key wouldn't give us any discount. I have a Yorkie, so I understand. I have another dog, and she is just quiet. You guys have never heard her bark unless Barch is messing with her. She never barks. Yes, so wind down Fridays, every Friday on our channels. Bring your wine. We're going to talk about the whole week of court. Now, as of today, we're supposed to be doing WTF Wednesdays, but we do need to make sure Kayla's watching the trial too, because if not, we'll just do our Fridays. So I'll let you guys know. She's not trying to hear anything, and this is why I can never find a babysitter for Barchi. Never can find a babysitter for her. Who rehomes their dog? Me if Barchi keeps barking. Yes, she has. She hadn't been here forever. We have a Yorkie at my mom's, and that little boy had girl. She barks. She just. They say it's the Pomeranian in her. Why she barks so much? Child, I'm over it. I think it's my cousin's fault. I think he traumatized my dog. And had he been a better owner for those 9 months, she wouldn't be acting like that. But it's his fault, and I'm going to stand on that.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
Heather's been here, though, Aqua. Heather has been here.
All right, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Timothy Nuttall.
Oh, Lord, not him first. Not Timothy, not Nuttall first, y'all. Well, y'all know the only thing. Oh, Nuttall got a haircut.
Standing and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing shall be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Sir, thank you. You can take a seat.
He sure is a liar.
Sir, could you pull the microphone down a little bit closer to you, please?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
Remember that voice?
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
So my name is Timothy Nuttall.
Look at
I'm 28 years old.
what?
I've been a firefighter paramedic ever since I graduated high school.
That boy ready.
I graduated in 2015. I took my EMT class and got my certification while I was actually still in high school. From there, I moved on to the BLS transfer side of EMS. There's 911 EMS, and then there's transfer, which is basically back and forth from hospital to hospital. I was brand new and very young, so I started on the transfer side, kind of learning the job. I started primarily in the city of Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Somerville, up there. And then after a little while, I got my feet wet in the 911 side. So I was running BLS 911 in those cities as well. And then I progressed on to become a paramedic. So
Why do you have such an interest in being a first responder at a young age?
I kind of grew up in a first responder household. My father was a firefighter in a local town. So we spent kind of a significant amount of time at the station when he was on shift. It's just kind of how I grew up. Kind of learning the ins and outs of public safety. That's just kind of how I came to be interested in the profession, and then I took it from there. So.
Oh my God.
I want to take us back just a little bit. When you first became interested in training to be a first responder, did you share with us your first training was as an EMT?
Yes, sir.
Oh
Can you share a little bit with the jury what that entails?
So to become an EMT, there are two sides of EMS, and then there are two sides of providers. There's EMT basic, and then there's paramedic. To answer your question, sir, to start as an EMT, it's about a 4-month process. You take classes. I believe mine was Tuesday, Thursday, every other Saturday. Learning just anatomy and physiology, basic pharmacology, and kind of how medications interact with the body and different disease processes. From there, you start learning basic interventions, backboarding, C-collars.
As part of your work in learning to be an EMT, are you active in the field?
The initial training is, like I said, that's mostly classroom based, but once you sit your national written test and you're able to pass all that and pass practical, then you're able to progress into the field.
And did you succeed through the EMT training?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you decide you wanted more training? You wanted to proceed through the profession?
Yes, sir. So after a little while, I worked for about 1.5 years in the field and decided that I genuinely enjoyed the work that I was doing.
Yeah.
I then made the decision to progress to the paramedic level. That's a significantly more challenging academic portion. And
can you briefly share with us a little bit of the training that you needed to complete to be a paramedic?
Yes, paramedic training is about, I would say, generally takes people about 2 years to complete. There's about 1 year of classroom. It delves far deeper into not only diseases, but how they interact with multiple body systems, multiple different treatment modalities that we can pursue, multiple different interventions, a whole host of medications, far more medications than a BLS. As a paramedic, I have a much wider range of drugs that I would be able to select to treat different patients.
As you worked through your training and got this experience, did you ultimately become employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
What did they hire you as?
They hired me as a firefighter paramedic.
And so you were both a firefighter and a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
Does the Canton Police Department, in their units, do they include paramedics and firefighters in the same division?
The Canton Police Department? Or the Canton
the Canton Fire Department.
Canton Fire Department, the vast majority of the employees of the Canton Fire Department are paramedics. I believe there are I want to say 5 EMTs, but now as a requirement to remain employed by the Canton Fire Department, you have to become and maintain a paramedic certification.
So when you would go to work as a firefighter or paramedic, was it always the same, or did you get assigned as a firefighter one night and a paramedic a different night?
So we would cross-man trucks. We were always fire suppression personnel, but we were also cross-trained as paramedics. So for example, if a fire call were to come in the town of Canton, and I was assigned to ambulance 1 for the day, I would take all my equipment off ambulance 1 and I would transfer it to ladder 1. And then we would take ladder 1 to the fire call and operate as fire suppression personnel. If a medical call were to come in, I'm assigned again to ambulance 1. Then we take on the role as EMS. I take my paramedic skills and put them to work in the town on ambulance 1.
Let me ask you one more background question about how the Canton Fire Department works. When there's a call, an emergency call, is an ambulance sent with other vehicles or alone to the call?
Yes, sir. It's typically the engine of that district and the ambulance of that district. Depending on call volume, that can change. But if all is not to use the word quiet, it's kind of a taboo word, but if all is everybody's in quarters, and there's a dispatch in District 1, it'll be Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1, and they go as a unit together.
Mr. Nuttall, I want you to take us back, if you would, to the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2022. I want you to bring us a little bit before 6 a.m. Do you remember what you were doing?
Yes, sir. So that particular morning, I arrived at work earlier than I normally do. There was inclement weather that morning. So I left earlier than normal just to get in before the roadways got particularly difficult to travel and to relieve anybody that may need to get out if they needed to get home before the roads got particularly bad. I arrived just before 6 a.m. I was walking in. I was assigned to ambulance 1 for that oncoming 24. I was scheduled to be there at 8 a.m.
Could you share with us a little bit about how the weather was as you arrived around 6 a.m.?
It wasn't great. I was driving. It's about a 35-minute ride for me to get to Canton. The roads were starting to they weren't great. They had been treated, but they weren't pristine. The wind was starting to pick up. The snow was starting to come down a little heavier, which is the reason that I left at the time I did.
And so I may have misspoke. January 29th, 2022, that morning, around 6:04, did you hear a tone or did you hear an alarm?
So the tones went off right as I entered the building.
Tell us what a tone is.
So the tone is the emergency alert tone. In the town of Canton, we have 3. We have 1 for fire, we have 1 for investigation, and we have 1 for EMS. The EMS tones went off and the lights came on. Whenever there's the tones go off, the lights come on as well. I was just walking into the building when the tones went off and the lights came on.
And is there information that accompanies the tone, information about the call that needs response?
Yes. So after the tones had cleared, there's an overhead dispatch, which is our dispatch center, communicates to us before we get in the trucks and on the air responding. Basic nature of the call. In that particular instance, we were dispatched to an unresponsive male in a snowbank. with no real further information to follow up on.
So what do you do?
So as I said, I arrived pretty early that morning. But hearing that dispatch and that nature of the call, those typically tend to be more involved, both personnel-wise and work-wise. The crew that was working that morning was getting on the truck, and it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly. Matt Kelly has since become a paramedic, but at the time he was an EMT. So off the bat, that crew, not to say that they were at a disadvantage, but paramedic Flamati was the only paramedic on that ambulance.
What did you do?
So I made the decision. I checked with the shift commander, and I jumped on ambulance 1 to just give a second set of hands as being a paramedic myself, just being able to hopefully help if there was any advanced interventions that needed to be done or needed to be performed.
What
and
happened?
just a second set of hands.
What happens next?
So I got in the back of the truck. I was actually still in civilian clothing at the time because I had just walked in the door. So I got in the back of ambulance 1 in the patient compartment. The other 2 gentlemen were up front driving to the scene. I actually had to don my turnout gear because, again, I was in civilian clothing. I wasn't quite ready to go. So I had to put all my structural turnout gear on and then my Canton Fire jacket. Once I was sufficiently dressed for the call, I started prepping all the gear that we might need for a call such as that, for an unresponsive male in the snow. In this case, it was our first in bag, our airway bag, and our cardiac monitor. Everything was all together. They were all in 3 separate bags. But on the way there, I just got in. I didn't know how their night had gone. So I just took a real quick look at everything just to make sure everything was there. And everything was exactly how it needed to be. So I was able to just grab all 3 bags, put them on my person, and get ready to, as soon as the ambulance was on scene, just step off and go to work.
Not knowing much information about what you're going to confront, what goes through your mind as you prepare before you get off the ambulance?
Just basic scenarios. I mean, again, unresponsive male in the snow could mean several things. Not having much to go off on the dispatch was, it left much to be desired in terms of what we might need. So in gathering all the equipment together, that can kind of cover all the major bases, if you will, in terms of what we were expecting to meet once we got on scene.
How was your focus before you get off the ambulance?
I was ready to go. A dispatch like that, any unresponsive male in the snow, it can kind of up the level because you just don't know what you're walking into. You know, it could be anything.
In the back of the ambulance, you can't see outside. Could you tell anything about the weather conditions based on the way the ambulance was moving?
Again, being in the back, as you noted, it just seemed to be taking a little bit longer than normal. I really had no visibility at all. Like I said, I was in the patient compartment. It's very limited visibility in the back, and it's limited visibility. There's like a peephole that's maybe 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet to kind of peek up front. But again, I was so busy getting everything together, I really didn't notice, but I did note it took a little bit longer. We were going not slow, but we were going cautiously.
What?
When the ambulance finally stopped and the doors open, tell the jury what you see.
So as I mentioned, I had the 2 bags and the cardiac monitor. So 3 pieces of equipment with me. And I stepped out of the back or the side of the truck. There's a back compartment or a back door and a side door. I stepped out of the side door. And I immediately noted the wind had picked up and the snow seemed to be heavier. And I could hear like a distant screaming off in the distance. Wasn't exactly sure where it was coming from.
What was the visibility like?
It wasn't great. It was still dark out. The sun had not come up yet. The snow was coming down, as I said, heavily. And it wasn't great all around.
Was it cold?
It was cold. Yes, sir.
And so when you hear the screams, what do you do next?
I started making my way kind of towards the sound, following the sounds. I couldn't see anybody yet. So I just kind of followed the sounds. And then once I was able to get around the side of the truck, that's when I was able to see a group of 3 individuals with Canton Police. And I started making my way over to them to see where the patient might be located and what was going on.
As you get closer, tell us what you see.
So as we approached the scene, as I said, there were 3 individuals, and Canton police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So that he was laying on his back. From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep. So I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any signs of life, it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the carotid pulse, and you check for any signs of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse would be right in the neck. Just real quick, 2 seconds, you can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse, and I found none.
How was his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
He wasn't warm?
No.
So after you touched his cold skin and you felt the carotid artery? Is that how you
Yes, sir. Carotid artery.
Did you come to any initial quick assessments or conclusions in your mind?
So I found, like I said, I checked for signs of life, the carotid, the signs of breathing. I found none. From there, we had ascertained that there is no signs of life. As I was checking that, the other 2 individuals on the ambulance came and met me, and they began doing the same thing just to check. Sometimes you can look and you can miss. So the other paramedic, Anthony Flamati, started checking my work, and then we kind of went from there. But I found no signs of life in my initial.
So firefighter paramedic Flamati arrived to this person after you did?
Yes, sir. I was the first one to actually put hands on the individual and check for signs of life.
Yeah, my bad. I said they about to talk about me bad. I forgot that I told you I blew the socket the other day. My bad.
Did you later learn the name of this man?
I did.
And what was that?
John O'Keefe.
After you found no signs of life for John O'Keefe, did you get up and go to speak to anybody?
I did. So as being a second set of hands on the call, it's really not my call, like in terms of treatment modalities and how we want to progress. So after I found no signs of life, I kind of got up to kind of look around real quick. I went over to the individuals, the 3 individuals that were there, and just said, "Hey, I just have found no signs of life. We're gonna see the next steps." And as I was saying that was when Anthony Flamati, who is the lead paramedic on this, made the decision. This is a workable cardiac arrest.
Let me ask you 2 questions. The first is, as a paramedic firefighter, are there times when you're the lead paramedic on a call?
Yes, sir.
And so it changes call by call, but this one was firefighter or paramedic Flamati's lead?
Correct. He was the lead paramedic on this call.
There are other times when you're the lead and firefighter or paramedic Flamati is on your crew and you lead?
Yes, sir. So we typically switch off. We'll do one, and then once my rotation is complete, we'll do the next one. So it's patient for patient, typically.
When firefighter paramedic Flamati called you back, and said it was a workable situation. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So in medicine, there is a term that is, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. Meaning your core temperature, your core body temperature has to be within normal limits for it to be considered a futile attempt at resuscitation. Noting that, Tony, the other paramedic, Tony Flamati, realized that this gentleman was very cold to the touch and that this was now a hypothermic cardiac arrest, or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting, which means as providers, we have a duty to initiate life-saving measures, CPR, ventilation, and continue those efforts until we get into a hospital and a physician is able to take over and they are able to monitor his core body temperature for a certain amount of time.
When I asked you about a term you used, you said a hypothermic situation. As a firefighter paramedic treating a patient at the scene, you're not diagnosing hypothermia, are you?
No, sir.
So you're not making a medical diagnosis. You're just saying it's a hypothermic situation because of why?
Just because of the conditions. He was extremely cold to the touch, and he was in the elements. We didn't know how long. So taking the fact that he is extremely cold to the touch and he had been outside for an unknown amount of time, that quantifies it to us as a hypothermic arrest or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting.
But is there anything about Mr. O'Keefe's fingers or hands or his face that gave you any indication if he had been there just recently or had been there for a while?
His fingers were quite cold. They were not well perfused at all. They were very, very.
Mean? I don't know. What does not perfused mean?
Sorry, there was did not appear to have been any blood flow at all. Just because he was, again, presumably being outside, his fingers were very, very white. They were very stiff, which can be signs of hypothermia and frostbite. And again, touching the neck. So typically when you get cold, you kind of work back from your extremities in. So again, I noted his fingers were quite cold, but also when I checked his carotid, his neck felt quite cold as well. That just kind of tipped us back further down the road of a hypothermic cardiac arrest.
I see. When firefighter Flamati called you back,
yep,
where did you go exactly?
So when I was told that this is what we're doing, I turned around and I went right back to where I previously knelt, which was right at Mr. O'Keefe's head. And then I took over the ventilation aspect of a cardiac arrest. So I was in charge of the airway. So I began giving him positive pressure ventilations with a bag valve mask, which is just a glorified balloon that you can push oxygen through and down into your respiratory tract to get oxygen moving. While I was doing that, I believe firefighter EMT Kelly had begun CPR.
So is this fair to say it's a team effort?
Yes, sir.
A coordinated effort?
Very much so.
And depending on where you're placed, whether in the back of the ambulance or driving or leading, does everybody have an important role to play?
Yes. Yeah, we work in conjunction with each other. Typically, the most well-defined roles in a cardiac arrest in EMS is your airway monitor, which was myself in this situation, and then your cardiac and medication administration, which is, that would be Anthony Flamati, that would be Tony. Just because of my position at the head, I just took over the ventilation aspect, and that was where I remained throughout the call.
You said you went back to try to help Mr. O'Keefe, and you were giving, helping at the airway. Do you have to actually get on the ground to do that?
Yes, sir. I was kneeling at his head.
While you were kneeling at his head, well, let me ask you a more of a background question. Is it helpful to get information about the history of the person when you're trying to treat them, when you happen upon a scene and you don't know the history?
Yes, sir. Very much. Getting information on medications, history, and allergies is our top priorities in any call, not even this call, just really any your run-of-the-mill fall or chest pain. That's typically the first questions that we ask. What medications are you on? What medical history do you have? And do you have any allergies? The medical history is important because if you've had heart attacks in the past, or just using a generalized example, if you've had heart attacks in the past, does this feel like a previous heart attack? Kind of gives us something to go off of.
As you were nailing, I want you to take us to that moment. As you're nailing, trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up, when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged middle-aged female with blood on her face. And real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
The person that you looked up and saw that was standing over you with blood on her face, do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
In between Mr. Jackson or next to Mr. Jackson.
He does, Aaron.
When you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
You've been to a lot of calls over the years and since.
Yes, sir.
Would you say hundreds or thousands?
Thousands.
Do you remember all of them?
I remember aspects of various calls, but not all of them, no.
Do some stand out more than others?
Yes, sir.
Did this particular moment stand out more as compared to your typical or most calls that you've been to?
It did, just because of the setting. I mean, it was the weather, it was the unknown factors, and it was the attempting to try and get information and not really being able to glean anything from that.
After the defendant said to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, did you ask any follow-up questions?
I really didn't get a chance to, because following that, the individual just kind of walked away, or just kind of went in a different direction. I wasn't able to ask any follow-up questions.
Have you ever received any police training?
No, sir.
Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
When you're helping a patient, do you have any interest in detective work?
No, sir.
Do you have any interest in investigating potential crimes?
At that time, in this particular instance, because I was at the airway, that is a pretty critical aspect of a cardiac arrest. I was stuck there. I couldn't get up and kind of follow up on that at all. I was there doing that ventilation.
Is it your job to investigate cases, or simply to get information to help treatment?
Just the information.
When you go out as a firefighter paramedic, do you have a purposeful cause?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
To save lives.
And is that your only focus?
In this instance,
Really
it was attempting to restore circulation and breathing.
At some point with your colleagues, did you lift Mr. O'Keefe from the ground?
We did.
When you lift him, what do you put him on?
So we put him on, it's called a scoop stretcher. It's basically just a hard plastic moving device with some seatbelts on it, just to get the patient up and onto the stretcher. And then from there, we can move from the stretcher to the ambulance.
After you lift him to the stretcher, tell us what happens next.
So we put Mr. O'Keefe on the scoop stretcher, and we were able to get him onto the stretcher itself and then off to the ambulance. From there, I maintained my role as the airway individual on this call. So we made our way to the ambulance. I got in the tech seat, which is directly behind where the stretcher locks in. So I had access to the airway again. I was continuing to provide positive pressure ventilations to Mr. O'Keefe, and we had put in an OPA as well, which is just a plastic hook, if you will. It just keeps the tongue from falling back into the airway, so we can continue to provide positive pressure ventilations. Once we got him in the truck and we continued that effort, we set up a suction system, and we prepared to intubate Mr. O'Keefe. We prepared a suction system just because as I was ventilating outside of the ambulance, there were some secretions in the airway that I could see, and you could kind of hear it as you go to squeeze in breaths into the individual. You can kind of hear the secretions kind of getting like bubbly and stuff like that. So we knew we were going to need to suction him. So we got him in the truck. We really quickly suctioned him, and then we were able to intubate him successfully to definitively give him an advanced airway and give him better ventilations, get more oxygen into his system.
Now, you mentioned that he wasn't warm, he was very cold.
No, he was still very cold.
What does the team do to try to assist with that?
The most basic thing that we did, we turned the heat on as high as it would go. We also stripped all of his clothing off, just getting all of that wet clothing off of him. I didn't really have a role in that particular part of it, just because once you're on the airway, that is kind of yours. Nobody can breathe for him. So every time I squeeze that bag, he gets a breath. So I'm kind of tied to that airway for the duration of the call.
So when your colleagues are stripping the clothes off him, is your attention on the clothes or more on the airway in your job?
No, I'm maintaining the airway. If an endotracheal tube is dislodged for whatever reason, it is typically more difficult to get one in. So the integrity of that tube staying where it is and not being dislodged, that is another key aspect of airway management.
As you're doing that, do you notice what any of your colleagues are doing to help?
Like I said, they were working on clothing removal. I believe they were also getting intravenous and intraosseous access on this individual to begin medication administration. But again, I was quite focused on that airway, just making sure that it was maintained and we didn't lose any tube. We didn't lose any end-tidal CO2, which is just another monitoring device that we use to confirm that tube is in place.
How quickly do you get to leave the scene and start moving towards the hospital?
I honestly couldn't give you an accurate estimate. It didn't seem to be out of the ordinary realm, though. We were able to move within the flow.
In addition to Mr. Keefe being very cold, did you notice any other injuries on him?
So I noted that he had a hematoma right above his right eye.
Could you explain to us what that is?
Yep, it's just, for lack of a better term, it's just a big egg. He had a pretty good bump over his eye.
And you said his right eye?
Yes, sir.
Did you know how that hematoma was caused?
No, sir.
No idea?
No.
In addition to the hematoma above his right eye, what other injuries did you see?
There were also several scratches on his right arm, just below his shoulder and traveling down his right humerus. They terminated right about his right elbow, just above it.
Those scratches, have you also described them as abrasions?
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference in your mind, difference between scratches and abrasions?
Nope. These were they were deep and they were not bleeding, but they were notably deep.
Did you ever describe it as furrows?
I did.
And in describing those scratches, do you have any idea how they were caused?
No, sir.
And did you notice any other injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. Those were the only ones that we noted. As I mentioned, we suctioned a little bit of blood out of the back of his airway as well. I believe it was blood, mucus, and saliva. But those were the extent of the injuries that I was able to note.
Did you notice anything about the back of his head?
Actually, yes, I did. I apologize. There seemed to be a little bit of matted blood around in his hair around there. Really didn't see anything too obvious at the time. He was also placed in a cervical collar as well, following intubation, and that was kind of there just to maintain his cervical spine. But there was, like I said, there was noted to be a little bit of dried blood on the back of his head.
At some point, did you finally make your way with Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And just share with us what happens when you get there.
Yeah,
so after we got there, we handed off care to Good Samaritan Medical's physicians and ER nurses. We were able to give a report to the physician of just basic what we've done, what we've given for medications, in my case, what he was intubated with and how he was being ventilated, how well he was being ventilated, and any other further pertinent information. Typically, we noted that Tony was the lead paramedic, so that is typically he kind of holds the room for a minute when we get in there and gives a big rundown, and then we back off and let Good Samaritan take over.
When the defendant told you that she hit him, did that have any significance to you?
No, sir.
Did it reconcile with the injuries that you saw before you that Mr. O'Keefe was suffering from?
No, sir.
And so at that point, was that information insignificant in life
Oh,
and
wow.
perspective
No,
of your
it's
care?
insignificant.
Okay. What role did that information play in your care after the defendant told you she hit him? How did that contribute or not contribute to what you were doing?
Wow.
It really didn't help at the time. Again, I wasn't able to chase anything down from that. I just kind of took it, noted it, and moved on with my aspect of the cardiac arrest.
Have you had an opportunity at any point to see any video of that morning taken from any source, police car, dash cam?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to introduce a video stream.
But you didn't know that it's crazy.
So this will be in evidence? There are agreements with some of the evidence already?
I believe there's no objection, but I don't want to speak for the defense.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
we don't need you to.
Yes, you can show it.
And for the record, if I may note, this is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm sorry. It is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm going to ask to play a portion of it that's relevant to Mr. Nuttall. Ms. Gillum, if you would please move to 6:11 a.m.
Chief Mine want to speak for the defense.
Please stop the video. Mr. Nuttall, do you see the red lights reflecting on the left?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those red lights are?
Presumably those would be ambulance 1.
Yeah, so not what you presume. Do you know what they are, sir?
And those are the lights for ambulance 1.
Do you see the weather conditions as it's depicted on this video?
Yes, sir.
Oh, as you stood outside, was it same or different to how it appears in this video?
That is the same.
When you look to the left, you see a straight line about an inch or two from the left of the screen. Do you know what that item is?
Sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
If you look to the left of the screen,
Yep.
you'll see a straight item from the bottom halfway up the picture. Do you know what that item is
I
on the
believe
video?
that's a flagpole, sir.
Do you see a little bit of movement of bodies near that flagpole?
At the present time, no.
Okay. Could we continue to play, please?
Yep. They are.
Oh, this is always so crazy.
Could you stop, please? Did you see the first person in line now behind the person in front of the person with the blue hat?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you back it up like 10 seconds?
Certainly.
You're in the panic.
Keep going, please. Do you know who that person is?
I believe that's me, sir.
Okay. Could you please continue? Is this your first assessment?
Yes, sir. This is ascertaining any signs of life or breathing.
Is that you approaching?
Yes, sir.
Could you stop, please? After informing your return, is that after firefighter Flamati called you?
So right after that, when I turned around, that was when Tony said, "Hey, we're working this."
Okay.
What?
Please continue.
And the best friend.
Stop, please.
Nothing.
And do you see a person come over to where you are?
Yes, sir.
Is it at that point or another moment when the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
It was right there, sir.
Could you continue, please?
Why didn't we hear it?
Could you stop for a moment? There's no voices or noises from people coming through that audio. When you were there that night throughout the event, was it silent or were people speaking? Did you hear people speaking?
There was, as I noted when I got out of the truck, there was quite a bit of screaming. It was quite chaotic. The wind was also a factor, but there were people around. They were speaking within themselves too, but there was screaming, there was wind, and there was different side conversations as well.
And when you were working on Mr. O'Keefe, were you having conversations with your colleagues?
Yes, sir.
They're not picked up on the audio?
No, sir.
But he said she was
Please
screaming.
continue.
We can hear all of her screams except that. Make it make sense. At least Carrie running, Jen just out there like whatever. It didn't happen, Frenchie.
Sir, are you still at the flagpole?
Yes, sir. I'm kneeling at the head of the patient.
I heard that too much recently. Watch it with fresh eyes, okay? Mm-hmm. Because Jen definitely didn't act like your friend had just been found dead. Jen knew already. Poor Karen, like, can you imagine going through this and having people who won't even, they're showing like no type of empathy or concern?
Are you included in that group of first responders?
I am not, sir. I have actually exited to the side with the bags. I believe I'm entering the ambulance at this point.
Okay. Thank you. We can conclude the viewing.
I don't think they tampered with the audio. I just think she didn't say it.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show a few exhibits to Mr. Nuttall. They've been shown to the defense.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Man.
Can I show you a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Sir, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, sir. Those are the scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Does that appear the same as when you saw his arm that morning, or is there any differences? And if there's any differences, can you share them with us?
That appears how they were to me at the time of the incident.
Okay. May I approach you, Dana?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Hand you a,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Eric. May we publish to the jury?
Yes.
Is that the photograph you just identified on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Showing you a second photograph, I'd like to ask you some questions about it.
Can we take that one down, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, of course.
Please, Ms. Gilman.
Thank you. Does that photograph, do you recognize that area?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same or substantially the same area where you helped try to treat John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir.
Does that look to be a fair and accurate representation of the area?
It does.
With the court's permission, I would introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay, and there's no objection to any of these three?
None.
Okay, yes.
Why we should?
Okay.
With the court's permission, could I publish exhibit 2?
Yes.
And sir, that's what you recognize as the area where you were helping to treat John O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
I've left one last photograph in front of you.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
Tell us about any differences between when you were there and what you see in that photograph.
What is it?
The street appears to be plowed. There's bare pavement. The weather conditions are significantly better. It is also daytime.
If we could take down that exhibit 2, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes,
I would move to introduce this as exhibit 3.
all right.
Exhibit 3 somewhere.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 3.
Sure.
Mm.
Is that the photo you just identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can take that down, thank you. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Get ready, nutty buddy. Get ready. Let's go ahead and show Nutty Buddy is a liar. Never sleeping. They would never do that.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Before your testimony this morning, how many conversations had you had with any member of the prosecution team in anticipation of your testimony today?
I believe it was 3, sir.
When were those?
I could not give you dates off the top of my
But you
head.
can remember.
Give me a time frame, within the last 3 weeks, within the last 3 months, last 3 days.
Within the last 3 weeks, I believe one the week after that, and then one last night.
One
Last night.
last night. What you did discuss, let's take them in order. First of all, who'd you meet with 3 weeks ago?
I met with Mr. Brennan and his staff.
And when you say his staff, who else?
I honestly couldn't tell you, sir.
Mr. Lally?
No, sir.
Male, female?
One female, one I believe, state trooper.
Okay. Had you ever met State Trooper Tully previously?
Yes, sir. Actually, I believe that was him.
It was State Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
whom you've met with several times, correct?
Prior to that, I believe only once or
Okay.
twice.
He was the one that he has formally interviewed you previously, correct?
I believe he arranged the meetings with Mr. Brennan, but
Okay.
beyond that, I can't speak to.
What did y'all discuss 3 weeks ago?
The first meeting, going in order, it was mostly just kind of an introduction. I had not met Mr. Brennan yet. I really didn't know him. So it was mostly that, and then just kind of seeing where we were at with testimony, going over previous testimony and in that sort of realm.
Prior to today, how many times have you testified under oath concerning the incident on January 29th, 2022?
Once at a grand jury hearing and once last year.
All right. As a matter of fact, last year in this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look over your testimony at the grand jury 3 weeks ago during that meeting?
No, sir.
What about the testimony from last year?
We did go over the testimony from last year. Yes, sir.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year? Said it
No,
was
sir.
2 times?
What was that?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay, but you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago.
I believe so, sir. Yeah.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, I hit him.
So previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay, your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now as you sit here that it was 3 times you heard that than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay. And does your memory tend to get better or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
But in this case, you're telling this jury that your memory is better now than it was a year ago when you testified about the exact same circumstance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You then met about a week after that, which would be 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Who'd you meet with then?
The same group.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
Again, just prior testimony, and that was really the gist of it.
And tell me the specifics of the prior testimony that you.
Again, it was the how many times we had talked about saying I hit him. Again, it was 3 times, and then there was also the video that was just played for me.
If I'll take the video in just a second. If y'all had met 3 weeks ago and you indicated to Mr. Brennan that it was actually 3 times, not 2 times that you heard the I hit him, why did you need to discuss it again a week later to verify the 3 times versus 2 times?
Not sure, sir. That was just the way that the conversation went. And I just, again, repeated what I said and what I remember from that morning.
Well, tell me about that conversation. Did Mr. Brennan say anything like, well, are you really sure that she said it 3 times?
It was that morning what was said to you. And I said, I hit him. That was how it went that morning, and that was how I remember it.
Okay. And did Mr. Brennan say, well, that's not consistent with how you've testified previously concerning the number of times you heard the I hit him phrase?
Yes, sir.
He did say that.
He wanted to, he acknowledged that I had said it twice. However, again, as I mentioned, it was said 3 times to me.
So now you do remember last year that you only said it, you only said that it was repeated twice.
One more time, sir.
So now you do recall that last year when you testified, it was inconsistent with how you're testifying today. Let me put it that way, correct?
I believe I said I hit him twice on the stand last year.
Right. And if you're saying I hit him 3 times instead of twice, that, Firefighter Nuttall, is inconsistent with your testimony today, correct? You
Yes,
agree
sir,
with that?
but that is how it went that morning, sir.
Okay, that's not my question. Let me see if I can do it again.
Oh, there
So
you go.
I'm asking you, if you testified last year
Yes, sir.
that you heard the phrase twice,
Mhm.
and now a year goes by and you're testifying in front of this jury this year that you heard it 3 times, those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk at the meeting 2 weeks ago about any other inconsistencies with your testimony?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Well, you were there. You
No.
say not to my knowledge, meaning,
No, sir. We did not.
okay. So it was just about the number of times that you heard the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You cleared that up in the 2 meetings, 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago. What did you talk about last night?
Mostly just making sure that everything was as it had been. I mean, and by that, I mean, it was 3 times and that we were
Going over.
continuously making sure that everything was the way that it had happened that morning.
Everything was the way that Mr. Brennan wanted it to be.
No, sir.
That's
The way that it was
good,
in,
baby.
I remember it and I recall it happening.
Okay. So he asked you 3 weeks ago about how many times you heard that phrase.
Yes, sir.
You changed your testimony at that time and said it was 3 times instead of 2 times. We agree on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he called you a week later, or met with you a week later, and again reiterated, making sure you stick with that testimony that it's 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then last night he called you just to make sure one more time you're going to stick with that testimony that it was 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just a second. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Look at him. Yeah, caught.
Okay. And when you talked last night, did you assure Mr. Brennan, nope. When we come in tomorrow, I'm certainly going to say it was 3 times, not 2 times.
No, sir. I told him I would tell my recollection of that morning.
Okay. And did you tell him that what my recollection is, I'm going to tell the jurors it was 3 times that I heard it?
That was what I heard.
Okay. Did you tell him that's what you were going to say today?
No, sir.
You didn't?
I told him I was going to tell him what I remembered from that morning.
Which was what?
I hit him.
Exactly.
Which is how many times?
3 times, sir.
Exactly.
And that's inconsistent with what?
I believe a year ago.
Okay. Now, you also talked about, I want to get back to the other thing that you talked about. You said that at some point, either in the meeting 3 weeks ago, the meeting 2 weeks ago, or the meeting last night, you were shown a video.
Yes, sir.
Which one of those meetings were you shown a video?
I believe the second one.
Okay. Were you shown the entire video?
No, sir.
Just the clip that we saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did y'all talk about in relation to that video?
Mostly nailing down who was who in that video.
Okay.
Being the other personnel on scene, where I was, and that was about it.
He showed you the clip that you showed. He showed you the clip that you've just seen on direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him where you were?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you to define exactly where it was that you supposedly heard this phrase, I hit him?
No, I was able to give that to him, sir.
Okay. And what you told him was that moment when you see my client walk over sort of to the left of the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you defined that's the point at which she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes, sir.
And that's in response to your question. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You asked, do you know him?
Yes, sir.
And she repeated the phrase 3 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Correct.
Okay.
He makes.
We'll talk more about that in just a second.
Yeah, he's annoyed. Look at him.
Did Mr. Brennan ask anything else about that specific video?
No, like I said, he kind of asked me to point out different individuals on the scene, and that was really the extent of it.
You saw that same video last year when you testified, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see it last year?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In preparation for your testimony last year?
I did not.
Did you see it before your grand jury testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've seen it.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to establish for Mr. Brennan exactly when it was that you believe you heard the statement based on your view about 2 weeks ago of that video.
No, that was the way that I remember it.
Right, but not a trick question.
Right.
My question is much more simple. You were able to establish after than 3.5 years now,
Right.
exactly where you were and where Miss Reed was and who else was around at the time that you believe you heard those 3 statements in order. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's still.
You testified last year as well that there is a normal protocol for removing clothing from a patient, and it's essential to just discard it and get it away from the patient so that you can concentrate on the life-saving measures that you're undertaking, correct?
Yes, sir.
That could be done in the ambulance, it could be done in the hospital, it could be done in situ out there in the field, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the point is you want to get as much clothing off of the person as possible so that you can assess that person's physiology.
Yes, sir.
It's not really a lot of care taken to preserve the clothing from an evidentiary standpoint in your view, correct?
And we're trained to try and, just to take example of a shooting. Try not to cut through the entrance wound of the clothing.
Fair enough. I mean, when you're literally trying to save someone's life, your job is to get the clothing off and get it out of the way.
Yes, sir.
You're not sticking it in an evidence bag and sealing the evidence bag, things of that nature.
No, sir.
So it might end up on the ground.
Yes.
Right? Might end up with some debris on it.
Yep.
Might end up in the floor of the ambulance.
Yes, sir.
Could end up in the floor of the hospital
Mhm.
or on the floor of the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if it's tossed in the floor of the ambulance, the clothing may well pick up debris from the ambulance.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Or the debris from the floor of the hospital or wherever.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified previously at the grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so, sir.
Okay. So this happened in January of 2022, that same year in the springtime.
6 months.
You testified at a grand jury, April 20th, I think it was.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to take you back to that testimony for a second. You testified at that hearing that Mr. O'Keefe was, quote, dressed appropriately for the weather. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. It was obviously well below freezing at that time.
Here we go.
Yes,
That night that you responded,
it was.
we just seen the video. It looks cold as hell, right?
It was chilly.
All right. The wind was howling.
Yep.
It was snowing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that John O'Keefe, quote, had a heavy coat on and possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
Go.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called it a puffy heavy coat that he was wearing, which was then removed so that you could assess his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I trust him.
Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty distinctive article of clothing.
Yep.
And you testified last year that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that clothing, which you had to remove or somebody had to remove in order for him to be properly assessed.
I did testify that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that your memory of that big, heavy winter coat was as clear as your memory of other specifics in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked you that exact question, didn't I?
You did.
And I said, your memory of him having that big, puffy coat on, which stood out in your mind, was just as clear as the other specifics that you've testified to about the case,
Yes, sir.
about that night.
There was no puppy. Go.
And turns out you were completely
Wrong.
wrong about his clothing, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, he wasn't wearing a coat at all.
No, sir.
He wasn't wearing a winter coat, correct?
Nope.
He wasn't wearing a heavy winter coat, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't wearing a puffy, heavy winter coat.
He was not.
Yet you testified that he was wearing all of that, and that was clear in your mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
How we supposed to believe you, baby? Look how he looking. You can't believe
Did
it.
Mr. Brennan bring that up during the meeting 3 weeks ago?
He asked about what I had meant when I said appropriately dressed.
So you did talk about something other than just the I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When I asked what y'all talked about, why didn't you tell us that?
To be perfectly honest, sir, I did not remember until right now.
But you can remember something from 3
So
years.
your memory is fading even after 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Got it. The fact is, well, let me ask you a different question. Did Mr. Brennan tell you what Mr. O'Keefe was actually wearing
No, sir. Actually, I believe you did.
last year, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
It's a short sleeve t-shirt and a little thin wool hoodie, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't wearing a hat.
No, sir.
Wasn't wearing, as a matter of fact, didn't even have a shoe on, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And obviously, goes without saying, but I'm going to ask it anyway. That's not being appropriately dressed for the winter.
No, sir.
You indicated that you did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person.
Sir.
Once you got him back in the ambulance, obviously it's lighter, meaning brighter lights. You have more equipment in the back of the ambulance. You can better assess somebody's well-being, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated you had a, quote, much better picture of what we were dealing with, correct?
Yes.
You noticed once in the back of the ambulance that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, when you were pointing at it, I'm doing that on purpose because you pointed to the right side of your sort of forehead above your right eyebrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I love AJ so.
The majority or the The worst injury that Mr. O'Keefe suffered was actually to the back of his head, which you noted was quite matted with blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about the injury to the right side of his head as distinct from the back of the head injury for just a second. Before I get to that in detail, let me ask you, because I just sort of want to cover the bases. You noted the back of the head injury, correct? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
You also noted the front right side of the head above the right eye, correct?
We did.
You noted some injury to his eyes. They looked blackened.
Yes, sir.
But primarily the right eye was blackened.
Yep.
And there was a golf ball size egg, I think you put it, over his right eye, often called a hematoma.
Correct.
And you also noted when you got his shirt off that he had scratches along the right side of his arm. Is that right?
Sir.
You indicated on direct examination today that you believe those scratches ended where? Meaning from top to bottom? And I'm not using anatomically correct language. So from shoulder to wrist, where were the scratches that you noted?
There were several. As I noted, they were on his right humerus area.
Tell me what a humerus is.
The right arm.
Biceps.
Right about here.
Okay.
No, a little further, like between where your bicep and your tricep kind of meet. Right,
Got it.
Right about in there.
Okay. And what did the scratches look like?
They were deep, infamously referred to them as furrows, but they were quite deep. You could tell that there had been some material removed.
Okay. Material meaning skin and flesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some biological material.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And were they parallel? Meaning they were going in the same direction?
Yes.
Were there any scratches below the elbow?
There were. Yes, there were. They were not as significant as the ones on the upper arm, but they were noted.
Okay. And those were parallel as well?
Yes, sir.
And they looked like scratches to you. That's how you described them.
They did.
Last year, when you described those scratches, you curled your fingers up, exposing sort of the nails, and drew it across your biceps. Is that what you were using to describe what the sort of scratches looked like?
I just kind of used that as a landmark, to be honest with you, sir. It was just kind of how I quantified it in my mind.
Okay. But what you did was you did this motion.
Yes, sir.
As you said, there were furrows. And remember, there was an embarrassing moment for me.
Both of us, sir.
I couldn't understand the word furrow because of the accent, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the hematoma above the right eye for a second. That's basically damage to subdural blood vessels that causes acute swelling, right?
Correct.
And a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye could be being hit or punched in the face. We talked about that.
There could be several causes for hematoma, such as that.
Obviously. I mean, it could be a golf club, a baseball bat, or it could be a fist.
It could be.
Okay. We talked about that last year. I asked you if the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's face, including the laceration over his right eye, was consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation, and you said it was consistent with a physical altercation as well.
Excuse me?
Objection to referring to past testimony before a question is asked.
So sustained.
Sure. Do you remember a laceration, in addition to the hematoma, about a 0.8 centimeter laceration over his right eye?
I do.
Tell me I'm using a word that maybe not everybody understands. I didn't understand it when we first started this thing. What's a laceration? What's the difference between that and a cut?
A laceration is they're basically the same thing. A laceration is just a deep cut.
Okay. So it's a parting of the skin.
Correct.
In other words, where the skin separates.
Yes.
And that can be from blunt force trauma, meaning something hits it rather than cuts it.
You can get
Sustained.
What are some of the causes of lacerations?
You can get a laceration, as you noted, blunt force, but you can also get a laceration from a slashing movement, from a stabbing. I mean, that is still a laceration.
What about a hematoma?
That is primarily caused by blunt force trauma.
Right. And the hematoma and the laceration were right next to each other, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated last year, or let me ask you this way. Is that consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I could not say.
Okay, next question.
Well, last year, you indicate you can't answer that. Last year, You did answer it, didn't you?
Exactly.
So I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Babe, oh, my bad. Baby, I think the defense has gone through this testimony like with a fine-tooth comb, okay? And they're gonna find everything because what? He said last year you did answer it. But I knew he was gonna say he couldn't answer it because he's nervous. He's done all of this prep, but he gets to cross-examination and he's scared because they're using his words against him. I knew he was going to say he couldn't answer that question. I knew he was going to say that. Last year you did answer it. Why could you answer it last year and not this year? I think that's what we're going to see a lot of in this case. And someone asked that, hey, can they use the prior testimony when talking to the witnesses? They can and they will. They can and they will. We're going to see this entire trial. Mama O'Keefe, I feel bad for Mama O'Keefe, but baby, you just sitting here just being, I'm not gonna even say it. His Adam's apple is gulping. He's nervous. He is really nervous in the moment, and you can tell that he's nervous. He's the puffy coat. I was wondering if the state would bring it up because it's something he said. They didn't bring it up. They're probably addressing on cross, but 3 months after it happened, if you are thinking that man had on a big puffy coat, why would I trust you when your memory 3 months after was so bad? Why would I trust you? She don't think Karen did it. The Albert silenced them. You think so pretty. Mel, she doesn't like Karen. I heard that. Tia Goldie. She didn't like her from the beginning. But damn, you can't sit in trial and hear all of this stuff and think Karen did this to him. Seems strategic. Well, Karen's people are right behind her. Maybe that's why. Do you think so? Maybe that's why. Valerie says this every time I say I feel bad for the mom. She says, do not feel bad. He can't remember. He's sober. AJ.
Mr. Nettle, we are going to let you take a break and come back and join us after the luncheon break. So this is
Sounds good.
The luncheon break. There's lunch here for you. I assume, Tony, is it here?
It is here.
Okay. There's lunch here for you. We'll see you in about a half an hour.
All rise, please. Jurors, leave your notebooks in your chairs.
Did she say a half an hour? Let me go back.
You take a break and come back and join us after the luncheon break. So this is
Sounds good.
The luncheon break. There's lunch here for you. I assume, Tony, is it here?
It is here.
Okay. There's lunch here for you. We'll see you in about a half an hour.
All rise, please. Jurors, leave your notebooks in your chairs.
30-minute lunch. Okay, y'all, it's lunchtime. 30 minutes. Okay, so if you want to come up, it's lunchtime. If you want to say something, we can do a chat because I don't have anything that we could watch or play during this time. So I'm cool. I'm cool with that. Do you know you have 30 minutes? So that means lunch will be about 1:40. I'm just gonna say 2:50. I mean 1:50. They should be back about 1:50. 30 minutes. That's it. I'm not mad at it, Jaleesa. Because you know, Rocky, their lunch was an hour 15, sometimes an hour and 30 minutes. Like, that's okay. I'm okay there. I feel for the family. Oh, Aaron. Period. All right. Aaron's right. Let me get it together. Hold on, y'all. Okay, y'all. So if no one decides to come up, we do have the motion. We do have this motion from Ashley Merchant. She responded to the state responded and Ashley responded to the motion for Duke's things. And I do have that. So we can read that. They playing. They listen. I actually kind of want to do a separate video because this one's 10 pages. I'm going to do a separate video. I hate mixing stuff in. Then people who want to see it, they're not going to see it. Aaron did send it to me, so I do have it. Is this the first one? That might be the first one. Yeah, but I'll do that. I'll read them later. OMG, it's me. I heard that too. I'm gonna do the motion in another video just because I do want to keep it separate so it has its own video. But I really want to know what the hatred for Karen is and why. We could do this, guys. Let me see if I see it first. Because it's lunch. Y'all know we have to find something to do when it's lunch. What are we looking at? Oh, I have something we can look at. Hold on. So I'm going to stop this one. We can look at the Dateline interview. I see that one on here. It's 20 minutes long too, so it should carry us right on in there.
Now on Canton Confidential.
So I'm going to put this on because they're talking about it in trial. But if you are watching, y'all know we have 30 minutes. I was just about to say this, pretty. This, if you want to go grab some lunch, things like that, we got 30 minutes to do that. This is I actually wanted to see this interview. This is some snippets from her on Dateline. I don't want to do the motion on here. Peace out. Come back at 150. About 150.
Tonight, Canton in the national spotlight. The Karen Reed murder case, now the focus of a 2-hour network special.
The stakes are as high as they get for Karen Reed. She's put my family through hell to save herself.
New details about that night and new interviews with the people who lived it.
I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
And on Canton Confidential, details you won't see on Dateline.
Just when you think you know the answer, you don't.
She was tried once, but if Massachusetts gets its way, she'll be tried again. A special edition of Canton Confidential, the Karen Reed murder trial, starts right now.
And as we come on the air tonight, another major development in the fallout of the Karen Reed murder trial. Good evening. Welcome back to a special edition of Canton Confidential. I'm JC Monahan.
And I'm Corey Smith. The Massachusetts State Police confirms Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully has been removed from his position within the Norfolk County DA's office. Lieutenant Tully was the unit commander of the State Police Detective Unit. He was a supervisor of Trooper Michael Proctor, who led the investigation into John O'Keefe's murder. In a statement from MSP, Tully has been moved to a temporary assignment in the Division of Investigative Services amid an ongoing internal affairs investigation.
And this is just one of several headlines related to the case that we have seen this week alone. Others include a court filing to possibly uncover new evidence, arguments filed with the Commonwealth's highest court, the formal backing of Reed's appeal by the ACLU, and how much it costs taxpayers for state police to secure that first trial.
The spectacle outside the Norfolk Superior Courthouse, not coming cheap. Records the NBC10 investigators obtained from Massachusetts State Police showing they spent more than $250,000 in payroll to secure the scene and maintain a court-imposed buffer zone. The vast majority of trooper hours clocked in as overtime shifts. State Police also spent another $7,000 for 6 different employees to testify.
I don't recall that.
Including a little more than $1,000 for Trooper Michael Proctor to prep and read aloud from the stand the disparaging text messages he wrote about defendant Karen Reed.
She's a whack job.
The agency also paid 4 employees from the crime lab a combined $2,000 to describe forensic evidence, like apparent fragments of tail light found in John O'Keefe's clothing.
I just received the debris.
We also received records from the Norfolk DA's office, showing they spent roughly $44,000 for outside experts to fly to Massachusetts and testify about things like DNA analysis they performed on Reed's Lexus SUV.
When comparing the John O'Keefe profile.
And don't forget about the state employees who worked every day of the trial that stretched on more than 2 months.
In particular, you'll hear testimony.
Lead prosecutor Adam Lally has a salary of $145,000, and Judge Beverly Cannoni, who makes more than $200 grand. How different is this second trial going to look?
I think is going to be still pretty long, but I don't think it's going to be as long.
Criminal defense attorney Morgietta de Riziere says while taxpayers will be paying $250 per hour to the special prosecutor hired to take the lead on the case, the witness list and legal arguments should be much more condensed.
A fuller story from the beginning, more streamlined, more storytelling, and I think that might also reduce some of the costs.
A big question is how many people will show up outside the courthouse for the second trial and how much security will be needed. The first trial took place in the heat of the summer and saw those huge crowds. Second trial will be taking place in the heart of the New England winter. In Dedham, Ryan Kath, NBC 10 Investigators.
Before the retrial in January begins, the Supreme Judicial Court will hear arguments regarding Reed's appeal to get 2 charges dismissed, and that hearing is next month.
Ahead of those arguments, the American Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts is weighing in on the issue. The organization filed an amicus brief in support of Reed's appeal, arguing that Judge Cannoni's decision to declare a mistrial was, quote, hasty. That brief says she made a mistake by refusing to conduct a post-verdict evidentiary hearing after the defense said multiple jurors reported they had agreed to acquit Karen Reed of 2 of the 3 counts. It goes on to say retrying Reed on those charges would violate the prohibition against double jeopardy. And joining us in studio to talk about that filing is legal director for the ACLU of Massachusetts, Jesse Rossman. Did I summarize the argument there in an accurate way?
I guess not to be too lawyerly, but
Okay.
I would give
No, by all means, be lawyerly.
So, the ACLU filed this amicus brief on behalf of protecting the rights of all criminal defendants. We know we're talking about one of the foundational constitutional protections we have, which is the protection against double jeopardy. And what we argued in our amicus brief is that here, what we're asking the SJC, or Supreme Judicial Court, which is our state Supreme Court, to do, is to send it back to the trial court to conduct that evidentiary hearing to determine what the jury actually concluded in their deliberations.
Why do you feel that that was a mistake that she didn't do that the first time?
Well, look, as we talked about in our brief, there are options for judges to conduct a polling of the jury before declaring a mistrial. That's allowed under the criminal procedure, and we cited examples where that has happened both in Massachusetts, in federal courts, and in other states. And that didn't happen here. But the good news is there's also another vehicle to address when there are viable questions about what the outcome of a jury deliberation was. And that's what's happened here. And as we talk about in our brief, there have been examples in Massachusetts trial courts where there are questions about a jury verdict. You can conduct an evidentiary hearing post-verdict, and that's what we're asking the Supreme Judicial Court to send back to the trial court to happen.
Just in a nutshell, because appeals happen all the time, what was it about the Karen Reed appeal that she is making that caught the attention of the ACLU?
What's at the heart of this appeal is one of the oldest and most foundational constitutional protections that we have, which is that protection against double jeopardy. And at its core, what that protection says is that outside of extreme circumstances, the Commonwealth can't use the benefits of its resources and its power to subject a criminal defendant to multiple trials on the same charges. The ACLU became involved here on behalf of all criminal defendants to make sure that when there are viable questions about the outcome of jury deliberations, that gets sent back for a post-evidentiary hearing so that we can be sure what the jury actually decided in this case.
All right. Well, thank you so much for helping us digest this amicus brief as we continue to cover this trial. Jesse Rossman with the ACLU of Massachusetts.
Thank you.
All right, still ahead on Canton Confidential, Michael Coyne, Sue O'Connell, both going to be here to talk about the new case the prosecution is putting together.
Plus, my interview with Dayline's Andrea Canning. Here's a preview of tonight's show.
I said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean, you dropped him off at the
I don't know
house.
what else could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house? Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
Questions surrounding John O'Keefe's murder and the high-profile trial of Karen Read consumed the lives of so many people in and around Canton for nearly 2 years now. And tonight, it hits the national stage in a 2-hour Dateline special. I got the chance to speak with Andrea Canning, longtime correspondent and host of the show, and here is part of our conversation. Andrea, thank you so much for joining us. We have so many questions for you. You've been at Dateline for 12 years. Can you give me a little insight as to what made the Karen Read murder trial of interest to you and to Dateline?
Well, I think it started out as one of those stories that appeared to be, maybe Karen was drinking and driving and accidentally, backed into John. And then it takes this sharp right turn and provides the ultimate twist when they start saying it's a cover-up, that they're accusing other people of causing this death. And so it's one of those cases with all these twists and turns where just when you think you know the answer, you don't.
There is a lot to cover. What did you find the most intriguing?
I certainly found it intriguing listening to Karen in her own words. Dennis Murphy did that interview with Karen. That was fascinating to have her take you through the night from beginning to end, and then how things went so wrong in the days after John's death. I mean, to live that with her and to hear her take you moment by moment in those days, it is absolutely fascinating.
As you're combing through all of this and putting it together, was there just as much interest? Because I think some of us here who have been following it really closely are sort of astonished that this has garnered national attention and even beyond.
I think this is just one of those cases that it's like everyone has a different opinion about what happened or how they interpret the clues or, what someone Googled on their phone at a certain time, what that means. It's like everything means something different to everyone. It's so hard to kind of cut through all of the material and really have a solid answer about what actually happened.
Did you find getting these interviews were easy? Did it take a lot of persuasion? Because, for example, the O'Keefe family, some members have come out and spoken here and there, and same with Karen Read, but you really had access to them.
I know that it was definitely a challenge every step of the way, getting people to talk. We did get a family member named Beth. She was excellent. She took us through beginning to end and was so raw and real about the experience that the family has had. To hear it through their lens about how they've been treated. They felt vilified at times when it's their loved one who died. So it's a very strange twist with how this family feels that they have been treated. And it's really because they don't buy the cover-up. Mm-hmm. So then there's anger at them for not buying the cover-up.
Because y'all
So it's a very complicated, complex case, as you know.
The Night of the Nor'easter airs tonight at 9 o'clock right here on NBC 10 Boston. And joining us back at the table tonight is legal analyst Michael Coyne, along with our courtroom insider Sue O'Connell. All right, let's start with some of the legal aspects of this, because we did see a clip and we just talked about the fact that Karen Read did speak. This was before the first trial, in depth, in length at some point. Now that we're through the first trial, we're heading possibly into the second trial. Should she be concerned legally about what she has gone on record as saying, because she didn't take the stand in the first trial?
Yes, she should. I'm surprised that those videos weren't used at the earlier trial. I would expect that Attorney Brennan will take a hard look at them and maybe use one or if not more of the interviews she has made with the media. She tells a compelling story as to what she thinks happened, and that's pretty consistent with what the government thinks happened here.
So today, the new prosecutor, speaking of Brennan, filed a request for phone records, footage of an interview with Karen Read's dad that he did with another local news station. Earlier this week, they moved to have more data recovered from Read's SUV. Does this tell you anything about how this second trial, if it gets there, is going to go?
Well, it's going to be a different trial. They're going to dig a little deeper on some of the items of evidence. I expect that what they're going to do is streamline it and focus on the key parts of this case: the drinking, the driving, the deadly consequences. The fact is that the snowstorm caused all sorts of problems with the collection of evidence, but it doesn't change the government's basic narrative that this was really pretty simple, driving under the influence with horrible consequences.
No, he believes. And yet, Sue, we talk about how you were in that courtroom almost every day, and you, along with many others, had a hard time sort of following the Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally thought process, storytelling in that first trial. We're now getting little insights as to what the story might look like in the second trial. Does it look to you dramatically different, or are we
Yeah, I think we already have a narrative, I think, which we didn't necessarily have during the Lally presentation. To Michael's point, they're looking at evidence or seeking evidence. We don't know if the car data actually exists or not. They say in their filing, it may help them, it may hurt them, they don't know, but they're seeking that. We were told that was it, there was no more. And the idea that they're going to interview people who were around Karen that were not interviewed the first time, her family, her brother, her dad, her mom. You know, that says he's focusing on things that weren't covered. I imagine, I'm guessing here, but they have feedback about what didn't work. The jurors did express interest in some things and interest in others. I can imagine that they're going to cut a whole bunch of things away that didn't work for them the first time to really streamline this process.
Oh, we'd have to, right? I mean, how many hundreds of pieces of evidence were in that first
And to that
trial?
point, this request to get more data from the SUV, given how the defense attorneys went after the collection of evidence and data in the first trial, if something new comes to light, what's stopping a juror from thinking, well, where was this during the first trial? Why should I believe it now if I maybe didn't believe it in the first one?
Well, don't we all think that the government's case, the weakest point was the connection between the vehicle hitting him, if it hit him at all, and his death.
Okay.
And I think that's what we're looking at now, is that we're taking a much harder look. If the evidence doesn't support that the vehicle hit him at the end of the day after this level of analysis, then the government has to realize that obtaining a conviction is going to be almost impossible.
And that vehicle could have an enormous amount of information. You know, this is a case that I worked on a local case around the key assist times it goes and when you hit a brake and when you touch the wheel. So if it's there, it could mean something.
All right. Don't go anywhere.
No.
Still need you. We know numerous true crime podcasts, YouTube shows have highlighted the Karen Read case this year, but why? What makes this case stand out? And why do complete strangers care?
We took those questions to a local professor and true crime expert. Their answer when Canton Confidential returns.
Welcome back to Canton Confidential. Whether it's shows like Dateline or podcasts like Serial or the countless HBO documentaries out there, true crime has become one of the most popular genres in nearly every medium. Again, TV shows, books, podcasts, you name it, it's probably a true crime genre.
A lot of us, me, friends, everything. The stories are told, are often, however, if you think about it, these are crime stories. So they are gruesome, they are tragic, and they focus on the darkest days of people that the audience doesn't even know. They are strangers. Our Eli Rosenberg joins us live with the allure of how true crime, and particularly this local murder investigation, fits into that genre. Eli?
And JC and Corey, we're about 90 minutes from that Dateline special. And you know those here in Boston and beyond are really going to be glued to it. So tonight we are talking with experts about what it is about this particular case, this investigation, this trial that really resonates and attracts so much interest.
All eyes focused on the spectacle outside a Massachusetts courthouse.
This was next level.
It has been must-see TV for years. The murder investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. But why?
As Mark Twain once said, we are all like the moon. We have a dark side that you just don't see. Through history, people have been fascinated with crime stories.
Guys, you have to move. You have to move back.
And it's that draw that has so many focusing on Karen Read. Read is accused of hitting O'Keefe with her SUV during a snowy night in late January 2022. Her arrest, trial,
I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
and subsequent mistrial drawing international attention and dividing the town of Canton.
The thing about true crime is that it allows us to kind of get up close and personal to trauma and to sort of the unimaginable.
And it was that up close and personal. That played out literally. From people showing up at the Dedham courthouse seemingly every day during the 9-week trial, to those watching from home, detailing every move on social media.
So it hovers in this strange space. It is tapping into the abject, the what we don't want to experience in real life. It's taking us to that strange place.
And it's important to know when we're talking about true crime, we are talking about real people here, people that continue to struggle, like the O'Keefe family. Meanwhile, this story is far from over. From that Supreme Judicial Court hearing in early November to the second trial, still slated for late January 2025. I'm Eli Rosenberg. Back to you.
All right, Eli, thank you very much.
And when we come back, a look at what's next for the O'Keefe family and Karen Reed. Welcome back. Before we go, November 6th is the date for the SJC hearing. So, Michael, your legal opinion, what should we expect, do you think?
The court will allow all 3 charges to stand. I don't see double jeopardy as barring the retrial. I do think they'll caution that in the future, when you're giving the Tui Rodriguez charge with respect to the mistrial, that the court should inquire of the jury if they were able to reach unanimity on any of the charges before dismissing the jury.
All right, Sue, like you, so many people that are going to be watching tonight know this case, this trial, backwards and forwards. But with that said, though, what do you hope people take away from this episode of Dateline?
So, having been with the Dateline folks for 40 days and 40 nights covering the case, they're so professional, they're so fair, and we watched them for over 30 years. I'm hoping that, if you're not like completely connected to the case, like related to the people involved, you try and watch this with an open mind, right? And just let Dateline tell you the story based on the facts that they garnered. They don't have a dog in this fight. They don't have a point of view on this. They're just going to use their storytelling skills along with the facts that they have figured out and present it. And, I think in this really volatile, divided time we're in right now, something you may think is true may end up not being true, but just make it a practice to open your mind, hear what they have to say, and see if that changes anywhere that you are. Because I think, everyone wants justice in this, right?
Right.
Everyone feels badly that John O'Keefe is dead, right? So let's start where we all share and have this common concern and see if we can find some place in the middle here.
And as a huge Dateline fan, it's going to be surreal to see our own backyard out there. Very strange.
We are very much looking forward to it. Michael, Sue, thank you very much. And thank you for joining us for tonight's special edition of Canton Confidential. I'm Corey Smith.
I'm JC Monahan. Stick around. Dateline's 2-hour episode, The Night of the Nor'easter, is coming up right here at 9 o'clock.
Girl, not they didn't call this something. Okay, y'all, so we got through that. We got through that. I'm going to put court back on because court should probably be about 10 minutes before starting. And then we'll be back on. Okay, so far, how y'all feeling about Nuttall's testimony? Yeah, it's about 10 to 15 until we're back now. How you guys feeling about Nuttall and his testimony? Instead of the actual evidence from the trial, why would you just not watch the trial? It's available. I love that the trial is available. Like, looking back at Nuttall, I think for me personally, for him to, he said liar. For me personally, Nuttall, when he first in trial 1, I was all for him. Very inconsistent. I was all for Nuttall. I felt like I trust this young man. I trust him. But for him to switched it for me is when he said he heard her say that, and that's the only thing he heard. You mean all of this is going on around you? You don't hear anything besides her saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's a problem for me because there was so much chaos going on. She was screaming. Then you said she screamed it. She was screaming and yelling the entire time. Screaming and yelling the entire time. Why didn't the car pick that up? You guys are right in front of the car. Somehow, as frantic as she was, she managed to just quietly tell you, I hit him. I'm not believing that. I'm not believing that. And another reason, he does not strike me as someone that would not make sure that that's documented. He didn't say anything. Maybe Katie, as some people have implied, maybe Katie said it to him. She said this to me and he's confused it. Because remember, he didn't say that day. They're all liars. Could be. That is Mr. Puffy Coat. Yes, Latigra. 3 months after the death, he says John had on a puffy coat. And he wants me to believe 3 years later, he could really hear this woman saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Not, listen, Shay, someone who arrives at work 2 hours early, he forgot to tell the doctors that maybe he's probably been hit by a car. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Yes. Nene, I think I've said this on this stream already today. The saddest part about this case is he'd never been to that house before. So you go from he'd never been to that house before. He goes to the house and he's killed within minutes of stepping foot in the house. That is so scary to me. That is so scary to me. You've never been there before. As soon as you get in the house, something happens. But I'm with Ash. I just pray that at some point, somebody cuts up on this stand and tells us what happens. No one put it in any report. That's why I can't believe it. Katie didn't do anything. Hey, make sure you put this in your report. Flamati, which I think, so someone asked who's next. I think they're going to go ahead and get through all of the EMTs. So I can see Katie or Flamati coming next. It's probably going to go in the same order. Nuttall, Flamati, and then Katie. Because remember, Katie was, she came in a separate truck. She wasn't even in the car with them, I don't believe. So, yeah. I think he loves his job. I think he's good at his job. But I think he's lying about this. Which part, Nene? Which part did you miss? He didn't have on a puffy coat, Mama Jackie. That's the point. He did not have on a puffy coat at all. My bad, y'all. Barky's barking again. Yeah, he didn't have on a puffy coat. If Katie testifies, Bev, you don't think she's going to testify? He never been to that house before. Oh, yeah. He's never been to that house before, Nene. Never. That was his first time at that home, which is why we think the dog did attack him. The dog attacked him because I've seen a theory that says he walked in the house, may have gotten the doors confused, or maybe he did walk down the basement stairs, right? And that dog saw him, attacked him, could have made him fall, hit his head, anything. And I keep saying, if that's what happened, why wouldn't they immediately call for help? Because it wasn't y'all fault. And that's what leads me to believe something else had to happen. Something else had to happen. But he did not have on a puffy coat. I don't know where Nuttall got the puffy coat from, but he did not have on a puffy coat. Gwen, how do we know he didn't have his wallet and keys on him? How are we sure he didn't have his wallet and keys, guys? They could have all been scrapping. Then Chloe jumped in to protect. I've heard this may have happened, which knocked John over. And he hit his head fatally. This could have happened. Something happened, y'all. And I think the theory that he was beat, for me, works because of all of the fractures in his head, the laceration on his eye. I think he punched or something, and that's why his hand was his right hand was bruised. I that's just me though. Where's his bracelet he has on in every picture? Did he have it on that night, Ashley? Did you guys see that he had on that bracelet that night? I think they brought him there. A fight broke out because everyone was intoxicated. I do think it was a drunken fight. And the dog got in to defend the owner. Missy, this is very, very logical to me. But y'all, it's within minutes of him entering that home. It's what's like, I just really cannot understand. He was not in that house for 10 minutes before this happened. She said, I don't know. Black eyes. Okay, Ashley said he has black eyes. I mean, Amanda, sorry. Black eyes and hematoma, fractured skull, scratches on the arm. I think something happened to him at the house. I think there's more to it. I think he was going there to get his ass beat. Infidelity in some capacity. I think he was going. Wait. Are you saying he knew that he was going to have a fight when he got there? Sassy? Rainated because it did. I'm still standing on Colin, underage, drunk ass, saw him, had liquid courage. I could see this too. And started the whole thing. That's why everyone is covering for him. I can see this. Because I guess for me, I want to know why are you really trying to leave Colin out of it? If he was there and there was no problem, why are we lying about it? Because that's one of the things everyone is consistent about. They're consistent about the butt dials. And they're consistent about 1210. Oh, they're also consistent about that damn dog being taken outside. They're consistent about that too. He did, Nene. He lived a few houses down from John. He had a run-in about Colin throwing beer cans in his yard or something like that. But yes. Then, y'all think he was lured to the house? Hold on just a second, y'all. This is Mariah. Sorry, y'all. My baby couldn't figure out how to fill out her paperwork. This is what happens when you handicap your kids and you do everything for them. She is a freshman in college, and I have to help her figure out a dress change. Okay, what are we talking about in the comments? Kim wants to go home so her and John can work things out. Wait, do y'all remember in Hank's opening, he talks of, I mean, not Hank's opening, in the video we watched where Karen says that when she was pulling off, she thought that would make John flag her down and tell her to stop, and he didn't. Did y'all catch that in that clip that we just saw? India, that's what it is, child. On the phone with her. You know, she has like a little job and they didn't pay her. So she went in and she's like, Mom, I think they mailed the checks. I said, okay, great. Did you tell them about the one you didn't get last year? She's like, oh no. Come on, baby. You got to be quick on your feet. But yes, back to this. Karen said she was, and let's go back. Let's go back. Go back to everybody in that truck who saw her car slowly easing up. Think about the text. John, I'm going back home. Your kids gonna be here by themselves. It seems like their relationship was always her trying to pull some tactic to get him to care. She really, so I guess when she got past that flagpole, he didn't come back out. She said, F it, and left. She just said F it and left. They doing fighting for a hobby or something. Oh, congratulations, Stephanie. She said, keeps me busy and keeps me staying accountable. Congratulations, Stephanie. Stephanie said, since we're on a lunch break, I just wanted to update everyone. I'm now officially 11 months sober. Congratulations again. This chat keeps me busy and it helps me stay accountable. Well, we are happy to be on the journey with you. Keep going one day at a time. I'm very happy to hear that. Trying to convince him to come to the house. She thought that was going to make him call her. Congratulations. Yes. No, Kay, I haven't seen that. I hadn't even, when I'm on here, when I'm streaming, for the most part, I'm just looking at X to update. And if my kids call me or something, but other than that, baby, I'm in these comments. I'm in this comment. Hey, Key, I didn't even see you pop in. Other than that, I am in the comments and I am listening to the chat. So I haven't seen anything, Kay. I haven't seen it. I'm not the person who can do like 30 things at one time. So scrolling and on IG, I'm gonna miss something that's happening in court. And then I'm gonna be mad because I did miss the 30 to 70 feet until I read the comments. And I'm like, okay, now I see what we're talking about here. So we went from 30 to 70 feet. Craziness. Y'all, I just love y'all. Yeah. I just love this chat. You guys are amazing. I hope Stephanie feels the love from the chat and keeps going. To get a moment to his page. What happened, Kay? We're on break. Hold up. Kay said, Stephanie says, thanks, y'all. They do. Let me find it, y'all. Let me tell y'all what my girl Stephanie's talking about right now. Since we're still on break. Wait, y'all. Listen to it.
This is a shakedown. To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby.
He better let me know why he let that woman tell him she wanted him to put a black baby inside of her. That's what I want to hear, Shannon.
Who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of...
Did y'all hear him? Y'all, let me hurry up. It's a minute long.
In your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million.
He found her from
What they're
OnlyFans.
getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all of you guys.
Y'all, the fact that he has to make a statement like that, he said, y'all gonna see a 30-second clip, should be about 10 minutes. Happy birthday, honey. Y'all, why Duke always popping in here when we say something like that? Let me find out Duke be texting 30 seconds, but should be 10 minutes too. Let me stop. That man said you're going to see a 30-second clip, but it should be 10 minutes. Yo. That man said you're going to, wait a minute. Oh my God. Who birthday did Happy belated birthday, T. Oh my God, y'all. Look, why do Twan always pop up when it's something, when we talking about something crazy? Oh my, y'all, the fact that Shannon Sharp, y'all, and Shannon pissed me off. I forgot what he did, but he pissed me off. So I watch, if he talking about Shador Sanders, that's it. I can't remember what Shannon did right now that pissed me off, but I'm mad at him right now. I can go. Twan. Oh my. Sugar said Lakers in 5. Okay. Oh Lord. Oh, y'all, this is too much for me. It's too early. Hold up, y'all. They say we back. I'm live right now. That man said you're gonna see a 30-second clip. It really should be 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm caught up to date on the stream. I'm up to date on the stream. Let's go again. I'm on Court TV, so if y'all on Law and Crime or something, that might be why y'all saying it's back. Let's see. Oh, Lord Jesus, I cannot believe that, man. Okay, yeah, I switched to Law and Crime, y'all. Give me just a second. I'm gonna switch it. Oh.
You had the same types of discussions with firefighter Matt Kelly.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing that you probably had the same sorts of discussions with firefighter Walsh.
I actually don't know if I saw firefighter Walsh when we got back. The weather was right at shift change, and the weather getting back was also getting worse. So I honestly couldn't speak to that.
And you also had conversations with firefighter McLaughlin after you cleared the hospital and got back to the station as well.
She was part of the debrief, yes, sir.
Okay. And all of you discussed what you did, saw, and heard, generally speaking, while at the scene, correct?
Those are more in terms of getting equipment wrangled, really kind of how they go. What did we use? What do we need? What are we going to have to restock when we get back?
Right. But there also was obviously discussions about what had just happened. I mean, you are dealing with a dead or dying police officer on a lawn, on a snow-covered lawn in a cold environment.
I honestly couldn't speak to that, sir. I honestly don't remember.
It's because you don't remember, correct?
Well, like I said, it's mostly those debriefs are they're very.
See, y'all, this is why we was on Court TV right here, because Law and Crime been doing this. Now, why hasn't Court TV started back?
Equipment, make sure that the ambulance is ready for the next call, etc. I'm asking about a general debrief with the fellow firefighters, male and female, that you were with at that scene. You're telling me that you don't remember debriefing and discussing the incident and your observations at the incident following that incident?
No, sir.
Okay. But your memory, you indicated earlier, gets better with time, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't remember it as you sit here today?
Ask the question again.
Sure. Do you remember discussing with firefighter Flamati, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Kelly, firefighter McLaughlin, any of them, your observations and what happened while at the scene after you cleared the hospital and got back to the station?
No, sir.
Have no memory of that whatsoever?
No, sir.
When we left off before lunch, I was asking you about a hematoma and a laceration over the right eye of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
I asked you, is being punched in the face, can that lead to a small laceration like you saw and a hematoma like you saw?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Can
you answer that question?
I couldn't speak to how that injury occurred.
Is it consistent? Are those injuries, just those injuries, are those consistent with being punched in the face?
Those injuries could be sustained from numerous ways.
And
yes, it could be from that. It could be from others as well.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. It could be. In other words, it's consistent
Yes,
with
sir.
being punched in the face, correct? Correct. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I know any leg.
I want to ask you about this statement that you indicate that you heard that now is 3 statements, 3 phrases, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you heard this statement, describe for me exactly where you were. What were you doing and who was around you?
I was knelt at the head of John O'Keefe with a bag valve mask, delivering ventilations. Firefighter Kelly was to the right, and firefighter Flamati was on the left side of Mr. O'Keefe, and the 3 of us together were working to perform CPR and ventilations.
And your job, and I hate to butcher it, but you'll correct me.
Yes, sir.
Your job was to do the airway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm picturing a big balloon-like apparatus that you put over the patient's mouth. And
Exactly.
squeeze it.
Yes.
That's as opposed to, it's an advancement on just mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You were the airway person doing the squeezing of the bag.
Correct.
What was Tony Flamati, firefighter Flamati, doing?
He was starting CPR, and which that point was taken over by firefighter Kelly.
Okay, so firefighter Flamati, when you say starting CPR, describe what that means. What is the physical act of CPR?
So you put both hands together like this, one on top of the other. You put it right on top of the sternum, and you begin doing chest compressions 2 inches deep, allowing full recoil for 100 to 120 beats per minute, compressions a minute to sustain a cardiac rhythm. You're manually making the heart beat with each compression.
Which means that is a rhythmic pumping motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you see someone doing CPR, you're probably going to see their shoulders moving up and down and moving rhythmically.
Correct.
Do you remember what firefighter Flamati was wearing? You had just come off of actually, you were just coming onto a shift, so you didn't have all your foul weather gear officially, correct?
I had my puffy jacket. Okay. I had my Canton Fire jacket.
Got it. Firefighter Flamati, on the other hand, had a bright yellow jacket.
Correct.
Sort of reflective and a safety jacket.
Yes, sir.
And he was kneeling to your left at the time doing, have I got that right?
Yep, you got that right.
Okay, he's kneeling to your left at the time doing chest compressions. That's when you indicate that Miss Reed walked over and made the statement.
Correct.
And Kelly was there as well?
Yes, sir.
Kneeling right beside all three of you as firefighter Flamati was giving the chest compressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated that the statement was in response to a question that you asked of my client. Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Correct.
And she responded to you with the phrase that you've used. I hit him.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Right.
He said, don't forget the other two.
So it's absolutely clear in your mind when that statement was made. You were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Firefighter Flamati was doing the CPR, and Kelly was with the both of you when you posed that question.
Yes, sir.
It's a very detailed memory.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, Mr. Brennan, that sticks out in your mind. Is that right?
It does.
But that's not at all what you told Trooper Proctor on February 8th, just 10 days after this incident, is it?
I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
I thought your memory got better with time.
I don't recall that meeting. Okay. I recall meeting with him, but I don't recall the extent of what was discussed.
You literally don't.
Yeah, that's not me.
In that meeting in that formal interview with the lead detective on this case.
We discussed the case, but I don't, and in his words, I'm not sure what he put down.
What you said to Trooper Proctor on February 8th, 10 days after this, was you overheard Miss Reed say, I hit him one time to another female that she was talking to. Correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it. Did you say that?
I have no memory of this, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Did you say that her statement was an answer to a question posed by the female or a discussion with the female?
Break that down for me, sir.
Sure. Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th that what you heard was Karen Reed speaking to a female, not answering a question that you posed?
Again, I don't recall that specific question.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th while you were rendering aid, and at the time you heard the statement, Miss Reed was actually praying over John, your words, praying over John?
I don't recall ever saying that.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And why he looks so damn confused? Y'all, he is turning red. They always turn red. Emily, tell me your name. I'll follow you back. I don't know what's going on. He's lying. He's lying for real.
Did you say that you observed Karen Reed to have blood on her face from providing mouth-to-mouth breaths to Mr. O'Keefe prior to your arrival?
I remember Miss Reed having blood on her face, presumably from attempting CPR.
Do you remember telling Trooper Proctor on February 8th that you saw her with blood on her face from CPR?
I do.
So you remember that portion of your conversation with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the praying over John, praying over the victim, you don't remember.
I don't remember ever saying that. Ever.
And the statement, I hit him to another female, you also don't remember that.
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a report
Yes, sir.
authored by Trooper Proctor? May I?
Yes.
May I direct the witness's attention to the second page, Your Honor?
All right, why don't you take a look at Jackson?
Baby, look, they all get
May I
red.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you have an opportunity to glance at the report that you were just shown?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection about your conversation with Trooper Proctor that he put in a report?
It does not, sir.
So as you sit here,
But you
you
read.
have no memory of what you just read in this report from Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator on the case.
I have no recollection of ever saying that anybody prayed over anybody ever in this case.
You did see it in this report, though.
Sustained.
You've admitted under oath that your memory of the events at that time, from that time frame, January, February 2022, is faulty, correct?
No, sir.
In your April 2024, it's April 30th, 2024 testimony from last year. You were asked whether or not your memory was a little faulty, and your answer was absolutely, correct?
Could I have a page and number? Where is that, Mr. Jackson?
Volume 8,
He's nervous.
page 151,
He's nervous right
lines
now.
14 through 16.
Can you give me the lines again?
Lines 14 through 16. I'll just allow counsel to get that up.
He's nervous, baby. Ooh, he is nervous.
If we could pose the entire question and give content to it, please.
Hank's so bothered.
May I?
He's so bothered.
Yeah, so do you intend to show the whole question?
The whole question that I asked and his answer, yes.
All right, and I'll give you the opportunity on redirect, Mr. Brennan, if it's not. Go ahead.
Is it true that in answer to the question, quote, so it's fair to say your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame? Your answer was absolutely. Correct?
From last year?
What you testified to last year about conversations that you had with Trooper Proctor
Look at him, y'all.
around February 8th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree, as you sit here, that your memory is still faulty about your conversation with him.
With
Correct?
Trooper Proctor? Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So you're
Only
not
Trooper
saying you
Proctor.
didn't say that the statement was made to a woman, correct?
Objection.
Are you saying that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. And you're also not saying that you didn't say to Trooper Proctor that you saw Karen Reed praying over John O'Keefe.
Objection.
So I'd like you to ask that differently. Did you say that?
I have no recollection of saying that ever.
Next question.
My point is, if you have no recollection of it, you're not denying saying it.
Objection.
Are you denying saying it?
Yes.
So you do have a recollection that you never said it. Do you understand the difference?
Oh, sir, I don't believe I've ever said praying. That's really not something that I would have said. I didn't see it that day. It didn't happen. I don't remember ever saying prayed.
You didn't
in regards
see
to
it
this case ever.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That was your words just now, correct?
Break that down for me.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That's what you're saying about the praying statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that same exact statement, you also included the phrase, I hit him, correct?
No, sir.
In the statement that you made to Trooper Proctor?
The report that Trooper Proctor wrote?
Correct.
Again, I don't remember ever saying the words praying over him. I do distinctly remember I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which doesn't appear in that report, does it?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Jackson. You directed him only to page 2.
Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to show you a short portion of a video, the same video that you were asked to look at on direct examination. And Your Honor, I pray to the court, I can certainly mark it as a defense exhibit or for
So is this
identification.
going to be an exhibit by agreement?
It is.
Okay,
It is.
So we now that, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I play a portion of that video for the jurors, publish it?
Okay. Which portion so people know?
I'm going to start it at about, I want to say 6:55. Mr. Wall, could cue that up? Before you play it, can we have it on that screen as well, or is it only playing to this screen?
I don't know. When Ms. Gilman did it, it was both. Great.
There we go. All right. Before we play it, can I ask you a quick question about this?
Sure.
It appears that this is paused. Do you recognize this as being the same video that you were shown this morning by Mr. Brennan?
I do.
All right. Describe the scene.
So that is 34 Fairview Road. The lights in the background, I believe it is either right as we pulled up or right as we're pulling up.
Okay. Same dash cam video.
Yes, sir.
Can we scroll this to the 6:55 runtime spot, please? Pause it. Okay. Do you see the individual on the left? Far left.
Yeah, the jacket?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
I believe that's Firefighter Flamati.
You previously indicated that firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing CPR at the same time you were knelt down providing the airway.
This isn't when it was
That's
stated.
not my question. Is that what you said?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You indicated earlier when you heard this statement by my client, you were very detailed. Firefighter Flamati was knelt down providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support for Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I had also said that at some point,
That's a
Firefighter
yes or no
Flamati
question.
had
Objection.
So I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
transferred CPR to Firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly did take over compressions at one point.
Okay. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is an easy one. Did you say that when Miss Reed walked over to you and you had this dialogue with her, she made that statement that Firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Firefighter Flamati, in your testimony, appears to be standing up right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's play the video forward for just a second. Stop it. What did you see Firefighter Flamati do just now?
I believe he just knelt down.
Okay. So at this point, he's kneeling for the first time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's about to provide chest compressions as your memory serves, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see my client in that photo? In that clip?
No, sir.
You didn't see her?
Oh, no, I did see her, yeah. I don't see her on right now.
Right. She just walked off frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop it. You see my client walk back into the frame?
Yes, sir.
At this point, you were watching Firefighter Flamati. He appears to be now providing CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my client is nowhere near you, correct? At least for this clip.
No, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
And the clip that I just played before, the few seconds that I played before, nowhere near you, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward.
When are you ever with her? she with the man, y'all.
Pause it, please. What do you see happening on the screen from screen right to screen left at this juncture?
We're bringing in the stretcher.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. Do you see where my client is right now?
Can you back it up 2 seconds? Sorry, I lost view.
With the court's permission, I need to ask the court's permission. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. Did you see my client?
Yes, sir.
Where is she in the frame?
Behind that other individual.
Behind the SUV?
I believe she's in front of the SUV and behind the other individual.
Okay. I'm at the SUV, that's the white SUV that's in
Yes, sir.
the far distance.
Yes.
That's the back of the SUV. She's behind it, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Not near you.
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see what firefighter Flamati is?
Yeah, let me see.
Entire clip.
Chest compressions?
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. What's happening now?
Where Mr. O'Keefe's on the scoop stretcher and he's being transferred to the ambulance stretcher.
So that's the entire time Mr. Flamati, firefighter Flamati, was giving chest compressions. It's captured right here on this video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now Mr. O'Keefe is up on the stretcher, and you are no longer knelt down,
No, sir.
and firefighter Flamati is no longer knelt down,
No, sir.
and you're now following the stretcher with, it looks like, 2 or 3 other EMTs, correct?
I am not in that frame, sir.
Okay, so you've walked away.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause it. You see where my client is?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play it. Do you see firefighter Flamati or firefighter Kelly continuing to give chest compressions?
Yes, sir.
Which one is that? Do you know?
I believe it's firefighter Flamati.
Flamati?
Believe so.
Okay, so he's still doing all the chest compressions from start to finish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's happening right now?
Now we are transferring to ambulance 1.
And where's my client?
Right front and center.
You ain't said one word
Yeah,
to
just
you.
moving on.
Yes. His little hair looks good.
If I may have just a second.
Speaking of that, you know, what was his picture? And then he said she ended.
With regard, just a couple of more questions with the court's permission. Okay. I'm going to change gears with regard to what you talked about on direct examination, the hypothermic conditions. You're not a medical doctor, correct?
No, sir.
You don't diagnose patients?
Sir.
You're not diagnosing that John O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia that night?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Baby, that was good. What is Hank gonna do? Can Hank do? That was good.
Firefighter Nuttall, the video the defense just showed you, did you notice any differences between that video and when I showed it to you?
What?
And that it doesn't have the time on it?
Yes, those were 2 different time frames on that video.
And when we spoke about when the defendant said to you, I hit him, that wasn't shown to you in that video just now, was it?
No, it was not.
So if we go back, will you be able to explain where you came from and firefighter Flamati came from and when you first went over to John O'Keefe?
Sure.
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could start. that video. I think it is 6:11, please.
Let me see.
Now stop it there. Do you see that this exhibit has timestamp on the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please continue.
And then he says that they showed him a different frame from when she said, when he alleged.
Could you stop, please? Do you see the red lights on the left?
Yes, sir.
Is that when you believe that you first arrived?
Yes, sir.
And that note says 6:11:05. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Please watch to the left. Stop, please. Is that when you first arrived and walk over to help John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir. That's me.
I'll note that the timestamp is 6:11:21. Okay. Continue, please.
Mary did not want you to touch her. She already knew.
Stop, please. Did you see firefighter Flamati come after you?
Yes, sir.
Was any of this shown to you during those questions?
No, sir.
No. Continue, please.
Mary can't even feel. She just running.
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant in that screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her moving from right to left towards you?
Sustained is to the form.
Okay. What direction do you see her running in that screen from right to left?
She's running towards where the three of us are grouped.
Okay. Please continue.
Clearly, Monkey.
Stop, please. Is it at that time the defendant said to you that she hit him?
Yes, sir.
And you remember that?
I do.
Okay. I'm done with the tape. Thank you very much. Now, you were asked questions about your memory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were asked the questions about
She did, Miss Sheila.
Trooper Proctor, when you were saying that you didn't remember, were you referring to the conversation with Trooper Proctor, or were you suggesting you didn't remember what happened that morning?
I don't remember the interview with Trooper Proctor. I remember it happened. I don't remember the substance of what was discussed entirely. I remember we discussed that morning, but.
Do you know if that conversation was recorded or just a conversation between you and the trooper?
I do not know if it was recorded.
You asked questions. I want to ask you about questions on Mr. O'Keefe, and you mentioned that there was some type of blood clotting on the back of his head?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You noticed there were abrasions on his right arm?
Yes, sir.
You noticed there was a hematoma on the right side of his head?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any bruising on his right knee?
Don't recall, sir.
Did it stand out to you that all of his injuries, all of them that you saw other than the cut on the back of the head, that they were all on his right side?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any hematomas on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any scratches or abrasions on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any marks that would be consistent with an altercation on the left side of his body?
I did not.
You were asked about the cause, and you said that you don't know the cause. You weren't there, were you?
No, sir.
You asked if it was consistent with being punched, and you said it could be.
Yes, sir.
Could it be consistent with being clipped by a car?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
You were asked questions about clothing.
Yes, sir.
And you had at one point said you thought that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a winter jacket. Do you have any memory that when you first got there, or when you first got there, do you have any memory whether there were any towels wrapped around Mr. O'Keefe's head?
I remember there was a white cloth of some sort on the scene.
Okay. And when you were asked about your memory regarding the clothing, was the clothing of what was utmost importance to you at that time?
No, sir.
And why is that?
I was, again, focused on Mr. O'Keefe's airway and ventilation.
Okay. And when you were asked about the clothing, do you remember if you added anything else about your certainty or uncertainty about clothing when you previously gave a statement or testimony?
I believe when I testified last year, I did note I had no part in removing any articles of clothing or anything like that. That was not my job in the back of the truck.
Do you remember any recognition of the fact whether you were certain or not about clothing?
Repeat the question, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, is there anything that refresh your memory about what you had said about clothing?
Objection. Ask a different question first.
You had mentioned that you had some difficulty about clothing. Do you remember what you had previously said?
I remember there was some difficulty of getting the individual's fingers through clothing just because they were so cold. They were difficult to manipulate. Just they really was not conducive to getting clothing off easily.
Okay.
What are we doing right now?
You met with me 3 times?
Yes, sir.
I had not met you before any of your prior testimonies, had I?
No, sir.
Do you remember meeting with me and discussing this case with me?
I do.
Do you remember me asking you to tell me what you remember?
I do.
Do you remember what I told you about testimony when you come into court?
Yes, sir.
What would I tell you?
I remember we discussed that just tell the truth.
Did I tell you that it doesn't matter? There is no side. Doesn't matter if it helps or hurts, that you just tell the truth?
Sustain.
Did I ever suggest to you that you should stick to a story?
No, sir.
Did I ever suggest to you should
like
offer your testimony in any certain way?
No, sir.
When I talked to you, did I ever ask you to say anything about your testimony to this jury?
No, sir.
Other than what?
Speak to the jury.
Did I need to tell you to tell the truth?
No, sir.
And in telling the truth, did the defendant say to you, I hit him, I hit him?
I'll allow it.
Yes, sir. 3 times.
And in fact, do you remember, in addition to her saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, when you asked her the question, kneeling down over John O'Keefe's body, do you remember if you ever talked about other times that she said it, not to you?
I do not.
Okay.
The answer is I do not. Next question.
Okay.
Then you probably But now that's what I'm saying. We couldn't hear any of that on the tape.
Do you remember testifying previously in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember at all discussing whether or not, after she left you, whether or not the defendant was still talking and speaking?
I'm sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
Do you remember, after the defendant left you and made that statement to you, do you remember talking, did you hear her speak to other people after you?
I heard her having conversations in the background, but that was not my focus at that time.
Okay. And during those conversations in the background, did you hear her talk about that same issue again?
I believe she said it several times, but the 3 times she said it to me were what stuck out to me.
So she just did.
And when she said it to other people, it wasn't directly to you?
No, sir.
So watch the form of the question, Mr. Bowman.
And when she said it
Stating the objection.
When she said it to other people, do you know who she said it to?
I do not.
I'll allow it. So the answer is I do not.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember when she said it other times who she said it to?
Oh, God.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Please see him inside, Bev. because Hanky is being real messy right now. Now he's asking him if he remembers or if he knows about her saying, I hit him to other people. Hell, he can't even remember if the man had on a coat or not. Why are we taking? This is really pissing me off. And get on up there to that stand, AJ, and tell Hanky to please stop playing up there. He's asking him, does he know about him saying it to other people? Like, that is pissing me off so bad. Like Miss Sheila said, he said he was bent over in front at his head. But when Hank shows the video, they are standing by the car. Like, you can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. He didn't hear it. Let's just cut the shit. He didn't hear it. Hank is reaching. He is reaching. He didn't hear it. He didn't hear it. The lady in the blue looks crazy as hell. His mom or the other lady back there in the blue? I see the other lady. She's back, worried about his. So my problem with him is he said, I was just so focused on performing life-saving measures, but you just heard that out the blue. Like, that's my problem with Nuttall. I wonder if Flamati is going to get up here this time and act like he doesn't know when he entered the ambulance, because for me, that destroyed his credibility. You can't do something as simple as tell me that you got into the ambulance right there. It destroyed his credibility for me, because why would you not just say, yeah, I got in right there? Wait a minute, the lady in the blue is the ex from 25 years ago? Witness number 1, D grade, I agree. And I'm y'all, let me tell you, if he would have gotten up here and just left off that I hit him, I would believe everything he's saying, because he's so passionate about it. But it's the I hit him, and that puffy coat. And he's conveniently left it off this go around. If you saw the coat, you saw the coat. That's the point. That's it. You saw the coat. I don't know if I ever seen a black person in there. Okay, sister girl. Should have made it inside the courtroom.
Sir, after the defendant came over to you and spoke and then left, do you remember hearing her make further statements?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember her making further statements similar?
I do.
To the statement to you?
Yes, sir.
Could you share with the jury what you remember her saying, not to you, but after she left you?
I remember hearing I hit him several other times. Again, not directed to me, just kind of off in the background. I'd like to reiterate, we were really focused on the patient at that point. We were trying to provide care.
Thank you, sir.
How did you hear this shit, man? I'm sorry, I can't buy it. No, you were too focused.
So now, after Mr. Brennan asks you a few questions, now you remember her saying, I hit him a bunch more times, correct?
I remember hearing it in the background several other times.
Really?
Sir?
Never mentioned that on direct examination, did you?
Never.
I don't remember being asked about it, sir. I remember saying what was asked to me.
You were asked, did you ever hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say anything about I hit him? And your answer was, she said to me, in answer to my question, I hit him 3 times, and that's it.
To me.
You didn't clarify that, oh my gosh, she's running around like a chicken with her head cut off, screaming, I hit him to everybody else under the sun.
It was, again, it was behind me in the background as I was providing patient care. Again, that was not my focus.
Okay, so you didn't really hear her say anything about it because you weren't focused on that, right?
I remember hearing a generalized commotion in the background, but again, that was not our focus.
So generalized commotion is very different than hearing her say, I hit him to other people. correct? You'd agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So what you actually heard was the chaos and the commotion of a chaotic scene, correct? In the background.
In the background.
As you focused on your patient care, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not specific words coming out of my client's mouth, correct?
To the question that I posed, do you know him?
You're right. We're off that question.
Okay.
That question, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Triple I hitters.
Correct.
But with regard to what Mr. Brennan just asked you, the generalized commotion, to use your phrase, in the background, you didn't hear any specific words coming out of my client's mouth, did you?
I heard I hit him. But again, it was in the background and it was not my focus.
But you heard it.
That's kind of an important point. That's why you're here.
Again, if it was neglected on my part, it was not intentional.
Not intentional to neglect that part for the jurors on direct examination.
No, sir.
Certainly not intentional to neglect that part of your testimony on cross-examination.
No, sir.
But you decided to bring it up on on recross-examination when Mr. Brennan is asking you questions again, correct?
It was asked of me. Yes, sir.
And it was after, of course, that your new statement that you've never testified to before, ever, is this generalized commotion included a bunch of items in the background, correct?
Sir.
And that comes after you saw the video that clearly shows that when you described having heard this statement, my client was nowhere around you. Correct?
That segment of the video that you showed me?
Yes.
That was not the time frame in which she said that to me.
Well, that was the time frame when Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
He was doing CPR down prior to that as well.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just testified that you saw him standing up in a big yellow jacket and then kneel down and start giving CPR. We just watched that video. Correct?
But again, the clip of the video that you showed me,
right,
that was not the segment in which he said that to me.
Well, that's what you're saying now, but what I'm asking is, you described a very distinctive scene, a very, very specific scene.
Yes, sir. I remember it vividly.
She said that I hit him, Frank, when Flamati was down giving CPR, and you were kneeling down giving airway support, and he was doing rhythmic CPR chest compression.
Yes, sir. That's what happened.
And then I showed you that very scene, didn't I?
Yes, you showed me that clip prior to that.
I showed you the very scene that you described where Flamati gets down and starts chest compressions and never stops until the gurney is taken off the frame of the camera to the end. Isn't that what I showed you?
That is.
Sure. I don't know if I can do it again. I showed you the scene where firefighter Flamati gets down on his knees, begins chest compressions, and never stops until that gurney is taken off camera, off frame, into the ambulance. That's the clip I showed you, correct?
That is the clip you showed me.
And that's exactly when you described your vivid memory from 3.5 years ago. That's exactly the scene that you described when my client supposedly said, I hit him to you, correct?
Again, the clip that you showed me, that was not when it was said. That segment that you showed, that was not when it was said. It was said prior to that, when the three of us were together.
So Flamati was not giving chest compressions then?
He was. The CPR was a continuous effort throughout the resuscitation.
But we saw him start it. Officer, firefighter Nuttall, we saw him start it. We saw him walk into the frame, kneel down, and begin the chest compressions, didn't we?
We did.
So what the
And at no point, at that time or after, did my client even approach you, did she, in that clip?
She did.
Damn it, where was it?
Objection.
What?
Just a question.
Sure.
No, he really believes this bullshit. When was it?
Do you need to see the
I'm gonna have to get some
that clip again?
Yes, please.
We're not going to show the video again.
Why not, Belle?
We've seen 2 videos. Which
Why
one
not?
is not?
The
The
Commonwealth.
one with the timestamp at
Right.
the top?
It's the exact same
It's
video.
me
One has
off
timestamp,
already.
one
How
doesn't.
you gonna say what we could do? He clearly confused.
Just to be clear,
Big bang.
you described a very detailed scene in which firefighter Flamati got down on the ground, on his knees, and began CPR.
Yes, sir.
We saw a clip that it played fully through.
Mm-hmm.
Starts and stops, but it played fully through, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was true and accurate video of what happened that day,
Yes, sir.
that morning, correct?
Correct.
And from the time firefighter Flamati began his CPR, he never stopped. Went all the way through until the burn was taken off the camera, correct?
Correct.
You also described very clearly before you saw the video that the time when my client walked over and you had this dialogue and you heard this statement, it was during the time that firefighter Flamati is given CPR, correct? You described it.
Yes, sir.
But when we actually see firefighter Flamati giving the CPR, as per your description, at no time did my client walk over and have a conversation with you, did she?
She did in the video.
Oh.
In the portion that Mr. Brennan played you, was firefighter Flamati giving CPR at that point?
No.
As I said previously,
Was
as well.
he or was he not? Yes or no?
Objection.
I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
See, why? Because he lied.
Firefighters Kelly and Flamati were trading off CPR. Tony started doing CPR, and it was passed off at one point to firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly at that time was a BLS EMT. Firefighter Flamati was a paramedic. They're going to
Not answering.
move
Not
towards firefighter Kelly performing CPR because at that time his skill set was not as advanced as firefighter Flamati's, as Tony's. But they did switch off. That is a routine cardiac arrest. We switch off compressions.
But the video that Mr. Brennan showed you was earlier in time,
No,
a few
it's
seconds or a minute or two earlier.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with that, correct?
I would.
And firefighter Flamati had not begun CPR, had he?
I don't believe so.
That's right.
That's
He hadn't.
it.
But that's the time that my client walked over your general area, correct?
Correct.
Before CPR was started, correct?
CPR was started immediately, sir.
Can we wrap this up?
I don't know if we can.
Right.
Give you a couple more
Come on,
minutes.
can we wrap this up? Hell, tell him the answer.
Do you understand the confusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right,
Y'all see
a
how
couple more questions on
and
this.
hanky.
The video that Mr. Brennan showed you,
Yes, sir.
and you pointed to and said, oh, that's the time when she walked over and said the statement.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
I do.
Firefighter Flamati was not even kneeling down giving CPR, was he at that point?
No,
The answer is yes or no?
No.
Okay, he was not. Later, as the video continues to run, at some point, we see firefighter Flamati enter the screen, kneel down in that bright, reflective yellow jacket, and begin CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had previously said that when you heard the statement and she walked over to you, it was when firefighter Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at no point, you'll agree with me, we just played the video, at no point after he started giving CPR did my client come anywhere near you. Isn't that what the video showed?
That was the segment that you showed me.
Bro, the one hate too.
You indicated on on redirect, that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries to the left side of his body.
Not that I recall.
Isn't it true that in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, he also had a black eye on the left side?
I remember that the swelling had started to, it's referred to kind of as raccoon eyes. It's a bruising of both eyes.
Do you remember
battle
saying,
signs.
Do you remember saying, in answer to the question, did it look like in addition to the egg on the right side of his head in the front, did he also have a black eye on the left side? Your answer is, if memory serves correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
So it's not true that he didn't have any injuries on the left side of his body or face, correct?
That swelling kind of migrates over time to both sides. That is a common occurrence for both eyes to be swollen.
Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
He did not.
Did he have a black left eye?
Yes, he did.
Would you consider a black eye an injury?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you the question again then. Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Bro. Baby, he just ate his ass up. I know none already to go. I know he is good. The swelling migrated is crazy. Crazy. I can see that I'm gonna be pissed off, baby. No, I've hated him more than
One last question. You indicated that it was a chaotic scene outside on that front yard.
Yes, sir.
Fire engines, ambulances, patrol vehicles, engines running, diesel engines, flashing lights, people screaming, people talking over the howling wind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see the homeowner come out the front door?
Don't recall.
You don't recall, or you didn't?
I have no idea who the homeowner is.
And you never saw anybody come out of the front of the house?
No, sir.
That's all that.
One issue. Briefly.
No,
I want to see Councilor Tybar.
because she's sick of it. We sick of it. Brad said I had to go get my iPad so I could come in this chat, baby, because I think Nuttall is worse this time around than the last time. And the reason I think he's worse is because he probably prepped better. He probably watched his testimony. He's seen online commentary about him. He probably saw my tweets about his ass. And he said, this time I'm going to come. They will not shake me. You won't break me this time. And what he do on that stand? He got broken. Like, he thought he was finna be that man on this stand this go around. You know, he really thought he was prepped, ready. You know what? I messed up about that jacket. Y'all ain't gonna ask me about it? Cool. Okay, cool. And, I had said 2 times, and it's really supposed to be 3 times? Okay. 3 times. When I get on the stand, I'm gonna remember it's 3 times. I'm gonna remember that. I'm gonna remember this time. And he messed it up. He can't get it. He can't deal.
Sir, in Mr. Jackson's questions, he asked if you had ever said that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, separate from when she approached you. Do you remember previously testifying that you heard her saying, I hit him in the background, separately from you?
Yes, sir.
You remember testifying that before under oath?
Yes, sir.
In court?
I do.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
No, Bridget.
Yeah, just a second, right?
Maybe I don't think hold on.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Now watch this.
Yeah, just a second, right?
He said, not this shit again. Maybe he don't want no parts of AJ, baby. He wants no parts of AJ. Oh my God. That man said he doesn't want any parts of AJ.
I'm sorry.
Now my family know better than to be calling me while I'm in court.
Yes.
Just a quick question, Firefighter Nuttall. When you were asked to recite your memory of that day on February 8th, 2022, just 10 days after this incident, did you ever say that you heard in the background, I hit him over and over again?
I don't recall.
All right.
When you testified at the grand jury, last question. When you testified at the grand jury, did you ever say that?
I don't recall.
But again, your memory is better now than it was then. Right?
Yes, sir.
Bye. Get off the stage.
Sorry if I did not owe you.
That pissed me off, baby. That pissed me off because.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Kerry Roberts.
Really? You're early as hell. Really?
Chrissy.
What are you doing right now? Did he say Carrie? Why we get Carrie so
In the stand, I did have an exhibit I would like to introduce and play for the jury.
Okay.
And this is clip 2.
No objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And you're marking this as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have something for the court reporter to mark?
We can put it on a zip drive. We can discuss collecting all the clips and putting them on the same zip drive, or we can use different zip drives, whatever the court's preference is.
So we need something. So we need something physical. You can play it and then we'll mark it.
Ms. Gilman, do you have a separate clip?
Jim, is that right?
Thank you.
Phoenix, why
I can have this marked, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh, okay,
Roberts.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Nikki, I think we can put on EMT.
Every day they come back to you with something. I mean, how much do you remember?
I remember it, but I questioned what I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that. So the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
I don't see anything wrong with her questioning.
Thank you. I now
They're
call
saying it.
Kerry Roberts.
So we just gonna play random clips in between witnesses? The hell?
Stand and face the clerk. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury of the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
K-E-R-R-Y. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
afternoon,
Honor.
Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to this jury?
Hi, my name is Carrie Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, where do you live?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in the area for?
I was raised in the Boston area, North Shore, South Shore. I went to high school in Braintree and I moved to Canton about 12 years ago.
Do you live alone?
No, I live with my husband and 2 children.
How old are your children presently, this day?
My son is 13, my daughter's 15.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
Without identifying specifically where, can you share with us a little bit about what you do?
I'm an executive assistant, and I've been with my company for 18 years.
Ma'am, if you could just move the microphone just a tiny bit closer. Thank you very much. You have 2 children, you're
Yes.
married,
Yes,
and you live in the area.
yes.
I want you to tell us whether you know a person by the name of John O'Keefe.
Yes, I do.
Would you be willing to share with us when you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I went to high school with John in Braintree. He played soccer, I played soccer, so we probably hung out in middle school, but we went to two different middle schools. And then I hung out with him more in high school. He was a year older than me. His sister was 2 years older than him in school, and his brother was younger, so at some point I was in high school with each of his siblings.
Did you at some point become friendly with John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
When his sister Kristen passed away, and then her husband Steve passed away, they lived in my neighborhood. John took over for the children and moved into my neighborhood as well.
When John took in the children, did you offer any assistance or any help to him?
Yes, before John was even going to take over, he was going to potentially move in with his brother-in-law and the children to help out. And then when his brother-in-law passed away unexpectedly, John took over, and I jumped in because I was a friend from high school that he knew, and he had all kinds of people helping, but he sort of said, I'm going to lean on you for right now because I know you best. And I knew his parents and his siblings, and so I introduced him to my husband, and we jumped in. It was, preschool drop-offs, preschool pickups for my son and his son, and just from then until the time of his death, we were just friends, very close friends, and we hung out all the time. The children hung out all the time, and he was the emergency contact list at my children's school to call if something had happened.
Were you close friends before he took over the care of the children?
No, I wasn't very close friends with him then.
Were you close with his family before he took over care of the children?
No.
Did your friendship with him develop after he took care of the children?
Yes.
You mentioned you have a son?
Yes, I do.
And is your son the same age as John's nephew?
Yes.
Was there any common interests or activities that engaged your son with John's nephew?
Well, they went to in-home daycare together. They went to preschool together. They went to pre-K together. And they went to elementary school. They played baseball together since they were T-ball. My son plays hockey. Patrick tried hockey. He didn't like that. So we spent a lot of time at the baseball fields together.
As you spent a lot of time together and had mutual care of children, did your relationship with him grow closer?
Yes.
And can you share a little bit with the jury how close you became?
Well, John was a bachelor and he didn't have any children of his own. So when he took over for the children, he sort of, leaned on us to kind of guide him and, all the things to do if someone has a headache and, if there's an ear infection or, he had his mom and dad also helping as well, but I was right up the street. So if I would go to BJ's, I would call and say, can I grab you anything? If I would go to Walmart, any of the places I would go, I would call and say, do you need anything? Can I help you? Can I grab something for you? And he did the same. We just sort of all chipped in and helped.
As your friendship grew, could you tell us a little bit about your relationship with John?
John and I were very close. We spoke on the phone and hung out. He became very close with my husband as well because he was right down the street. But we just had a friendship, a very close friendship.
Tell us about the day-to-day activities and how you would try to assist John with the children.
Well, John moved across town. I don't remember when. I forget how many. Patrick, I think, was in 5th grade or 4th grade. And I would take him home with me on Wednesdays because John would be working. So it was more of a, if he was at my house and my daughter needed a ride the other side of town, he would take her with him. We were just very close friends. We did a lot together. We would do baseball tournaments together. We would have drinks together. We would, all the things friends do.
As you grew closer to John and helped with the children, did you become closer with his family?
Yes.
And who specifically did you become closer with?
Mrs. O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, his parents, and Paul I would see from time to time, but not a lot. He doesn't live in Canton. But Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe would be there all the time to help as well. And Mr. O'Keefe would take my son and Patrick, the nephew, out to Dunkin' Donuts all the time.
Can you tell us a little more about the collective effort of other people, including his family, helping John raise these children?
There was a lot of us that jumped in to help. It was not just me. There was a lot of Kaylee's friends' parents that jumped in and helped for Kaylee, his niece, and Patrick. There was a lot of us that helped out with Patrick. All of the community all came together to help him because there was this guy that just lost his sister and brother-in-law, and he stepped in to take care of his 2 kids, and he didn't really know what he was doing at first, but he got the hang of it pretty quickly.
You have a son that shared a lot of interests with his nephew.
Yes.
He also had a niece.
Yes.
Did you spend more time helping with his nephew or with his niece?
With his nephew.
Were there other people in the community you knew of who spent more time helping with his niece?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Did you know Jen McCabe?
I had met her once. John got a discount at Reebok, so he would take the kids, well, he would take anyone with kids up with him to get shoes, like sneakers for back to school or whatever. So one day he did take Jen and I up to Reebok, but other than that, I'd never talked to her on the phone. I never saw her out. Her children are older than mine, so we never really crossed paths.
As it relates to the night of January 29, 2022, how much earlier was it that John took you out with the children and Miss McCabe out with her children to get sneakers? How many years before that?
Years, like 6 or 7 maybe.
And from that time you met Jen McCabe in the years past, did you ever spend time with her again before January 29th, 2022?
No, I did not. I didn't know her.
Were you friends with her?
I was not.
Did you speak on the phone with her?
No, I did not.
So other than that one meeting, you were strangers?
Yep, that was the only time. I knew her. I knew of her. She has 4 girls, but I didn't know her.
At some point, as you were part of John's life, did you learn that he was dating a person by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She has a black suit jacket seated at the front table.
When did you first become familiar or know about Miss Reed?
July, I think it was, of 2020. John, we were having people over, and so I invited him, and he said, I'm going to bring Karen over. And I was like, I don't know who that is, but okay. He assumed I knew because he had been dating her for a little bit, but it was COVID, so we didn't see him very often during that time. So Karen came over that night.
And this is early 2020?
I think it was summer, so I think it was around June or July.
Briefly, just tell us a little bit about where and the circumstances of meeting John and Karen for the first time.
They came over to my house and we hung out on the back porch, had some drinks, there was music, kids were around, just a nice normal summer night. We had other people over as well.
Over the next coming months, did you become more familiar with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see her more often?
Yes.
And could you generally describe for the jury how you learned more of her and saw her more often?
She would take care of the kids a lot, mainly, well, not mainly Patrick, but not mainly Kaylee either. She helped out a lot with the kids. So if we were at baseball, she would come to all the baseball games, or she would drop off or pick up my son or Patrick if they were going to the golf course or the driving range.
Would you see her during events with your son and John's nephew?
Yes. We did baseball tournaments. And
so when you go to baseball tournaments, would that be away, an overnight type trip?
One of them was down the Cape.
Okay. How often would you spend time with John and the defendant?
Not that often together, but John would stop by himself. My husband would go out more with John, but I didn't spend much time with the two, not a lot of time outside of the baseball field.
Did you become friends with the defendant?
We were friendly.
Did you ever spend time alone to go out or socialize?
I did not.
Would you see her when you would pick up or drop off kids, or she would pick up or drop off kids?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to her on the phone?
Yes.
In relation to what?
Corresponding with the kids pick up, drop off, mainly Ryan and Patrick, not about Kaylee.
Did you ever spend any important dates or times or holidays with John and Miss Reed?
No.
I want you to take us ahead to January 28th, 2022.
Okay.
On January 28th, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Generally, what do you remember about the day of January 28th, 2022?
There was a blizzard coming, and it was my daughter's friend's birthday. So we were going to be going out celebrating that night, but we did it on the early side because there was a blizzard coming.
What was your plan for that evening?
We went bowling. We got dinner, then we went bowling, and then I came home because I wanted to be in before the snow started.
Had you communicated in any way with John that day?
Yes, he texted me. My son had had an issue at school. Patrick had been dismissed, I think, for a doctor's appointment. So he did text me to see how my son was doing.
Did you simply text or did you get a chance to speak to him that day?
I believe we just texted.
Did you go out that night after bowling?
No, I did not.
Was your husband home?
Yes.
Did he go out that night?
He did. He went out with John.
And do you know where he was planning on going?
They went to McCarthy's, a bar in Canton Center.
Had you been to McCarthy's before?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe what McCarthy's is?
It's a restaurant bar. There's a large bar in the middle, the seating on the left and the right. It's right in the center of town.
Do you remember about what time your husband went out?
I do not remember exactly. I don't know if I got home and then he went out, or if he was already gone when I got home. I don't remember. But it was he went out around the same time that I arrived home, which was on the earlier side.
How many times had you been to John's home, would you say, over the past couple of years before this night?
Oh, many.
Many times?
Many times.
Were you familiar with the house and the driveway?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Should I return to the podium and ask the questions?
You can ask them from there.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'd ask you to take a look at that photo in front of you. Do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is John's house.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how his house looks?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
6-6.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
In high school.
Thank you. Thank you. You can take it down. I've shown you a second photo. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, that's John's driveway.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how John's driveway appears?
Yes, it is.
I'd move that into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 7 so marked.
May I publish?
Yes.
Could. Thank you. I'm showing you a third photo. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what's in that photo?
It's the side of John's house looking up from the driveway.
Is there anything you notice on the side of the house?
The lights. Or the ring camera.
Are you guessing or do you know that's a ring
No,
camera?
I know there's one there
And how do you know that?
because I got a ring camera and I could look and see who was at my door. And then he said, "Why didn't you tell me about these things?" So he bought one.
I move to introduce this photo.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 8.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, with the laser pointer, could you just point at the picture and show where the ring camera is?
On this screen?
Yes, please.
Whichever one you can do. Okay. Why isn't it working?
Nope.
It's on.
Okay, well, you know what, rather than use the pointer, why don't we can you describe where you see the Ring camera on that picture?
It's in where the 2 lights are under the top window.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down, please. How many times would you guess you had been over to his house?
I don't know. More than 50,000. I don't even know. A lot. It was weekly.
That night you told us that your husband went out to meet John at McCarthy's, the bar.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember your husband coming home that night?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of about what time he returned?
I'm guessing, but somewhere around 10:30.
So I'm not going to let you guess. Do you know? Do you have it?
I don't know. It was around 10 or 10:30. I can't be exact.
Did you see him come home?
Yes.
What was the forecast for that night and the next morning?
There was a blizzard coming.
Was that part of the decision-making of going out or staying home?
Yes.
At that time, when your husband came home, did you look outside? Do you have any memory of what the weather looked like around 10:30?
I remember the snow started to fall somewhere around 12 because I remember looking out the window and I could see it starting.
And that was the beginning of the snowfall?
I believe so.
What was the weather out that night?
The weather that night, I think, was fine. It was cold, but it wasn't snowing yet.
I see. I want to move forward ahead. At some point that night, did you go to sleep?
Yes, I did.
Did you sleep through the night, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you wake up?
Yes, I did.
I want you to tell us what was the reason that you woke up.
I got a phone call at 5 o'clock in the morning from Karen Reed.
Were you expecting a call?
No, I was not.
Had you ever received a call at 5 in the morning from Ms. Reed before?
No.
Share with us what happened that morning. What did you hear?
Karen called and the first thing she said was, Carrie, John's dead. And then she hung up. And then.
When she said that, did you have a chance to have a conversation with her?
No, I did not.
Describe her demeanor when she said that.
She was yelling loud enough, my name. I think it was 3 times. It might have been 2. She was yelling loud enough that she woke my husband.
Your husband was sleeping next to you?
Yes, he was.
Was she loud, yelling, screaming?
Yes, she was very loud. She was screaming.
After she said, Carrie, John's dead, did you know what she meant?
No.
And did you say this was around 5:15?
This was at 5. She called me at 5 on the dot.
After she hung up, what did you do?
I was half asleep still. I didn't know what was going on. So I started to get up and I think I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know exactly when because I was like, what? So my husband said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's going on. I don't know what's going on. That was Karen. And then I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know if she answered or if she called me back the next time I spoke to her.
After she called you again, did you have another discussion or did you hear her say something else the second time you spoke to her?
Yes, the second time she said, I think something happened to John. I think he got hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night. Kaylee was home. He would never leave her by herself, and I was not supposed to stay at the house last night. So I think something happened to him.
Did she say anything about drinking?
Yes, she said, we drank so much, I don't remember anything from last night. And I said, okay, where are you now? She said, I'm driving. And I said, you need to go home. Where's Kaylee? And she said, at home. I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee. She cannot handle this, thinking, her uncle's missing. I said, you're going to get a DUI. You need to go home.
Was there anything else in the conversation that she said to you at that time?
She said, I'm going to drive to your house. Would you drive my car? And I said, yes. So at that point, I started to get dressed. I turned on the automatic car starter so it would warm up. Told my husband, I don't know what's going on. John didn't come home. And so I think my husband tried to call him and I tried to call him. And my husband said, "You're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. He's probably on somebody's couch." And I was like, "I know, but she's really upset. I'm just going to go. She wants to come here. I'm going to drive her car." And then I went out to my car and sat and waited for her.
When you called John, did you get any response?
No, I did not.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did you make any other phone calls?
I did. When I was in the car, I thought to myself, well, she thinks he got hit by a plow. I'm going to call the police and see if there was any accidents or maybe something happened. They brought him in. And I spoke to the officer who said, "No, nothing of that sort. I've been here all night." And then I called the Good Samaritan Hospital and Milton Hospital to see if they had anybody that was taken in an accident.
When you called the police to look for Mr. O'Keefe, did you call 911?
No, I called the non-emergency line.
Do you know if that call was recorded?
I believe so.
I'd like to introduce an exhibit.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 9.
When you called the police,
I was saying, if Carrie, if you're already warming your car up, why not say, "Hey, no, I'm already warming the car. I'll come over there," especially if you know the woman had been drinking.
what was your level of worry at that point?
I wasn't super worried. I mean, he didn't come home, but they were out drinking. So I assumed, like my husband said, he's probably on somebody's couch.
The second call you had with Miss Reed, can you describe her demeanor in that second call?
She was frantic. She was frantic. I mean, she couldn't find John, so she was very worried.
How soft or loud was that phone call?
It wasn't as loud as the first one, but it wasn't a regular conversation.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the exhibit of the call.
Okay.
Hi, friend said, calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. They were at waterfowl. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody outside the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's the Boston cop, and it would be on film, so.
No.
And he probably got a ride and passed out of someone's house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and where's the wife home? You said your girlfriend?
With his girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he obviously came home. And he has custody with me, the nephew for this year, passed away.
Okay.
And so she knows when we can have even now and I to be home. And so she's nervous because she never even called me.
Yeah.
So she's like, I just something happened. And I said, okay. Well, the area hospital and you'll be happy. I personally think he probably take him out in the car. I don't know.
Yeah, where? He didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a conversation, and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more, he didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes happen with him?
No, that's why. That's he didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the other hospital and then I called TNC police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. Like I said, he's not complete about the very old best people. If anybody could pick him up.
Yeah.
Please get him up.
Okay.
And I was going to the party and stuff.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
All right.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck. See ya.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Were you in your car when you called the police station and the hospitals looking for John?
Yes, it was.
Do you know at that point whether anybody else had called the police station?
No, I don't know.
Do you know at that point if anybody else had called any hospitals?
I don't know.
How long did you wait in your driveway?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe like 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
What were the conditions like out that morning?
It was bad. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
When you were outside in your car in the driveway waiting, describe the lighting conditions for us.
It was still dark out. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and it was snowing. So it was not great.
How was the visibility?
Not great. It was coming down really fast at that point.
You said that night when you went to bed, the snow just started. Had snow accumulated at that point?
No, I don't think so. It was just starting to stick.
I'm sorry, that was the night before, but at this point when you were in the driveway, had the snow accumulated?
Oh, yes.
Do you know how many inches it was?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Enough that the plows are out.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did she arrive at your house?
She did not.
What happened?
Again, I don't know if I called her or she called me, but eventually we connected on the phone and she said, I said, where are you? I'm waiting. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? And she said, McCabe, she's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, well, listen, they don't want cars on the road because it's so bad. I'm already in my car. I'll come there to Jen's house, stay there, and we'll follow each other and we'll go back and drop your car off. Did you look in the house for John? Could he just be in the house, passed out somewhere? And she said, no, she hadn't looked in the house. So I said, okay, now I'm going to come to Jen's. We're going to take the car home, drop it off. We'll check around the house. And then I don't know what the next step at this point was. I just wanted to check the house.
At the time you directed that you were going to meet at Jen McCabe's house and then drive to John's house, was there any suggestion by the defendant where she wanted to go?
I didn't know where Jen's house was. I knew the street. I had dropped Kaylee off or picked her up a few times. So I said, stay on the phone with me so I don't know which house it is. And so when I got there, I pulled in the driveway and there was some conversation about.
Can I back you up and just ask you a little bit about the drive there? I don't mean to interrupt. When you left your house, you talked a little bit about the weather conditions. How long did it take you to get from your home to Jen McCabe's?
Oh, it's quick. Probably 4 minutes.
What was the driving like?
It was not good driving. That's why I didn't want 2 cars on the road.
Did you have any difficulty driving through that storm?
No, I mean, it was treacherous, but I was in 4-wheel drive. I have an SUV.
You mentioned you didn't know exactly where Jen McCabe lived. Had you been there to drop off John's niece before?
Yes, but I didn't know which house it was because when I picked her up before, she was either getting out of the car at the driveway or waiting at the end of the driveway. So I didn't know which house it was.
I think I interrupted you, but were you telling us that as you drove to Jen McCabe's house, you were on a Bluetooth, on an open conversation with her to help with directions?
Yes, Jen and Karen were in Karen's car, and I was on the phone essentially with both of them.
Do you know what type of vehicle the defendant was driving at that time?
A Lexus SUV.
As you drove over to Jen McCabe's home and you had some guidance finding it, did you hear any conversations in that open line with, or even any statements by the defendant?
I remember when I pulled in behind her car in Jen's driveway, and at some point Karen said, my taillight, and I looked, and Jen she must have had the brake done because you could see that there was missing taillight.
When you say missing taillight, was it merely cracked?
No, there was a piece missing.
Could you see that as you were parked right behind?
Y'all, now it was in Jen's driveway and not John's driveway? Or am I tripping?
Behind the defendant's SUV or Lexus?
She must have been applying the brakes because you could see it, but there was a lot of snow.
Wait.
When you saw that the taillight had a missing piece, did you say anything?
No.
Did you think anything of it?
No.
How long were you parked behind the defendant's Lexus while it was parked in Ms. McCabe's driveway?
Not long. We were just, I pulled in and then we stopped and then the next plan at some point in that conversation as well, or maybe on the ride, because now we're heading to John's house to drop a car off. I pulled out of the driveway, Jen pulled out, and I followed behind all the way to John's house. And at some point, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And I heard Jen say, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
We wondered what lies would they would try to change. Now that conversation was in the car. When Jen said that conversation she had with Karen was in the bed when Karen first called her at 5 a.m. And her husband is the one who reminded her of that. Now she's saying it was in the car?
Was anything else said about the broken taillight?
No.
What?
You followed Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To John's house.
Did you arrive?
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions about when you arrived and what you did next.
Okay.
When you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's home, you're in two separate cars. Who pulled into Mr. O'Keefe's driveway first?
Jen pulled Karen's car in first.
So Miss McCabe was driving the Lexus.
Correct.
And the defendant was in the passenger seat?
Yes.
After you both pulled in, tell us what happens next.
We went, I wasn't sure if it was, at some point Karen showed us the taillight up close, but I didn't know if it was when we arrived or when we left. But we went into the house to look for John.
When the Lexus was parked by Mr. McCabe and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway, was it facing the street or facing away?
Facing where the basketball hoop is, not facing the street.
I'd like to approach.
Okay.
Going to show you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that's John's driveway. That's Karen's car on the left and John's car on the right.
Do you recognize both those cars?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that photo as a fair depiction of his driveway?
Yes.
Do you recognize it as a fair depiction of the motor vehicles?
Yes.
Now, when you went there that night and you pulled in behind Ms. McCabe and the defendant, is there any differences between how that area looked when you pulled in as opposed to that photo?
Well, it was the early hours of the morning, so it was dark out, and there was much more snow. And there was snow coming down.
I'm so sorry. You want to finish?
Nope.
Other than the snow and the lighting, is there any other differences?
Nope.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
All right, there's no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
And to help us understand, you see on the left is the house.
Yes.
There's a motor vehicle in the middle of the driveway, but it's the vehicle to the left.
Yes.
And whose vehicle is that?
That's Karen's.
Is that where it was parked that night when you went into the house?
Yes.
And the motor vehicle to the right, you recognize that?
That's John's car or SUV.
Thank you, you can take that down. I'm showing you a second photo.
Okay.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the back of Karen's car.
Does it look like a fair and accurate depiction of her car as it appeared that morning in the early morning hours to you?
Yes.
Do you notice anything that's distinguished in that photo?
The piece that's missing in the taillight.
Which one?
The right passenger rear.
Do you know when, I'm sorry, do you know when this photo was actually taken?
I do not.
Although you don't know when it was taken, is that a similar depiction to your memory of how it appeared that morning at 5?
Yes.
Or a little after 5?
Yes.
I move to introduce this exhibit.
Okay.
Objection. The court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
We can take that down, please. After you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, what was the plan to go inside? What were you looking to do?
To go inside and look and see if he was passed out somewhere. So we went in through the garage, and I started looking. I think Jen ran upstairs to Kaylee's bedroom, and I just started looking through the living room. Basement door was locked from the inside, so I knew he wasn't in the basement. And then I checked the other living room. He has a big house. Then I went to the top of the stairs to check his bedroom.
As you looked around, what was your mood?
What was my mood?
Yes. Were you calm?
I mean, I was worried, so we would. At this point, Jen had already established that they went to her sister's.
Sustained.
Okay.
Jen had already.
Hold on, Ms. I'll ask the question better. My apologies. How many rooms did you look through in John's house?
1, 2, 5 or 6.
Did you see Miss McCabe looking in rooms as well, searching?
She went upstairs when I was looking downstairs.
At some point, as you were looking, did you see the defendant?
Yes.
Was she looking with you?
She was in John's room.
What was she doing?
She was just standing there when I came up to the top of the stairs.
Did she say anything?
No.
Did she do anything?
No.
Was she searching?
I don't know. She was in the room.
What happened next?
At some point, Jen earlier had said.
Well, let's not talk about what was said. Okay. Let's just talk about
the plan at this point is to go to 34 Fairview.
Ms. Roberts, I know. I'm just going to ask you to wait for a question because we can only get one person at a time. So next question, Mr. Brennan.
Again, my apologies. And so as you're looking through the house, you don't find John. What happens next?
The plan was to go back to Jen's sister's house.
Who made that plan?
Karen wanted to go back there.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. How did that conversation come up, and share with the jury what was said?
And the car ride to Meadows, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's. So then Karen said, we need to go back to your sister's. And I said, no, we're going to go to Meadows, and we're going to drop the car, and we're going to look there. Then we'll go there if we don't find him.
When you were at the house, Meadows, John O'Keefe's house, and you didn't find him, was there any further conversation about what the next steps would be?
I said, let's go. He's not here. But I didn't know where Jen's sister lived. So we got into the car. Jen was in the passenger seat. I was driving my car. Karen was in the back seat. And Jen was giving directions.
Did you begin your way towards Meadows?
Yes.
And it was Miss McCabe who was giving directions?
Yes.
As you began driving to head towards Meadows, in addition to trying to drive, were you doing anything like looking or searching?
Well, yeah. We were looking on both sides of the road. I was looking on both sides of the road in case he was walking home.
Did you see Miss McCabe searching?
Yes, she was looking out as well.
Describe a little detail about what you saw Miss McCabe doing.
She was looking out the window as we were driving. So was I, as I was driving.
And where was the defendant during that time?
She was in the back seat.
Was there any conversation, comments, statements?
Well, she would be in the back seat, and then she would be in between Jen and I, in the back seat, and then in between Jen and I. She was just very frantic.
Okay. Was she saying anything?
There was conversation on the way there.
Okay. Was she looking as well? Did you see her looking out the windows like you and Jen?
I don't know if she was because she was in the back seat.
Okay. As you drove to Meadows, what was the visibility? The same or better or worse?
No, it was poor.
Did you make your way towards Meadows?
I did.
As you finally got to Meadows, was the house on your left side, your side, or on the other side?
Are you talking about Fairview or Meadows?
I'm sorry, Fairview.
Okay. The Fairview house came up on the left-hand side.
Before you got to the house, is there a tree line between that house and the house before it?
Yes. There's a cluster of trees and bushes.
All right, take us back. I want to talk about that morning. As you're driving and approaching Fairview, tell us what you hear, what you see, what's happening.
Jen's giving directions, and it was really bad driving. I was white knuckling because it was getting slippery. Karen wouldn't put on her seatbelt, so because she was in between us again the whole ride, and then sitting back. But she was worried because we weren't finding John.
Were you having words?
Yes.
Tell us.
I said to Jen, where are we heading? And she said, my sister lives on Fairview. And I said, where is that? She said, off of Chapman. I said, oh, okay, near Spring Lane. At some point, Bella's mom came up.
Tell me what that means.
I didn't know who it was, but it was one of Kaylee's friends, Bella's mom. Well, the directions. At some point, Karen was talking about Bella's mom to Jen, saying she never liked me. I didn't know who this woman was that they were talking about, but apparently Bella's mom lived near where Jen's sister lived on Fairview.
Did you learn any more about the relevance of Bella's mom?
No. Oh, well, I think John had dated her.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So as you approached Fairview, tell us what happens.
As we approached Fairview at the house, you mean the house or the street?
Yes, the house.
The house. Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And I said, okay. And as we approached the house, Karen from the back seat is now screaming, there he is, let me the F out of this car. And she's out kicking the back door to get out.
When you heard the defendant scream, there he is, and started kicking the car door, did you see anything?
I did not.
Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you look?
I looked.
Was there anything that impeded your ability to see far?
No, it was just snow.
How far could you see when she was yelling, there he is?
How far could I see?
Yes.
I mean, the visibility wasn't great.
Oh, her eyes better than yours.
Was she pointing or giving any direction?
No, she just said, there he is.
Okay, what happens next?
And then I unlocked the car. I looked over, I didn't see anything, and I unlocked it so she could get out of the back seat. I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And then I turned around and watched,
Meanwhile,
and she ran over to a mound of snow.
When she started running, before she got anywhere, did you see anything at that point?
I did not.
Were you looking?
I was looking. She said, there he is, so I'm looking around to see where he is.
And you could see nothing?
I did not.
Did you see her run around or directly?
She ran right over to the mound of snow.
Could you tell what the mound of snow was from the car?
Once she got to it, yes, it was. Once she got to it, you could tell it was a mound of snow that was the length of a body.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Brennan. I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. Regarding.
I was just tweeting this. I never want to have a friend or an associate like Carrie. This man is missing. There's something that has to be wrong. I get out the car because I think I see him on the ground. Your response is, she's crazy. And there ain't no damn shame in your game saying it. There's no shame in your game repeating that you said that. That's some shit you didn't even have to say. You or Jen. No shame.
So, Ms. Roberts, we're going to have you come back tomorrow.
Okay.
Jurors, we're going to break for today. So we're going to send you home. The same 3 cautions that I'll tell you every single day. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation in this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be extra careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right.
I'd imagine we'd be here because I remember the streams. If you guys remember the streams that we were on, they were 6-7 hours. We rarely had 8-hour streams. So that's what I'd imagine our day is going to be, about 7, maybe 8 hours. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Y'all don't remember this? We've been on for 7 hours, and remember, we started 30 minutes early. So this is how I imagine our days are going to be. Our days are going to be like this. We'll be on for about 7-8 hours. Please remember that we've got our WTF Wednesdays. We've got Wine Down Fridays, WINE. And then I take the party to TikTok to do like a live discussion. for an hour, 2 hours, and then I have to do my video updates. I'm trying to stick to a real schedule this go around. They didn't even start on time. They sure did. They did not start on time. But yes, the party, I need to text Miss J because we're supposed to be on TikTok later. Yates, are you out of court? I'm finna ask her now. Can you go back over Carrie direct first trial? I can go back up, but we just watched Carrie. The schedule because his job. I have to go back and see what the fuck. We just saw Carrie. Y'all don't remember. We just saw her. Two inconsistencies that, I mean, well, not two. One thing that sticks out to me that Carrie said is Carrie bringing up the fact that Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And she's saying Jen said, no, you came to my sister's, as if that's like Karen's first time saying that. I don't know. Maybe there are people when they're drunk, you have to repeat things to them. I do get that. But Jen said she told her that earlier when she first called her. So there's that. It's going to be 7:30 every Friday. 7:30 every Friday. Are they arguing motions? Hold up, y'all. Let me start it back. No, it's the wife fan. Do you guys want to see? They have definitely annoyed me today. I don't see them arguing motions, guys. It's just a fan up. But I don't think so. Well, this short day, it was actually 6 hours of trial, but I'm judging from the last streams. They were all a little over 6 hours, sometimes over 7, but I don't recall seeing the 8-hour live. If we saw anything that was 8 hours, that's factoring in their lunch, all of the sidebars, all of that too. Okay, so let me put it back on. Because this is what we have right now. Jasmine, I think it's gonna be early every day. You know how we're used to being here. It's 3:51. I think, who was that I just told? I said, court, I anticipated to be over in the next hour. I was going to say 30 minutes. It's been about 40 when I think I put that in the chat. I thought about 40. Carrie is the new Jen. She has to provide a better performance. You think so? Do you think so? I think the lack of emotion from Jen and Carrie says a lot. Maybe I'm just an emotional person because there's no way no way I could be that calm. My best friend, I was talking to her hold on, y'all. Okay, back. I was talking to my best friend at 9:30 in the morning. We were talking about her husband, and an hour later, she called me and told me he was dead. I was outside in the parking lot crying on the phone with my friend. So their lack of emotion, and this is my friend's husband. We all went to high school together, but it's not like he and I were just these super close friends, right? I hurt for my friend. I was hurting for my friend. They're saying John was actually their friend. Carrie, to see her say, this girl is crazy, when clearly she drunk. He didn't come home, and now I see him in the ground. He's just laying on the ground. Come on. Oh, y'all, it's over for today. It's over with for today. That just wasn't my experience. And like I said, I've dealt with that with my best friend. Was not my experience. I wonder when Carrie turned ops. Stephanie, you think you missed half today? This is only our second witness for today. Lily, he was never their friend. He was never their friend. So they're doing the ARCA motion, and the motion to continue the trial has already started. I don't know what they're doing. But hold on, let me try. Hold on. Yeah, it's just over. It's over with for today. She said he was dead. First call. Listen, that is actually crazy too. First call. Hey, John's dead. Maybe it's because she said I think he may have got hit by a plow. So maybe was she being optimistic? I just don't know, but I don't think either of them showed the type of emotion you would think you'd see from someone who was your friend. I don't think so. Probably in the morning, Destin. Probably so, because both streams have ended. Law and Crime, Court TV, they've all ended. So maybe so. So I will, I'm gonna be on TikTok. I'm gonna eat first, and then I text Miss J. I'm sure we're gonna probably just go move. She haven't texted back. Move over to TikTok at some point. But y'all, how y'all feeling? If y'all had one word to describe trial today, what's your word? My one word would be what? I don't even. This would be my one word. Interesting. Liars. Funny is my word. Lies. Dismissed. And liars. All of y'all think the same thing. I think I don't know what to say about Nuttall, but I do know he's probably going to go home feeling bad because he did not anticipate getting up there and putting on an even worse performance. Shit show. I love that one. Shit show. AJ, I love it. But AJ had me flabbergasted. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what the defense has up their sleeves, baby, because they've got something up their sleeves. Pretty said confused. Dead wrong for the Archimist. Hank crybaby ass had to get his way. Why would they not be able to tell them what they're going to hear? Well, you know, Lauren, this is the thing that brings me comfort. Opening statements aren't evidence. So okay, cool. Okay. But can we bring in the arc of evidence? Oh, we can? Eat them up right there. Eat them up right there. That's fine. Eat them up right there. Oh, AJ was so good. I need to see the witness, the shoe DNA, and no hypothermia. I can't wait for the no hypothermia to be explained because I guess I want to know what their ME is going to say about this report, right? What is their ME going to say? Yeah, the defense is coming, Bev. Listen, the defense is coming. The defense is coming. I want to see all of this. So I'm going to be on TikTok in a little. And that's kind of how this trial will be again. Be here on YouTube, move to TikTok for discussion. I'm waiting on Ms. J to text me, so I'll get on in the next hour or so. And then, of course, I have my update videos on all of my channels. My shorts, X, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, everything. Bye, Keys. See you later, girl. See you later, but see y'all later. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for all of the super chats, the memberships, comments, likes, shares, posts, everything. Thank you guys so much. I'll be here in the morning at 8:30 again. It looks like we're going to be on here from 8:30 to about 4 o'clock every day. But I will see y'all later. Thank you. Bye, everybody.